period. No exceptions.
To hell with the convention. We've got to find out what went on, make sure that it never happens again.
We have also learned a police officer actually approached Crooks first, but retreated before shots were fired. It's also reported that explosive materials were found in that suspect's car. Investigators believe Crooks' father bought the rifle used in the shooting at least 6 months ago.
Now, you might be surprised to learn that despite Saturday's assassination attempt, officials say that there should not be any major changes to security here in Milwaukee for, of course, the RNC this week. And that brings us now live to our Zoe Chapala. She's positioned right outside of the hard security perimeter. Zoe, good morning. Can you explain the reasoning behind this change or lack thereof?
Nicola, the Secret Service has put in years of planning just for this moment here. And as you can see, vehicle screenings already taking place. Dozens of people lined up this morning to get inside the hard perimeter. And if you think that line going down is long, we're going to whip around. I'll actually show you how many more cars are still waiting to get into the hard perimeter. And while there are many people trying to get into the convention, there are also dozens of officers on the ground throughout the city keeping an eye on things, and they all insist the same thing. They are ready for this week. Milwaukee city leaders say they're not aware of any new threats to the convention. Leaders will continue with their security plans and adapt as needed. That means the Secret Service will continue to handle security inside the hard perimeter. Meanwhile, local police and dozens of law enforcement units from around the country will patrol the soft perimeter, which is where we are reporting from this morning. And more than 60 out-of-state agencies are here monitoring this event. Some units as close as Illinois and Minnesota. Others traveling as far as California and Florida, if you can believe it. Now, several months ago, the city secured $25 million more in police resources for the Republican National Convention. And they're confident their actions will keep everyone safe.
This is an NSSE, a National Special Security Event. It is the highest designation that you can get for a security event of its size and magnitude in the United States. We have that designation and we'll continue to work to make sure that public safety is tantamount.
At this point, there are no major changes to the convention, but if that shifts throughout the morning, throughout the day, we'll be sure to update you on the air and online. In Milwaukee, Zoe Chapala, Fox 6 News.
What's going on, y'all? What is going on? What is going on? I know it's news. I know it's news to everybody. Like, I just want to know one question, man. Is Trump a dog? Is Trump, you know what I'm saying, this guy, and I don't know what happened. This America, man. Listen, this is the country we love, man. You know, this is the land we love. I don't know what's going on. Who was this little guy that just thought it was cool just to bust shots off? This is Awaken Bay. We want some answers. You know, I'm going to drop this link. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody can call in. Of course, we might get a little different algorithm today because we're talking about Donald Trump. But, oh, yeah, let me get on that, Bank. Salute to y'all, man. Salute, man. You know, hey, I don't know what's going on. Maybe some of y'all can help me out, you know, and finding out what the hell is going on.
At 9/11 on the East Coast and 6/11 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come.
So like I said, man, you know, I don't know what's going on. Malachi King in the building. What up? Heart and Finish Kennels in the building. Bank Statement in the building. Paul Harris in the building. Let me know what's going on, y'all. You know, I'm going to just wake and bake. You know, is Trump a dog? Hey, we talking about dogs. This is Buck City Kennels live. So, I mean, obviously, there's something going on, you know. I don't know why somebody would try to take my guy's head off. That's not my guy, but I don't really want to see nobody get dome shotted. I mean, you know, that can't be a good thing, man. So what is Trump gonna win the election? Like, what's going on? Like, he mobbed up out of there. You know, he took that. Hey, he looked kind of shook at first, but you know, I don't know, man. He said, Paul, he said, do you go to sleep? Man, it's 6:00, bro. I get up at 5:30 every morning, man. You know, I went to sleep after we got off the stream last night. I probably got at least a good 6 in. You know, I don't really need 10 and shit. I could have laid in the bed. You know, I got some shit to do. Plus, I got to get on here, man. Team Mike. Hey, look, Team Mike. Team Mike. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe you guys can help me out. You know, Donald Trump, somebody pop shots at him. You know, some guy. We'll get right into it. We'll get right into it. Although this stream, this shit got a lot of info on it. Let me see. What's going on?
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A different shot there of the Pfizer Forum there in Milwaukee, the 2024 Republican National Convention site. We continue our coverage this morning. Right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 6 Milwaukee as they are all over preparations and everything you need to know this Monday morning.
Yeah, let me
Today, as we welcome thousands to town, how much more heat is on the way?
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
An attempt on former President.
it just look weird, bro. I mean, I know it's not the real audio. It's not the real video. You know, it's probably glitchy and everything to y'all, but if you guys go back and check it out, man, I mean, I'm not going to try to be no conspiracy theorist or nothing like that, but it's kind of, you know, I don't know, bruh. I don't know. You know, I didn't really see no movement in the guy's head, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, he popped back up. He's on the campaign trail. He hasn't slowed anything down. If anything, the momentum has speeded up for this guy. So maybe you guys can help me out. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on, man. The world's already crazy, but just to see this, you know, in modern day, I think they took an attempt at Reagan, you know, and you know, of course, they probably try to do this and try to do that, but it just looks odd. It looks odd. I'm not gonna lie. Just looking at it, this is really the first time I'm really kind of unpacking this, and then he's on this campaign trail. You know, everything's going on, but I don't know.
President Donald Trump's life at a campaign rally over the weekend, but we are learning this morning about the shooter.
I would hope that we are, you know, even more vigilant now.
Plus, we spoke to Wisconsinites on how they're feeling after that assassination attempt. Why some say that they would take a bullet for the former president.
Wow, you take a bullet for the president? You know, I think we got to be realistic out here, man. You know, we can't really sit up here and make statements like that. Like you'll take a bullet for the president. You know, I don't know if that's a proper statement to make. You know what I'm saying? You got kids, you got all of this stuff going on, and then, you know, this is what you'll do, jump out the window for a president. And we could all say, you know, he's a good president. He did good. He did this. You know, some people talk about the racist comments and remarks and different things, trying to, you know, the election and, you know, all this and Biden, the incompetence of his presidency. Okay. He senile, you know, that this guy's got dementia, allegedly, or, you know, he's coming down with stuff, you know, due to old age, you know. This country never wants to relinquish any power to anybody, man. That's the way I see it. When I see a bunch of old ass presidents, 70, 80 years old presidents and shit running around, popping it. They don't want to relinquish power, y'all. You know, nobody young can do this job. Nobody, you know. I guess you got to have that bag up. You got to be in your 60s and 70s, you know. Joe Biden, you know, all of this shit. You know, I honestly, I haven't felt no impact of any of these guys doing anything good. We talk about fighting on YouTube. Next motherfucker that tell me about fighting on YouTube. Next person that tells me anything about fighting on fucking YouTube, dog, against the other dog channels, dog. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real, y'all. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're gonna try to unpack this. I don't know how far we're gonna get with this. It's a mess, bro. It's a mess. I just want to know if Donald Trump's a dog. Is he a dog? He took that. I mean, I didn't see his head movement. You know, if I would have got shot in my ear, you know, I don't know. Maybe I got big ears, you know, I don't know. If I would have got shot in the ear, I don't know if I would have just, I don't know, bro. Like, what was it? What was it? You see blood? What the fuck was it? You throw your hand up. What is it? Why? Some people say he's throwing up the black fist. Hey, you know, anything to try to. Maybe he was, you know, I don't know. Maybe he felt like us. Always being the target. Maybe he felt like an American pit bull terrier, you know. Always having a target on your back. Or on your ear, you know. Blood coming out of his mouth, or, you know, coming to race into his mouth, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's splattered, you know, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Maybe you guys could let me know. This shit is weird, bruh. This shit's weird. And then the little minion that did it, or allegedly, it doesn't look good.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News live at the RNC.
Good morning. Welcome to Fox 6 Wake Up at 6. We are just hours away from the kickoff of the 2024 Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee.
And we have team coverage for you this morning with everything you need to know ahead of the event's official start, which is today. It is all hands on deck this morning on Wake Up. We've got Carl, we've got Kim, we've got Zoe at various locations downtown.
But first, let's get out to our chief meteorologist, Rob Haswell, with your weather forecast.
And it is an interesting morning. We've got a nice little lull going on. You can feel that rain is still very much in the air, though. As we switch over to our live camera, you can see a pretty easygoing start. Looking south from Estabrook Park, out over Lake Michigan, and down to the skyline of Milwaukee there off in the distance. Now, we have cleared out beautifully in the last couple of hours. Yesterday's rain is off to our east. Right now, it's morning.
An assassination attempt at a campaign rally over the weekend leaves former President Donald Trump injured. We still do not know a motive for the shooting this morning.
But the FBI says that it believes that the suspected shooter here acted alone. Police identifying 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks as the suspect. Officials say he was positioned on a rooftop about 200 yards away from the stage where.
So they got this guy's 20 years old, bruh. He's on a fucking rooftop, right? Okay. And what are we teaching our kids to do? 200 yards away, 2 football fields away. That's about 600 feet, y'all. He's hitting motherfuckers in the ear. He's a sniper, bruh. He graduated. You never know that this kid is going to be a bad kid. I guess we need to stop profiling maybe the kids with dreads and afros and braids and shit. Maybe we need to stop profiling those guys and start to look at these motherfuckers right here, bro. Okay? Okay? Now, what's more dangerous to the community? A kid with a rifle shooting from 2 football fields away into a crowd at a presidential campaign, or a kid in the neighborhood with a fucking pistol with a serial number scratched off of it that just wants to sell a couple dime bags to fucking pay his rent. Okay? This is what he wants. I guess he's out of here. He won't have a chance to explain why he did this shit.
President Trump was speaking. Crooks was quickly killed by Secret Service agents. President Biden condemning the attack in an address to the nation last night.
Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, for any violence.
Saturday's shooting also took the life of a beloved retired fire chief who is being hailed a hero this morning. His name, Corey Comparator. Witnesses say Comparator was shielding his family from the bullets when he was struck by gunfire and killed. 2 other attendees at the campaign rally were also left with serious injuries.
The coalition to march on the RNC commenting on the assassination attempt. When asked if the group condemned the shooting, the group simply saying the shooting has nothing to do with us. The coalition says it still plans to march this morning, starting at Red Hour Park at 10 a.m.
The city has approved one protest route in what the coalition is calling a handshake agreement. The coalition wants.
Listen, you know, y'all be safe out here, man. With these rallies, all this stuff, man, listen. Be safe out here, man. You know, this shit is not sweet out here, you know. I think you guys need to understand. And this doesn't look good on our country, man. It doesn't. It doesn't, man. This shit does not look good. This doesn't look like our security is up. We got all of this shit. We got dudes literally climbing into the White House. Climbing. Like I never thought in my fucking 40 something years of me living that I will ever see somebody like Spider-Man climbing the fucking White House, bruh. We talk about dogs on this channel. We talk about all this shit. We go back and forth. I ring the bell. We're talking about bloodlines, all this shit. All the, we're making up fantasy draft picks and shit of dogs that we think would go good with other dogs, hypothetically. Like, I never envisioned any shit like this, dog. The Democratic Party, hey, they're looking sorry and weak right now. So if you don't like Republicans or if you're a Democrat, listen. They tried everything. Didn't this guy just get charged with all these felonies and stuff? Like, what the fuck is going on here? When Barack Obama became president, I guess they wanted that to be like it did something for black people. It did. As far as giving us vision, like, okay, we can accomplish some shit. We can be in positions of power. We can, even though some of these positions are puppet positions, but fuck it, we can be puppets, right? We fit it's not abnormal for a black man to be sitting up there on the front in the Oval Office signing papers. And, it's not nowadays, it's not like unheard of, right? This shit happens. So that was supposed to give us like some type of hope or whatever. But me, with my education background, I knew I wasn't as smart as a Barack Obama and well-spoken individual like him. Especially in 08. But when I saw this Donald Trump dude pop up, a guy that was loved in the hip-hop world, all the rappers wanted to take pictures with this guy. Everybody wanted to kick it with this guy. Back in the day, I wasn't buying books and shit. I bought the Donald Trump book. Me and my guys was out. I got the book because I think it was like Think Like a Millionaire or Think Like a Billionaire or something. I bought the book. I thought it would be helpful with me chasing the bag, trying to get in that right mindset, kind of think about the way they think and, what are they doing, right? Then he runs for president. Then I see a whole lot of hate. Everybody hating on the guy, right? Hate that really wasn't there before, things that wasn't there before, Then when I saw it happen, because I didn't think that he could win the shit, right? He wins the election. He not only runs for president, because we thought that was a joke. We saw Kanye, we think, we see all this shit. Anybody can, get a certain amount of votes. I mean, you can run. Then we see this guy, he wins the shit. That right there let me know, like, even though Donald Trump is a very bright individual, very business savvy individual, seeing him win and his asshole demeanor really let me know that, damn, anybody can win this shit. Anybody can win this shit. It wasn't when Obama went, because I saw Obama as one of the smartest individuals in the world at that time. Well spoken, he researches a lot. His knowledge, Barack Obama can talk to you about tons of shit. He knows his shit. Energy, all of this shit, he was knowing a lot of shit. He knows his shit, right? So then, yeah, I mean, so he gets the president, he does all this crazy shit, grab him by the pussy, even though men talk like that, and I was seeing a lot of, even LeBron James came, oh, that's inappropriate. That's, men don't talk like that, blah, blah, blah. We talk about grabbing women by the pussy all the time, even when we're in relationships, dog. Like, we got to stop this bullshit, man. As men, we got to stop the bullshit. Even when we're in relationships, we might be on the phone with our partner and say, yeah, man, she got a fat ass. Yeah, even when we're in relationships, let alone with locker room talk, right? That couldn't stop them. Then they come with all this Stormy Daniels, and I don't know the broad's name. I don't, or she's a broad, a thought, I don't know. I heard she was a sex worker, allegedly. Now you're blowing the whistle. How does that work? How the fuck does that work, right? Then he's facing oh, he's indicted. Oh, he's going to jail. He's doing this. He's going to jail. He's doing when? This guy, Donald Trump, is unstoppable, bro. He's unstoppable. He's a dog, man. He's a dog. You might not like that bloodline. You might not like some of the things that dog does, his traits, his abilities, some of the things he stands for. But for him to be already rich, why would he deal with this shit? Why the fuck would he deal with this shit? I know he's got partners and that's deep in politics and doing things, and what I'm saying, I understand all of that. I understand it.
Wanted to use their own route, and they even sued. The coalition says Milwaukee police agreed not to stop them from marching this route. Here's where it is. It goes up Water Street and also gets close to the convention on MLK. The route is all outside, though, the hard security perimeter. Now, we spoke to people in Milwaukee to get their reaction on the attempt on the former president's life.
Kim joining us now from inside Pfizer Forum with the new video of the shooting and what locals had to say in response. Good morning, Kim.
Good morning. First, the latest on the president's whereabouts, or former president's whereabouts. He is waking up in Milwaukee this morning after arriving yesterday evening. The former president posting on Truth Social that he did give some thought to delaying his trip to Wisconsin by 2 days, but decided that he would not let Saturday's events force a change to the schedule. We have video this morning from our partners at TMZ capturing those terrifying moments. The clip shows the gunman opening fire at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. people down below seeing this seconds before it happens, realizing the terror that's unfolding. Again, we spoke with some local Trump supporters, and they say they're eager to see the former president accept the nomination.
I mean, before we get into them, I mean, seriously, serious. So, I mean, and you got to watch out, man. These goddamn snipers, bro. And then the fact that they were able to gun him down right away. I mean, why didn't they just gun him down before he started shooting, bro? I don't know, man.
Take a bullet for us. We take one for him.
Oh, he said it'd take a bullet.
He
said it'd take a bullet for him. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's happening, man? How you been doing?
Oh man, cooling, man, cooling. I'm tripping. I'm just like in complete, like, I don't know what's going on, bro. Maybe you can help me out.
It's the end of times, nigga. It's the end of times, bro. End of times, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I just, with all the crazy shit, and then we talking about YouTube and the shit that we doing, and like, this is the highest level, and we're seeing what's playing out, right?
Man, you better tell everybody, y'all better get some straps, man. Y'all better go. Y'all better do like they do, man. Y'all better go get your ammo, go get your artillery, get your G.I. Joe on, because I don't know what type of shit about to happen behind this wild shit I'm watching, man. Shit crazy.
Man, it's crazy, man. Somebody jumps up on a 200, they said 200 yards away. That's 600 feet, bro.
Yeah, bro. That's some American sniper shit.
I seen motherfuckers at the range, they having trouble at 30 feet and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. It's Metal Gear Solid shit, bro. Took a piece of his ear off, man. That Mike Tyson shit.
So
I don't know. I saw a picture of old boy. He was pretty young, though. He was a kid or some shit. I ain't get the 411 on everything. I've been busy as shit.
They said he was 20 years old or some shit. He looked,
he's a
16-year-old, though,
Yeah, he looked like a fucking kid, man. God
his
damn.
hairline was a little pushed back, but that's probably hereditary, but he looked like a kid,
Jeez Louise, bro. Damn, son. Yo, I just don't know what to say about this shit. Because every time I'll be watching shit like this, I'll be like, damn, son, this shit is getting stupid. And then it'd be like, it can't get any more stupid than this. And then it gets more stupid. It's like, wow. And this is like politics, like people who control billions of U.S. citizens' dollars and shit. This is the type of shit that be going on. It's wild, son. Wow.
This is crazy, man. Listen, we were 2 seconds away from this guy was out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was real, because it looks fake. I'm gonna be honest, and I'll say allegedly all this shit. The shit looks fake.
All right. Well, we're gonna see how much of a dog he is if it's real, though. Because, like I said, man, when you talk a lot of cash money shit, it's all good until somebody try to reach out and touch you. And evidently, somebody really wanted to touch his ass. So we're gonna see if that energy the same.
That lost their life though, because there's somebody lost their life and a couple people.
2 people, right? It was him and somebody else, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, him and somebody else, and then I guess 2 other guys got struck in a critical condition, serious critical, stuff like that.
Yeah, man. I was like that, similar to that shit that he did when he was in office and shit, and he invited all them people to the Capitol and shit. And they started wilding out and shit. I thought that was the craziest shit I ever seen in U.S. history in my lifetime. I wasn't alive during Pearl Harbor. September 11th and shit, when they crashed the planes, that was the most craziest shit I seen in my lifetime. But this is right up there. The insurrection shit, the planes into the tower shit, that was some crazy shit.
There's nothing more crazy than that. Nothing. Even this,
Yes.
like, yeah, this is a high magnitude, but come on, I remember that day. You know, I mean, I'm on the West
Yeah,
Coast. So it didn't
I
hit
cut
like
school that day and shit. I cut school and was sitting on the roof waiting for my mom to go to work and shit. And I saw the plane hit the tower and shit. I said, "Oh shit!" I was like, "You kidding me?" Yeah, it's wild. B. That shit is wild, son.
Well, when that plane hit, I heard about it. I saw it on the news a little bit, but I wasn't really paying no attention. There's always crazy shit on the news. Then you hear a plane hit the tower. You hear something hijack. You hear all this shit, and it's not until I actually sat the fuck down, just like this shit, because I was hearing it all over for a couple of days now, right? Or it happened the other day.
Yeah, it happened the other day because I was doing a side job and shit, and somebody was talking about that shit and was like, "Yo, they tried to off Trump." I said, "Off him?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, somebody tried to blow his head off and shit." I said, "Damn," at a rally and shit. Like, you create that type of energy around you and shit. The shit goes left. I mean, there's been a lot of presidents that motherfuckers ain't like, but they ain't try to pop him. You know what I mean? And he's technically not the president; he's just a candidate. So they trying to off him before he even get back up in there. So you probably need to do some soul searching. If I was him, me personally and shit, is it worth it?
Man,
That's a lot of energy for a motherfucker to set up a sniper rifle and all type of shit for you, bro. That's a lot of energy, bro.
Man, listen, for this guy to be that young, and I know they got snipers probably younger, but for him to be that, none of my homies could have pulled that off. I'll tell you that. We some bad motherfuckers, but we can't pull that off, right?
Bro, that's weeks of planning, bro. That's weeks of planning. Access to the building or the roof that he was on, bro. That wasn't just no 20-year-old kid, bro. That was money behind that. It was some bread behind that situation, bro. That's all you could take from that. That's not something two homies gonna cook up in the basement and shit, bro. That was well thought out, somewhat well executed. You know what I mean? He was off with his shot, but God bless him. He's still alive and shit. But I'd do some soul searching if I was the orange face candidate, man. You know what I mean? I'd be real, real. Because they trying to get you up out of here, bro. You know what I mean? That's one of them type of moves, bro. They really trying to get him up out of there.
Yeah, that ain't it ain't looking good, man. I tell you that.
The memes is crazy though. The memes is crazy, bro. My brother sent me one this morning. They put his face on 50 Cent body on the Get Rich or Die Trying album. When the nigga was shot up and shit, they put Trump face. Those gonna be some epic t-shirts. Whoever get the t-shirts for that shit, oh, they about to cash the fuck out.
Yeah, no, this shit is crazy. I just, it's beyond me. I mean, I know he got beef, He got
real beef.
He keeps that shit going, He's talking shit about people, it's big corporations and shit, it's shit that, I mean, I'm sure Trump owes somebody some fucking money somewhere. I mean, when you're dealing with big money, man, somebody's gonna get left out, man.
Yeah, a lot of real estate. His background is a lot of shady real estate investments and shit. That's his whole background. People from up north know Trump. You know what I mean? I'm from up north. I'm from Brooklyn, so it was always a bunch of shady real estate business deals that he was always involved in. And then when they go under, he cop out, slip out, file bankruptcy, all type of shit. Don't pay the money back. He been doing that for forever and a day, man. You know how it is with rich people. Yeah, they in a circle of other rich people. I talked to a rich motherfucker. He said, "Man, you always be rich long as you got friends that's rich. You got somebody that'll lend you something, you invest it, flip it, get out before it burned down. You know what I mean? That type of game." So, but now it's different because, like I said, he creates a culture that's a little bit volatile. So you know what I mean? And when it starts, you create a monster and you gotta feed it. You know what I mean? You ain't coming with the plate of food to get hungry. You know, the shit'll turn on you and consume you. You know what I mean? It's like that old saying, you know, you can't trust a hungry dog.
Yeah, nah, man, this shit crazy, man. I still ain't unpacked it, you know.
I don't know how to wrap my head around it because, you know, it could come off fake, but like you said, people lost their life. So, you know, it's kind of like one of them
That's the part.
situations. Like,
That's the part I don't want to gloss over because, you know, I mean, yeah, we could say it's fake, we could say this, but I don't think those bodies that were getting dragged out, and I didn't see much of that, but I think I did see somebody getting dragged out of there. And that part wasn't fake, right? Somebody got to lose their life during all of this or whatever it is, you know.
yeah, because evidently the shooter, he lost his life. So, you know, it wasn't one of those type of situations like old boy down here and shit who shot up the people in the church and shit, and they took him to Burger King and shit. When he pulled that trigger, that was his last couple of minutes on earth after that shit. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kind of let you know how shit line up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you right, man. You right.
He ain't get no Burger King. He ain't go sit no holding cell or none of that, bro. He got his shit splattered. I think they
They
finished him with a
said,
headshot.
I think they said a police officer saw him moments before he took the shots, but retreated. You know, and I know that's gonna be coming up because remember the little school shooting when the guys didn't go in there in a good enough time, and you know what I'm saying, they could have easily ran up in there and saved kids' lives, but they waited 15 minutes or 45 minutes or whatever while the shooter was just in there terrorizing the kids. And we look at, you know, because police officers, Secret Service agents, they don't really act tough. You know what I'm saying? They kind of do their shit, you know, but these little cops and shit, they be acting tough. And then when it's time to intervene, then you motherfuckers don't want to do shit.
Ain't no damn paycheck worth a bullet. You know what I mean? That's how a lot of them boys is. They woke up and shit. But at the same time, man, ain't no paycheck gonna be worth you getting paralyzed or getting your brain spilled on the concrete. You know what I mean? That's how a lot of that shit be with them police and shit. They
Well,
won't come.
a lot of that bullshit leads to that though. Like you know, you harass a motherfucker, you know. I mean, I done seen plenty of clips where motherfuckers hopping out the car, shooting and shit. One dude did some cold shit. I think it was an airbag, a car wrecked or something. It was an airbag out, and the cop came to the car and tried to get him out the car. Next thing I know, I hear some shots. Cop down. He jumps out the car, hurdles over this guy like a reindeer, right? While he's in the air, boom, boom, 2 more shots into the cop, and then he just runs around a house or some shit. Like what the
dangerous ass occupation, man. Shit, I got a cousin who's a state trooper, man. Shit up there in DC, and man, he did a routine traffic stop. This was like 13, 14 years ago. He did a routine traffic stop, came back to the car, dude just let off on him, bro. Shot him in the face, shoulder. You know what I mean? Fucking wild shit, man. Wild ass shit. Shit, I hollered at him. I said, man, what the fuck? He said, man. So my light flashed before my eyes, man. He said, I was coming back with the ticket. Old boy had work in the car and shit. He ain't had no idea, but he was just writing the dude the fucking ticket. He said when he came back with the ticket, dude unloaded on him and shit. So, you know, one of them type of scenarios. So, you know, I see both sides of the spectrum and shit. So it'd be like, you know, I know why they act the way they act. Because, you know, all it takes is for that to happen to one of them. Because, you know, when they do them police training courses, that's the first thing they show them boys. Is cops getting their ass blasted. So they come out with a militant behavior and shit like, you know, I don't want to be on the fucking Fox 5 News and shit. I'm out here getting paid a little bit above 60,000 a year and shit. And I'm walking writing tickets and the motherfucker pull a hand cannon out on me and blow me to smithereens and shit. So we just living in a weird time, bro. You know what I mean? It's just weird times. Just be aware of what's going on, everybody. That's all I could tell you. Just be very fucking aware of what's going on around you. Clarence Creek hog dogs. If you choose that job, it kind of comes with it. Yeah, that's how it is, bro. That's how it is. And you want to run for president, it's a chance you may get assassinated. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody absolved from the rules of this shit.
Yeah, nah, that's what it's called. It's called an assassination, man. It happens. It doesn't happen every day, probably, but it happens, man.
Yeah, look at JFK. Shit. All right. I want to say shit about 5 or 6 years ago. Somebody sent me a YouTube video. I couldn't believe it was the actual video of the shit, bro. But they got the actual video of JFK getting assassinated, bro. Like no censor, no blurring out of none of that, bro. They got him getting his whole wig split, bro, in color. I said, oh shit. And he was, riding around in the car and shit, doing campaigning and shit. Comes with it, shit just comes with it.
He was sitting on the whip, sliding through.
Bro, and that's some graphic shit. That's some graphic shit, bro.
Obama walked, remember?
Yeah. I thought it was gonna happen to him, to keep it 100 with you. I was expecting that. It wasn't like I was expecting that to happen to him. I was shocked he did 8 years and ain't really get touched. And you saw all of the type of special shit they was doing for him. What were they calling that shit? The Beast? That fucking car they built for him and shit, with fucking everything was bulletproof, explosion proof, all type of shit, because they were so, he was a high risk candidate, to get assassinated. I mean, it's one of those fucking things, man. What goes around comes around. You know what I mean? You do dirt, you get dirt. And like I said, he's a dirty motherfucker. I respect the hustle. I don't never knock the hustle. He's a hustling motherfucker, but he do dirty shit. When you're doing dirty shit. Yeah, when you're doing dirty shit, come back around on you.
Dirty though. What does he do dirty?
Everything with the faulty real estate deals, all of the overseas conjugal visits and shit. All those elite alliances with Russia and all of that shit. Y'all think that's just head up shit? You know what I mean? It ain't head up shit. They got video. Russia is like a very, very, very calculated country. When those businessmen go on those overseas trips and shit to these countries, and these guys have these girls lined up and all type of stuff, and all of the weirdo shit they do, they put cameras in them hotel rooms. They put cameras, everything. It's extortion. It's high level extortion. That's what goes on with this stuff. When you're a known character like these individuals is, and you do all of these wild shit in the dark, and then you find out these people got footage of you doing this shit, they hold it over your head for these business deals. You know what I mean? That's that. They did it to, not even on a political level. Look how they did Mike Tyson when he went to go fight in China and shit. Sent a bunch of prostitutes to his room and shit, coke parties and shit. This is all calculated before you get over there. You know what I mean? They want to catch you doing some ill shit so they can extort you. And we all know how Trump is. He out here with Stormy Weathers and what's the girl named Stormy or whatever her name, the porn star and all kind of shit. If he's messing around like that, imagine the type of footage they got over him in another country with a bunch of 17, 18-year-old girls and shit, and there ain't no law against this shit. You get what I'm saying? So, you always gotta, when I look at politics, I always look at the worst case scenario in my brain of what transpired. And those are the things I think about when he's involved. Cause he got a problem with the females, bro. He always did.
So what do you think about his tax shit? Like, him getting away with not paying tax and, shit like that. What do you think about that?
Highly intelligent, shit. Business owners know about shit. Like, shit, even with the heating in their business and shit. I could write off all types of shit. Like, just say I'm doing the job and I bring you on the job. You go buy a burgers lunchtime. You go buy a burger and fries. I say, no, man, I'm gonna buy your burger and fries. I keep the receipt to that. That's a write-off. Everything's a fucking write-off. From the toothpick you use to pick your fucking teeth after you finish eating, if I bought it, I could write it off on my taxes. There's all loopholes to taxes. Middle class America is what keeps America running. Middle class pays the most taxes. Middle class keeps lower class and upper class going. That's why middle class is always so upset, because we get taxed the fucking hardest. And then he just manipulated a whole situation regarding taxes, because that's what he does. He finds loopholes, because that's how rich people stay rich. And when I got put onto the tax loops and shit, even with owning property, if you designate your property as farmland, there's a tax cut. And meanwhile, you're not really a farmer. You just got one chicken on your fucking property. You got one cow on your property. Does that justify you being a farmer? No, but there's a loophole for it. You feel what I'm saying? And those people who continuously stay rich, that's how they stay rich, by not paying taxes. America is double taxed. One of the only countries that's double taxed when you really think about it, because if you work, they take taxes out your paycheck, correct? Yeah. Then you go to the grocery store and you go pay taxes on the groceries you bought. So that's double taxed, right? Because initially you already paid taxes. Now you're paying state, federal, sales tax, all of this shit. That's how they hustle the money.
Right.
It's really a calculated plan on how things work. But if you understand the system, and he was a person who understood the system, that's why I always give him credit. Because, like I said, he invested in a lot of shady real estate. All of the racial shit that people bring up and stuff, he was one of the key ingredients of not renting those apartments to black people. Why? Because it was going to lower the property value. He spearheaded gentrification.
So what is that a business move, or what are we talking about?
Technically, if you're getting paid, it's a business move. Like I said, me and you buy a building and shit, apartment building with 200 apartments in it, and we say, hey, we're not going to rent this shit out to no black people. We're not taking no Section 8, no nothing from the government. We refuse to lease these apartments because we don't want to lower the property value. That's a business decision, because it's equaling financial gain. By us not doing this, we're making more money. We're going to up it. So we don't rent to the black people or the Puerto Ricans or the Hispanics, the Dominicans, the Italians, the Irish, anybody. We're going for a certain demographic of people that we want to live in this building. So that's what we're going to do. Once we get a certain amount of people in it, spending a certain amount of money per rent, then we're going to up it. Everybody, they look at the financial records. Oh, this building is booming. We get it to a point where we say, hey, it's worth a certain amount of money, then we fucking sell it. That's all this is. That's all it's ever been, was that type of financial games being played. And like I said, he manipulated it, and he had a lot of people that invested in what he was doing. It wasn't just like he had an ass of money. Like I said early in the conversation, rich people have rich friends. I got 4 millionaire friends. Everybody lend me $2 million a piece. I say, hey, in a year I could get this. I could double your investment back. That's what they do, and that's what he did. You know, like, he been a dirty motherfucker. We like, people from New York know, people from around the country don't know. And I'm not knocking Trump. Like, shit, I ain't able to vote. I ain't never voted in my life, so I can't sit here and say I vote for this one or that one. I'm not legally able to vote. But at the same fucking time, I can sit back and watch the shit that transpires and who he reaches out to. I mean, shit, most people in the South love Trump. But if they actually knew him, he's a rich motherfucker. He has nothing in common with you. You guys live in fucking trailers and shit, driving F-150s that you got to work out of. What do you and him have in common? He's super rich. He ain't never work a hard day in his fucking life. So what does he have in common with you, other than him spitting the rhetoric that you want to hear? You know what I mean? That's how the political game is played. Because I never thought a bunch of rednecks would sit there and say we got something in common with Trump. He's not from the South. He's not no redneck. He's not poor. So what can he provide for you, honestly, other than the rhetoric that he's spitting? That's what politics is now. Just like how it is on YouTube now. Used to be a time you had to have good dogs. Used to have a yard. You ain't got to have none of that now. You can just talk about dogs. Never show a motherfucking dog in your life. You get what I'm saying? It's just how it is now.
Yeah, man. Hey, got to be more careful, like my boy LG. Got to be more careful. Hey,
Oh
listen,
yeah.
I'm shot. I don't want nobody to get shot. You know, I don't want nobody to get their ear bit off in a fight. You know.
Yeah, I don't promote violence. I'm not with the violent tip either, man. Shit, like I said, I claim to be somewhat of a God-fearing man, so I don't wish that on nobody. But at the same time, it ain't no fucking difference than how we do our little black brothers. Oh, these motherfuckers is crazy. They on pills. They shooting each other up. They repping gangs and shit. We'll say they brought that on themselves, correct? We'll quickly say that about all of these lower class communities and nationalities of people. Oh, they brought it on themselves. So I don't fucking hold no different judgment when it comes to the higher ups in life. Yeah, well, bro, you kind of brought that on yourself. You know what I mean? You want to go to these little small towns and rile these people up and have them doing all type of crazy shit. You brought it on yourself. So, you know, this is what comes with it. I ain't never meet no drug dealer. When the cops come, they act shocked. No, man, it's going to happen. It's just when it's going to happen. It's not a question of if. You know, you spit violent rhetoric, you preach it, you promote it. You know, this is several occasions. What happened in North Carolina when the dude drove the car into all the protesters and shit? You know what I mean? He creates a volatile aura around him. And everybody who's following them is holding AR-15s, you know, and I ain't knocking guns. Shit, I got a plethora myself. But when you create that type of environment around you, this is the type of shit that happens. And, you know, shit, what Malcolm X said, you know, chickens coming home to roost. You ain't never get mad about that.
Right. Hell yeah. Yeah, nah,
So,
man.
like you
Yeah.
said, he got to be more careful.
And he
You
got
better get that. You got to get that Barack Obama shield. You remember when he did his presidential inauguration? He had that big ass bulletproof glass in front of him and shit while he was talking. I ain't never see that shit in life, but they had that for him. But you know what? He had sat down and talked to his old lady. We got to be more careful. So let's get the 6-inch bulletproof glass. Put this shit in front of me while I'm giving this speech.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, let's get that glass looking like Tin Man. Hey, you can call me a sucker if you want. Bro, they got dudes 2 football fields away, B. I don't think we're computing this right now. A guy that looks like he's 12. He looks like he's fucking my son's age, dog. My son's 14, right? He's on a fucking shipping container or something. What was that? What was going through the bushes? I don't even. So that means that I'm in my office right now podcasting. Somebody could have a dot on me right now, bro. This is nuts.
Shit, they've been going on through history. That's how they did Martin Luther King. That's how they didn't do Malcolm like that. They got his own people to pop him inside a damn auditorium and shit. But Martin Luther King, JFK, I mean, so many brothers, got it ended like that. Like I said, by the grace of God, like I said, I don't know if he turned his head, because you know when you bled off one of them sniper rifles and shit, the bullet will hit. And this is just me having family that's in the military and shit. You'll get hit by the bullet before you actually hear the sound of the gun. When they long range pop your ass, it's like boom, your head get knocked off, and then you actually hear the gunshot. The bullet's quicker than sound. So he probably turned his head. He turned his fucking head, or went to go look at something, in just a fraction of an inch. Because you're talking about that's a high level projectile weapon, a sniper rifle. Like,
hey,
a 3/4 of an inch. You talking about I clip your ear? If that's 3/4 of an inch over, nigga, that's your eyeball. Your brain's coming out the back of your fucking head, looking like linguine and shit on the floor.
Answer the question though. This the question of the day, bro.
Go ahead, shoot.
Man.
Go ahead, shoot. Like, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know this is going to fucking elevate him in the standings. You know, shit. I mean, if he didn't have a mortar system behind him back then, I mean, a martyr system, I should say, you know, is definitely going to be that now.
Man, that boy, he better be more careful, man. That boy better be more fucking careful out here in these streets, man. There's dudes, man. People better look at the way they do things. And the fact that they shot the guy seconds after, you know, that'll let you know, man, that I don't know how nobody didn't see him sneak up or whatever the fuck he was doing, you know. Let me get to it though. Get to it. Got a couple calls and things, you know what I'm saying? But hey, the wake and bake, you know, it's always going to be a wake and bake. Always. You dig? Yo.
My bad, yo. My bad. I'm in a weird ass little area. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, we just on here.
Oh, shit. What you name the shit? Is he a dog?
Yeah. Is he a dog? Is he a dog or not? Because he like, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if a motherfucker just clapped me, and if I don't even have that biscuit or nothing, he throws up his fist. Bro, I don't know. This shit.
Like I said, boy, he sure probably won the election behind that. I give him that. Like I said, he damn sure probably won this election behind that shit right there. You know, I mean.
So what happens when they pop more shots and then hit the secret agents? And I mean, like, is he taunting the shooter in this right here?
Yeah, I think he is from the picture. Because I don't know nobody who get clapped and throw up the black power fist and shit after you get shot. You know what I mean? Like
all right, fine. All right, fuck it. So we out kicking it or whatever. Bust that ass. I don't even got a biscuit, right? And then I'm gonna just throw the fist up like, oh shit, that was close as shit, because that's gotta be the first thing on your mind.
I'm telling you now, if me and you get shot at, you throw up the black power fist immediately after we get shot at, I'm looking at you like, was you part of this shit? Like, what the fuck? It's like, what the fuck? Is that was your fucking reaction? Not get down, motherfucker, lay low, play dead, you throw up the black power fist and shit? Man.
What are we talking about, man? This shit is...
I can tell you now, I'm not going out to eat with your ass no more. We ain't going nowhere together, motherfucker.
That's your response, though? I'm trying to grab one of the secret agents' biscuit, because me personally, I know how I am. When this shit popping off, if you don't have a biscuit, you can't dictate nothing.
Nothing.
And we all know this. It was 600 feet, but at that time, you don't know how far it is. You don't just say, "Oh, it was 600 feet. He was that way." Like, you don't know. I don't know what happened. You know.
Yeah, nigga like me, I'm letting off in the crowd, bro. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I'm one of them wild shooters, bro. If I don't know where it came from, I'm pulling out and I'm just throwing 5 out there in the atmosphere, bro, as I try to get my escape route. You know what I mean? Y'all just saw my back in that picture. You wouldn't have been me standing face forward holding up no black fist pride. You just saw the back of my head as I jumped off the motherfucking stage. I'd have probably hit 2 of the Secret Service agents myself by accident. You know what I mean? oh shit, what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? Normal thought process when you get shot the fuck at and you ain't see where the bullets come from. You know what I mean? I don't know what was in his mind.
It would have to be in the clause, though. You know, if I'm the president, I gotta at least have a biscuit on me. You feel me?
Yeah, especially if you, yo, bro. I give him credit. I give him credit. I ain't going out like that. Like, before we have our little meeting in the back room and shit. It's like, all right, where's my gun? I see everybody putting their guns on. Where's my shit? Give me the bulletproof vest. I want the vest and I want the hammer. We ain't going out here unless it's like that.
You know, we'll go out here with a goddamn sweatsuit on with a goddamn bulletproof vest on, man. And a helmet.
Something.
This bitch. Because this is
something.
Dude tried to blow up. If I'm not mistaken, that shit came from the backside. And it grazed his ear.
Ooh. They wanted to leave him face first on the podium. They wanted to leave him face first on the podium.
Oh, they wanted that shit to be on YouTube for real, man.
That's what type of shot that is. Because like I said, that's high projectile weapons, bro. It's a small entry wound. But when they come out, bro, it's the size of a fucking Florida orange.
That motherfucker swizzled by his head, man. What?
Lucky he didn't take his whole fucking ear off, bro. I seen some of them military guns they shooting. One of them dudes was describing that shit, bro. He said, I don't even have to hit you with this shit. I can get the bullet within 6 inches of your body. Just the velocity of the bullet passing you will take your arm off. That's the type of caliber weapons these motherfuckers have, bro. Like, they don't have to hit you directly. Just the velocity of the shit going past you will rip the skin off your face. So, you know, they wanted him to get murdered exactly like you said on YouTube. They wanted that to be on social media forever. For him to be midway through a sentence and his whole shit splatter on the crowd.
Talking shit, mocking I didn't hear the speech, but you know how he do. He's talking that shit, you know. Trump.
I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm not laughing at the act. I'm just laughing at the totality of the shit.
See, Obama had me believing some other shit. He made me believe that I needed to be the smartest, most articulate guy in order to run for president. Trump lets me know that I could just come fresh out the trap and get up here and just talk my shit. Right?
Yep.
Because that's basically what he does.
Exactly.
Isn't that what he does?
Changed it? He changed the landscape. Because, shit, when I was a little kid, sitting in Brooklyn in the little brownstone, and I remember looking at the TV, the Simpsons episode, you remember they said that shit was on the Simpsons. And I remember that episode of the Simpsons. I used to be a fan of the Simpsons when I was a little nigga. And I remember seeing that, and you talking about as a grown-ass man, that shit actually coming true. It's fucking mind-boggling. If the day that you'd have told me a motherfucker was the president of the United States who publicly said, hey, man, I just grabbed the bitches by the pussy, I'd have said, there's no way in hell that would happen. But, we all stand corrected, shit. You can grab bitches by the pussy, not pay taxes. I mean, honestly, all joking aside, if I was another country watching this shit, I'd be like, yo, send the nukes at them now. They lost. They really lost.
Borderland.
What's good? I'm trying to find the app so I could put my avatar up. But you know how I guess I'm not too savvy on these. How y'all doing?
We'll go to Borderland. We'll go to brother.
Yeah, maintaining Thompson. How you living?
We're doing fine.
Man, shit.
But we need answers, bro. Like, this guy, bro, he threw up the fist when somebody busted a shot.
Yeah.
This shit's not adding up, bro.
Motherfucker in the chat said he the Teflon Don. You can't write this shit.
Man.
What you think about it though?
Wicked Kennels, yeah, Teflon Don, yeah, you get the that's the comment of the day, bro. Teflon Don, shit, my nigga.
Teflon Don. Huh?
Yeah, this Trump shit, man.
And then they just dismissed one of his cases, the classified docs case.
Yeah, that's what happened prior. That's what nobody's talking about, bro. How this motherfucker get immunity and all type of shit. Like, how does that work? That's mind blowing within in itself.
That's
Somebody got that
I'm
background.
talking about his classified documents case. They just threw it out. The one from Mar-a-Lago.
Hey, you got that background, Borderland.
Let me turn it. I had it on in the background.
Yeah, Borderline, like he following the case in the background and shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, is Trump a dog or what, man? Talk to us.
He gotta be a dog, man. He took a look at that.
That thumbnail is crazy.
Yeah, and he writing out fight. And he yelling out fight.
Man, is this guy about to win the election?
Yeah. Don't act shocked. This already happened, nigga. This shit ain't like the first time he ran. The first time he won, I was shocked. I made a video about that shit 8 years ago. I said, yo, I couldn't believe that shit. I woke up, motherfuckers like Trump's the president. I said, what the fuck? I said, are you serious? This shit is real as a heart attack, man. Like I said, if I was in another country watching this shit, oh yeah, bomb these niggas right now, not tomorrow, right now. They're lost.
Yeah, they're delusional. It's crazy.
Yeah, this boy, I don't know, man. It's, so way it's looking at it. This guy.
He gonna be doing an interview with Lil Wayne by the end of the week. He gonna be doing an interview with Lil Wayne at the end of the week. Shit's real out here, my nigga.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, man. Trump, bro. He like, if you had that much money, wouldn't you just want to just be kicked up, chilling somewhere?
Chilling, yeah.
Like he really wants to do this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you think like he's on a campaign right now? This hasn't slowed him down at all.
Let's sped it up.
He had to do this because he didn't want to go to prison. So he has to run for president. Yeah.
I think that's part of it too. But and a lot of brothers doing what I do for a living, I've interacted with a lot of people with massive amounts of money.
Yeah.
And when you really meet certain individuals like that, they are wired that way. Like, the most average person who had to come from nothing, you think about being a millionaire, we think about all the peaceful shit that we would be doing just because you never had it. With them motherfuckers, no, man, they are wired completely different. They are on a mission. They want to run the world. It's that man complex. You know what I mean? The money, after a while, the millions and the billions don't mean enough. Having a different woman in your bed every night out of your picking, the most beautiful women to walk the face of the earth, that ain't enough. The cars, the houses, all that shit ain't enough. It's about power. It's an ego thing with him. Yeah. Even when it was, just think about how petty he was when Barack Obama made that joke at that fucking dinner about when he was elected as president. He made a joke. Trump was in the building and he was talking about, maybe I should bring my birth certificate. It was a little jab at Trump.
Yeah.
But he never forgot that shit.
And never let it go.
He never let that shit go. That lets you know we laugh about some shit like that, but that's how wired he really is. That shit bothered him. That black man sitting up there making a joke about him. That fucked with him, and that fueled me personally. That fueled that shit.
I'm running for president. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the people who pay attention, y'all know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? If you don't know, you better pay attention.
He's gonna keep holding grudges. So after this, he's gonna go after Biden when he's a grudge holder.
And Biden's no better. He needs to be in a nursing home. Yeah. I don't know if he's fucking coherent. I would have bombed the U.S. just behind looking at him. Like, this motherfucker's falling downstairs and shit. He's fucking slurring and shit. He don't know what he talking about. I mean, a president is a puppet. Yeah. All of these speeches, this shit ain't no backlash. Like, these motherfuckers be laid up at night on some Abraham Lincoln shit, writing speeches and shit. This shit is all prepared for them. So you talking about if I fucking basically wrote the shit for you, all you got to do is walk your ass up here and read the piece of fucking paper, and you can't do that coherently, you're fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what Biden is. He's fucked up.
Well, that's our problem. We keep putting people in presidency that's still in the old thought of things. And up there in age, we need us a young president, you know, at least 45, 50. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but you got an option. It's Biden or Trump.
I don't know what's worse at this fucking point. Yeah. You know, fucking Biden may hit the wrong fucking button and shit, looking for a cell phone to send some shit off into the fucking space and blow some shit up. And you got this motherfucker here who run his mouth and want to blow some shit up.
Because if Biden dropped dead, at least we got Kamala.
I don't trust her. I don't trust none of these motherfuckers, man. All these, because there ain't never been no president in office. That's why I never cared about it that much. Because it ain't never been no presidency in office where I was like, oh, yeah, it was just this ton of money out here. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's always been the same shit. You know what I mean? Wasn't no one president in office that everything was just fucking peaches and cream. It was fucking horrible. Even the Bill Clinton, all of the fucking crack laws he passed, him and Hillary passed, had all of these brothers in jail for a sweet and low packet worth of hard white, doing 10, 15 fucking years. I don't care for the Democrats or the Republicans, because the Democrats, they just want to be on video with black people, especially black women. They want to be on there with black women and promote like they for us and pat us on the back and shit and hand out fried chicken and watermelon slices and then create some of the harshest fucking laws that you could imagine for drugs. Right. Drugs that y'all bring in the country. Because I don't know no black motherfuckers who own no poppy fields.
Right.
Or own acres of coca plants and all this shit. It gets brought in here, but you know, they created a whole economic system off of locking up black people, lower class citizens. I mean, that's a whole fucking business within itself.
Modern day slavery.
Real shit.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This shit is wild. This is like a cartoon, man. I can't actually believe I'm witnessing this shit in my lifespan. This is really some wild shit.
Yeah, the world is going crazy, man. That's what we were saying yesterday. And did you take a look at the dude that tried to pop the president or the
motherfucker look like Doogie Howser, man?
Yeah.
What is the fucking Doogie fucking Howser over here with a fucking sniper rifle? Like, I'm just glad he was white. I hate to say that shit. Oh Lord, please don't let him have been a black man. Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
Shit, I was gonna call off of work today. Shit, I wasn't. We are all not the same.
They not like us. They not like us.
I was just that's fucked up to say it, but I was just glad it wasn't a melanated person who did that shit, boy. Because boy, the hunt was on for your ass, boy.
Yeah.
Fucking Doogie Howser.
You walk
Man,
in,
this shit crazy,
they
man.
start
Look.
saying they not like us. It's over with.
Oh man.
You walk into work, you just hear.
I
They
better not
like
hear
us.
that.
They not like us.
I better not hear that.
That's gonna be his theme song, man. Fucking
about to be
Kendrick
in
Lamar. They're
LA.
not like us.
He gonna come on. He gonna come on stage. Many men. Many.
They gonna eat that shit up too, boy. They gonna eat that shit up.
Oh,
He's our hero. He's our hero. He took a bullet for the United States. That's fucking wild, bro.
Man, I don't know, man. That shit, man. Look, because it looked kind of weird. He was like, "Oh shit,"
yeah.
you know. Then he gets back up like that.
Yeah, it might have been a setup. I mean, I think it might have been staged.
I mean, but
I believe it was a setup.
Talk about the people that lost their life. Now, if you're gonna talk about it's a setup, you gotta talk about the people that lost their life.
Right, and now that's the thing.
So that, like, damn, that's what makes it
But
weird.
They haven't.
That's two different terminologies, though. It's two different terminologies. I believe it was a setup. I don't believe it was fake. I believe they set him up. But I don't believe it was fake. And it didn't go the way they wanted it to go. I don't care how talented you is with a sniper rifle, bro. 3/4 of an inch over, that bullet was going through his eye socket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can't know. There's no way ifs, ands, buts about that. Ain't nobody that talented just to nick your ear.
Man, that damn wind blowing your fucking noodles out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
motherfucker, blow a cloud of weed smoke out.
They haven't even put out who died though.
Listen, if a nigga take a deep breath beside you, or a motherfucker sneeze or something, shit, you're dead. It's over with, man. That was too close. What?
You got to be more careful.
But on the real though, who died? They still haven't said who died.
No, they did.
There was a male that died and a woman that got hit. But you know, by this time, if it was even just a mass shooting, they'll have everybody's
A lot
picture
of
up.
folks again excited to see the president speak later this week. That happens on Thursday. We're still waiting for so much information. We know some of the speakers who will take that stage. If we can take a look behind me, so you can see what's actually going on the floor. We know some of the speakers who are slated to speak, but we just don't know the order in which they will. That information will be coming out throughout the day. And of course, we'll have it for you here on Fox
put some
6.
stitches on this shit.
The stage is set for the Republican nomination and the acceptance of that on Thursday, Wednesday. Could be the day that we also hear from the vice president pick, that person accepting the nomination. There's so much happening this morning. The media from around the country and the world starting to deliver or start their newscast. We, of course, are early birds, wake up first. So we've been here since 4:30 in the morning and will be throughout the week. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Kim, thanks. We have everybody covered all morning long. We'll check back in with you.
And we appreciate the team over at Fox 6 Milwaukee giving us that extensive coverage. Today marks day one of the RNC. You're getting a live look there. Milwaukee, the Pfizer Forum, the location of this year's Republican National Convention. Now it's 7:30.
Did you see the headline on the bottom?
Team over at
Everybody covered all morning long. We'll check back in with you.
Damn.
And we appreciate the team
Johnson.
over at Fox 6 Milwaukee
Yeah,
giving
that's
us that
crazy
extensive
over there,
coverage.
too.
Today marks day
At
one
least
of the
71
RNC.
dead,
You're getting a
bruh.
live.
See, there's other issues in the world, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there
Big
are
distraction.
other issues, man. You know,
This is a big distraction.
nobody's talking about this at all. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody's covering it. Nobody, you got 50 million people covering Trump shit.
Trump.
I'm about to
nobody
cover this,
covering
man.
The Gaza Strip.
Cause this nobody's, these guys don't get no flowers, dog. 71 motherfuckers, man. You know, that's sad, bro.
Yeah.
But, you know, we are in America, you know.
Was there Milwaukee Fiserv Forum?
And let's get to the
location.
meat and potatoes.
Differ substantially on how we get there. The fact of the matter is this, is that we all want people of this country to succeed. We want families in Milwaukee to have the opportunity to thrive. We want financial stability. We want peace. We want growth. We want health for citizens here across our state and across our country. There's so much room for reasoned discussions and identifying common interests. And we can make strides in that direction. And if we do that, we'll truly have accomplished something that is remarkable for not just our city, but for our state and for our entire country. With that, I'll take a couple of questions. I feel great. You know, I have said from the beginning, the RNC is not the end, it's the beginning. It's the beginning to open the door for Milwaukee to be a place that is further recognized.
They want to. I see what they want to
businesses
do.
For more events to come to
got
large
that,
scale events.
we're gonna get
My
to the
whole
meat
goal
and
here is to
potatoes,
create a
'cause
virtuous economic cycle for
see this
people who
one
live
is
here, who work here, who own
more
businesses here
pillar.
in Milwaukee. And I think the
They're
RNC
trying to move
will open
they're
that
trying to
door
make you forget
across
about
the country, really around
that
the world.
the
For people to
president
see Milwaukee
just
as a
got
place to bring that sort of business.
clapped.
I'm sorry, what was that? I will not be joining the march on the RNC today. I've got a lot of events going on today, but I will not be joining that one today.
That's the mayor of Milwaukee, huh?
Shout out to 78.
Sure, absolutely. So I know that people have those questions in light of what happened on Saturday in Pennsylvania, the, again, horrific attack at Mr. Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. What I can tell you is that the designation that we have here in the city of Milwaukee for this convention is a national special.
So basically, he said they're not fucking around over there, right? They're not.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. Shit.
Let me see.
I'm going off in the chat.
The immediate aftermath of the shooting, we did see many Trump supporters, some Republicans attempting to blame President Biden and his allies for the incident, talking about their rhetoric, specifically claims that Trump is a threat to democracy.
What are we
How is
talking
the
about?
campaign responding to all this?
So
Are
it was
there
like
any signs
Biden
that
called
they
a
might
hit
at
on
least
me.
try and change that
They
message at all?
Well, I think that they are trying to point to the context of some of these remarks and that some of these things were said, of course, days and weeks ago before the shooting and were talked about with a larger context again around it. And that is what they are trying to point to. But they are saying overall, and they are raising this situation, which is true, that there has been really intense rhetoric on both sides and that really Republicans and Democrats, you can count the examples of times where there are people who have said things that probably could be misinterpreted or could be taken as a potential inciting that could lead to something like this. But ultimately, the Biden campaign is saying there is no excuse for anything that could approach this kind of violence and any kind of rhetoric that could be seen as completely inflammatory. And they want to make sure that that does get toned down for everybody across the aisle.
So, Monica, how do you think we ultimately see President Biden towing this line? I mean, he is the president in the position, right, of trying to help and heal the nation at a moment when something terrible happens, no matter what it is, while then also being a presidential candidate and this happening with the person that he is running against. How is he going to tow those two things at the height of his campaign?
And that is what is the central question here, I think, Savannah, the way that the president does this. But I think in that speech last night and in what you're seeing, he's really going to try to focus on this as the president of the United States and a little bit less as a candidate in terms of the things he's trying to direct his government to do, increasing security measures, doing a full independent review of what went wrong in Pennsylvania at that rally, and really trying to approach this from everybody needs to take a step back, take a deep breath, and that they do need to be careful in terms of what they say and how they say it. But to your point in the introduction, the president here also is still maybe fighting for his own political standing and whether he's certainly going to be the Democratic nominee, as he says he intends to be. We saw there was a pause in those Democratic defections since Saturday's shooting, but we still know that privately there are a lot of Democrats who have concerns. And so there's going to be a focus on that again as well in the coming days.
Monica Alba, thank you very much for your reporting.
Joining us now for more on what the assassination attempt means for presidential security measures going forward is former Secret Service Special Agent Paul Eckloff. Thank you so much for joining us. So, two sources familiar with the agency's operations now tell NBC News the shooter's location on that rooftop was identified as a vulnerability. One called the assassination attempt a security failure. I'm sure as a former agent, you're troubled by what happened. I mean, how does something like this happen?
It's an excellent question. And yes, I think you will find nobody today asking more questions and feeling more critical than the Secret Service family, both current and retired special agents. The building would have been identified in any security plan. Counter sniper response security plans, regardless of the footprint of what is being called the secure site and the non-secure site, would have been identified and surveyed. Now, the unfortunate fact is that campaign details and campaign advances tend to be less robust than sitting presidents. Now, we all know the security environment. Some of us know it far more painfully today than we did before Saturday. But the environment that these men and women in the Secret Service are having to work in is almost unrealistic. The agents on the ground are to be lauded for their exemplary response. But there will be questions. The layered security plans are designed between federal agents of the Secret Service being the lead, local and state law enforcement, other federal entities. There are multiple redundancies built in to prevent eventualities just like this. So questions will need to be asked as to how the rooftop was accessed and what the response was when an individual was first identified there. But the agents on the ground, as I've said, when you see the counter sniper response within a second of identifying the threat, I would say, as a former law enforcement officer, what I'm troubled by is some of the anti-law enforcement rhetoric from both sides. We've seen this for years. That law enforcement perhaps exceeds their use of force authority. In this case, the Secret Service used extreme discretion, and when necessary in identifying the threat of this troubled young man on the roof, he was immediately neutralized, and the agents collapsed on the protectee, assessed the situation, and evacuated him safely. But once again, there will be questions. These security plans are complex. I do believe the Secret Service right now is going to be reevaluating their advanced procedures and the amount of assets that are put on sites. Unfortunately, for years, men and women of the Secret Service are told to do more with less. What we saw, while it was 43 years between the lessons learned, we saw the agents absolutely react by rote muscle memory in an exemplary fashion and cover, shield, and evacuate the former president of the United States. But questions are being asked, and rightly so.
I think your point about doing more with less is a good one, because I think some people at home might be thinking, why wasn't there just an agent on that roof or in that building or assigned to that area rather than just leaving it to local law enforcement? What changes could be made with the resources that are available that we could potentially see?
So they're slipping, basically. I mean,
there's going to be some finger pointing after that. It's going to be some finger pointing after that shit.
Because that's not that far. They said 146 feet away on a rooftop, seemingly. I mean, there should have been somebody there. Somebody. You know. So you have to know. Or maybe Trump is doing these little pop-ups and shit. You know, he's trying to popping out and shit and all this shit. You know. Maybe he needs to slow the fuck down and you know,
you don't think it could happen till it happened. You know what I mean? Oh, he said some wild, crazy shit for a long time, man. You know what I mean? That ain't never happened until it happens. So you know, we gonna see. That question is he a dog? We gonna see, because we hear that tone change after this shit. We know that bullet did more than just graze your head; it changed your life and shit. He ain't talking that crazy. If he get up there on some wild shit, we'll call him a dog.
Shit, bro. He's gonna be talking shit. What? He is gonna be talking shit. He gonna
That
be
little
like,
Nas,
he's
that
gonna be
little
like,
nigga Nas think he live like me.
oh man, what? Who shot you? Hey, and he gonna be like, who shot you? Hey.
That little nigga Nas think he live like me.
He gonna be like, you see what happened to the last guy that tried to mess with America? He's dead.
That's
Everybody's
the
gonna go,
That's the That's the question. That's the question everybody needs to ask. Unless that motherfucker was on that roof and took his own life, how couldn't he get captured alive and get in, integration, all kind of shit? They just killed him like it was nothing. So whatever story that was really behind that probably died with him, because they didn't let him. Like I said, I done seen a white boy go into a church and kill a bunch of old black people in a reverend, and he got captured alive. You telling me this dude, even with the sniper rifle, bro, that's not no automatic weapon, bro. You got to load that up, take the shell out, put another one. They could have tasered him, did all type of shit just to get the info out of him. But they made it very, very clear to kill his ass.
yeah, Wicked Kettles. He said, ain't no black person balls that big. You know, ain't got. I don't know if that's smart though. Like, what would that guy accomplish by shooting the president?
Well, we let him know, but we're still
And he got his ass popped, right? What would he accomplish? Let's say he was a.
He would have been a. He'd have been a martyr. He'd have went down to history as a martyr.
Is that worth getting your noodle popped?
To some people.
You know. And why are they giving dudes so much air?
Somebody's background is crazy right now.
Give shooters air like that. This guy's getting a lot of air, bro.
Well, no, it would still show his status.
I want to know who he is. I want to know who he's affiliated with. They need to pull all his social media accounts. I want to know who he is. Honestly.
They already knew. I heard, allegedly. I heard they already arrested his ass a few times. Allegedly. You know how that is. They be already on a motherfucker, but they get him the benefit of the doubt. If it was my black ass, and yeah, my black ass, I don't never get the benefit of the doubt, bro. I don't. I never do.
Oh, no, bro. If that was they'd have been taking you out in several different bags. Them boy would have shot you to pieces, bro.
I wouldn't even made it in there like that. I wouldn't even made it in there.
Who's this nigga climbing the building?
So you making it 140 feet from a Trump rally. That's the hottest motherfucking place. That's the hottest block in America. So you can't even make it on your hot block around your neighborhood. What make you think you're gonna be at the hottest block in America, 140 feet from the president's head? Really? You're not making it that far, bro. And then you got a rifle and shit, backpacks and shit. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, he had protein bars and everything, bro. He had snacks, all kind of shit, bro. He was chilling. He was waiting for that. That's bro, that's some insane shit, bro. It really is.
Get them drones out and get the scouring shit. Cause they
are now.
That's a mismove, man.
Yeah, bro.
They thought everything was sweet, you know.
Ain't shit sweet, man. That rhetoric, bro. That rhetoric is crazy, man. Because there's people that's very invested in this shit. That political shit, even in the work world, bro. I don't talk politics on no job because there's people that's very, very invested in that shit. Like you could tell they bring that shit home. It upsets them. They think about the shit on a daily basis, man. That rhetoric is crazy, bro. And if you in one of those classifications of people that rhetoric is being aimed at, you know what I mean? That shit it can get real volatile, man. Shit. We went through it with the Muslim brothers and the bombings and shit, and how they or the direction of a lot of volatile rhetoric because of certain individuals in their community that did certain things, you know, that shit goes down a rabbit hole that really leads to death and destruction, bro. That's just what this shit is. Nothing good comes from volatile rhetoric, bro. It's just not, bro. Joe the plumber, he run out here strapped up and start shooting shit up. You know what I mean? Everybody remember Joe the plumber. They made it seem like he was just some normal working class brother. They pulled Joe the plumber tax records. Joe the plumber make $3.2 million a year. You know what I mean? Shit is politics is crazy, B. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, this shit, boy. Yeah,
I just know I got a son to raise in this. I got a little baby son I got to raise in this crazy world, bro. That's the shit that be crossing my mind.
So you're not getting up after they bust at you with the fist in the air.
No. That's the last thing on my mind is trying to flex. I'm not trying to flex after this happened right now. Like
we don't
get
feel sorry for you after you flex. Like let's say he just like, you know, like damn, you know, it's like, you know, like damn, man, you know, this president shit ain't that serious, bro. For somebody just like this YouTube shit, you know, motherfuckers beefing on YouTube and shit, you know, it's like if somebody get hit, you know, it's like, damn, that shit really ain't that serious, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is just some YouTube beef, right?
But that's the first mistake motherfuckers make. I'm glad you brought that up, but that's the first mistake everyone makes. It was the classic word. It wasn't that serious. I didn't think it was that serious. All this internet shit that be going on, I don't give a fuck about it. It don't bother my day, but I never get in my head where it's not that serious. That's just me coming from the streets. Because you can have a simple disagreement with a motherfucker and fuck you or something after the end of that shit, and y'all go y'all separate ways, and he come back and blow your head off. What's the first thing? I didn't think it was that serious. Y'all better think shit is serious, and that goes for everybody. I don't put nothing past nobody, bro. I don't get stuck in no jams, and that's why. Because I don't never fool myself into thinking something wasn't that serious. Because it is. You don't know how other people take shit. You don't know what was in his mind. He could have been a normal motherfucker, been listening to one of them speeches, could have been a homosexual. Get up there, they start talking about homosexuality and laws, and they not passing certain laws. They take that shit to heart. Oh, you're attacking me and my group of people. Fuck this. I'm ready to crash out over this shit. You know what I mean? Can't think it's not serious. And evidently his team, they didn't think it was that fucking serious. Now they all know it's very fucking serious. These motherfuckers is willing to die and take life over this shit. So keep your antennas up, head on the swivel.
That's 100.
Yeah, they bullshit, man. They playing a sick.
Yeah, I'm ready to pop anybody. I'll keep it 100 with you. I ain't putting nothing past nobody. Don't get caught with them new young. Used to be back in the day when I was coming up, we said, don't get caught slipping. Now they call it what the young boys call it lacking, right? Yeah, don't get caught lacking now. You don't know what's on these motherfuckers' minds. Like, especially on this YouTube shit, these social media platforms and shit. Think these motherfuckers, because you got to question yourself the energy certain people have. A motherfucker who sit up there and make videos every single day about a motherfucker, follow them every motherfucker. That's a lot of energy somebody's designating towards you. That's real shit. That's a lot of fucking energy somebody got towards you. And you better start thinking like that for all of these young brothers on this social media shit. You did a video, I was listening to your shit. What was the young boy who got clapped recently in Jacksonville? I forgot. Julio? What was his name? Julio, right? Julio or Julio?
Julio, yeah, Julio.
Yeah, you see how that shit, you see how quickly that shit escalates. All it takes a motherfucker to go to the cemetery and start with a picture and start making fucking laying on graves and shit and rapping and shit. See how serious that fucking got. You know what I mean?
Got serious, boy.
And I think they said they threw 125 rounds at his car, bro.
Wow.
120 something fucking rounds, bro.
That's
At his
crazy.
car behind that shit, bro. I done been in the hood a long time. I done seen a lot of brothers get killed. A lot of brothers get killed. There's never, ever been a day in the hood that, yo, they threw 120 something shells at him. Never that, bro. I ain't never heard of that, bro. That's a lot of rounds, bro. That's clips, dog. That's personal, bro. It's real fucking personal, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the type of shit these motherfuckers on.
Mr. Inconspicuous, what up? You on mute, brother. Oh, there you go. Yeah. What's going on with it?
Oh, you know, man. Just, want to tap in with you guys, but there's 2 or 3 of y'all talking at the same time. So,
Oh yeah, yeah. What you think about this, man?
man, I think it's a setup, man. It's a setup, man. It's not even all what you think it is. You know, it's definitely. Am I still on mute? Am I okay? I took it off
Nah,
mute.
you in there?
Yeah, that's the reason why I jumped on here with the laptop, man. This time instead of last time I was on the. Yeah.
Yeah, now you in there. Go ahead.
Man, it's a serious delay going on.
Now you gotta look at it on the StreamYard screen.
On the StreamYard screen?
Yeah, kill the YouTube screen. Just use the StreamYard
Oh,
screen.
that's what it is. Hold on. Yeah, let me kill that.
Yeah. Just do it on the straight StreamYard joint. Yes, sir. Hey, man, Trump. I don't know. I think that's some dumb shit, man. You know.
All right, now I'm back.
I feel him though. He want to feel powerful and shit. You know, like,
man, I think that shit was
America.
set up, man. That was set up, man. Because look, if all you got a bunch of those rednecks that want to see him in office, and all that did was just pump them up and put more blood, put more fire in their blood to want to go vote for him now. You know what I'm saying?
But how do you set up somebody like he damn near? Well, if
Now
that
check
was
it
a
out.
real bullet.
This is my thing on the propaganda about it, man. My boy called me. Now, mind you, the day that it happened, I wasn't even on none of that. I'm sitting here reading the Quran. I'm a Muslim, I'm not even paying attention to none of that. And homeboy called me up. He was like, "Hey, man, Trump got shot." I was like, "What? Did they kill him?" He was like, I'm voting for him too." I'm like, if I got to choose between the two of these ignorant motherfuckers, I'm gonna choose Trump. And anyways, he was like, "Yeah, nah, man, they didn't kill him, man, but a Mexican dude shot him." And so that was the first propaganda. Who did Trump not? When Trump was in office, what was his main propaganda? He wants to close the borders, no more immigrants coming in. So I was like, okay. Then I checked it out. I went through a couple feeds, and I was like, man, the dude's not Mexican. He's got a Caucasian name, man. Then come to find out, his parents are both psychologists. He's a white boy from Pennsylvania, and he tried to get in the marksman, the shotgun class, or the marksman class in his high school. He wasn't a good enough marksman when he was in school to pass to be a marksman. So he was 86 from the class. Hence why he missed Trump. Why he hit his ear.
Damn, that's an epic failure.
I say
that's an epic failure.
If you could get that close, you damn near got him. Hey, 10 out of 10 shots. If you hit that motherfucker in his ear, you doming his ass a whole lot.
Yeah, well, I actually went and did the research and found out who he was, and watched a couple videos from his high school classmates, and they were saying that they had a high school marksman. They got some crazy shit. We on the West Coast. They got some crazy shit going on on the East Coast, man. In Pennsylvania, in high school, they got a marksman's class. We ain't never had nothing like that at Garfield High School here on the West Coast, man, where you could go take a marksman class. But he took a marksman class and he failed. He wasn't able to. He wasn't able to be accredited for that class.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Just yeah, that's nuts. I don't know. Yeah, like you said, none of my homies, at Garfield High School, there wasn't no marksman.
Nah, wasn't no marksman. We had a
nobody
dude.
hit nobody.
If you remember when we was in school, man, I was in a situation where, man, a dude shot up our cafeteria, and
Exactly.
he shot up our cafeteria because
that was freshman year.
Yeah, freshman year, dude shot up our cafeteria, and I was there with him the day before, and I know why it happened. Dude had took his weed and was like, "Little nigga, you too small to be trying to sell some weed." And he took his whole little ounce of weed from him, and he was like, "Here, nigga, I'm playing with you." And by then, dude was so mad, he was like, "Nah, fuck that, keep it, nigga. I'll be back tomorrow." And everybody just thought he was playing because black folks, we don't do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But no, the next day he came back and missed. And this is a perfect example of somebody that can't fucking shoot. He missed shooting everybody he wanted to shoot. He shot the principal in the ass. He shot one of my
God, no.
He shot the homie Hassan in the ass. He shot a bunch of people that didn't have
bunch of ass shots.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers out there giving BBLs and shit.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That shit was crazy. And I was with him that day when it happened,
but
man.
the crazy thing,
everybody
that
was
was
looking
just
for
a
some weed
shooting
that
up
day,
there.
man. We was like, man, who got the weed? And we found little homie had the weed, man. But this nigga's he's like 4'11". He's shorter than my mama, man. And this motherfucker, he was the homie that took his weed was our big defensive tackle. Our biggest defensive tackle we had on our football team. He was like, little nigga, you too little to be selling weed. Nigga, you need to take your ass to class. Give me that shit. And then he ended up giving him, he tried to give him his shit back, but he was like, after that, his manhood was insulted. So he wouldn't take it back. He was like, nah, man, fuck you. I'll be back tomorrow with that thing. We'll see how you feel about it tomorrow when I come back with that thing.
Damn.
You know, that motherfucking gun is the ultimate equalizer, as my daddy used to say. My dad was a Vietnam veteran that took 8 bullets. He said, nigga, that gun is the ultimate equalizer. Y'all talking that bullshit about I'm 6'5". Yeah, I bet you this 45 gonna make you 6 foot underneath.
I seen dude years later after that. Cause you remember he disappeared. Yeah. You know, of course he went to jail.
No, he went to prison and jail, nigga. I was a track star at our school, you know. So the first time he popped a shot, I was all the way out of the school and across the street by the time the second shot went off.
I seen him run by the new community center. That's where they locked him up.
I was already across the street watching him run across the field. I seen the police arrest him. I seen him drop down on his knees and the police arrest him, and he was like dropping his gun and everything. Like,
that's
hey,
exactly
man.
what happened.
Yeah, he dropped on his knees and was like, hey, I don't want no more. I tried to shoot the boy that I was trying to get.
Crazy, man.
And I only ran into him that morning because
he was only a freshman too.
We were all freshmen that year, and I only ran into him because me and my boy, we would go down to the lunchroom every morning, and we would get us cinnamon rolls before we would go to class. We'd get us a little cinnamon roll. Our wake and bake was smoke us some trees, get us a cinnamon roll and some coffee. Man, weed and coffee used to be my shit.
All right. But yet again, that go back to what we was talking about in that conversation. Ain't nobody think he was serious. Motherfucker tell you some shit like that, you know, oh, ain't that serious? Motherfucker come back, locked and loaded, ready to go. You know what I mean? Now everybody like, oh shit. You know, can't sleep on nobody, man.
He did some time though. That boy.
No, yeah, no, he did time on that, man. He
probably did a 10-piece or something.
They probably charged him as they probably gave him juvenile life, because if you a teenager, even if you commit the most violent crime, they give you juvenile life, exactly. which means they let you out when you like 20 or 21 sometimes, depending on what state you in and shit. So you probably got juvenile life. That's how a lot of these motherfuckers get back on the street. People pull a record like, how the fuck is he walking around? It was juvenile life. He was a teenager.
He was in a group home. It was at because you know them Kmart's, they didn't close them joints down, but I seen him at a Kmart. I might have been like 20. So we was like 14, 15 when that shit happened.
Yeah.
So so he, you know, he was
that was back in 1997. That was 1997, 96. Or no, that wasn't even 96 yet. That was like 95, 94.
Yeah, that was hella ago, bro.
I was like,
but it was wild back then, though. I ain't gonna lie. I think that was like the our generation was like the beginning of them crazy motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because my first son was born that next year. My first son was born in '96. As I say,
Yeah.
my oldest son is 28. My youngest is 19. I got a 5-year-old granddaughter. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
you
So
had
I've been out
one.
here.
You had one super early.
Man, I had my first son when I was when we was freshmen. I had my first son.
Damn. Yeah, but that's hey, you get it out the way fast though.
Hey, I got a granddaughter already, man. I'm
Get
already
it
a
out the
grandpa.
way real quick.
God damn. Shit.
If I didn't have my last two, shit, I'd be damn near done.
Already drinking my coffee. Got my Trader Joe's cinnamon roll. You know.
He ain't never stopped.
You know.
Nah, man. Once you get the kids out the way, man, that's because I got these basically. Well, I got my youngest two sons, besides the two babies, are in high school now. You know, so I'm damn near done.
Mm-hmm.
I started from scratch, bro. I had a whole 15-year gap. I just started from scratch, bro. I got a 2-year-old, bro.
Yeah, man.
God damn.
I'm
Well,
lucky.
Me too.
I almost started from scratch again too. I just, man, unfortunately, she had a miscarriage, man, a couple years ago.
Sorry to hear that, brother.
So you would have been just like us.
Yeah, I would have been just
Yeah,
like you
yeah,
guys,
yeah.
man, because
A
you know how you
2-year-old
know,
right now.
I was
Shit, I had a whole release date. They was ready to let me out the pen. I had the whole release date and everything, boy. I just said, nah, man, I just like this jail cell. I'm gonna just sit here for another 18 years. Fuck.
Dealing with 114 months right now, man.
But hey, man, I was blessed though. I was blessed that she had a miscarriage, man. We ain't together. I still got my passport, and I ain't on no child support. And if I was, I wouldn't have no passport.
You dodged that bullet like Trump.
Man, I dodged that bullet, man. I wouldn't have no passport, man. They would have took my passport. They'd have been like, nigga, give
So
me that.
did you throw the fist up after you dodged the bullet?
Oh no, don't do that. Yo, y'all niggas is too much. It's too early for this shit.
I got my coffee and my
Damn,
fist
bro.
up. I got my coffee and my
Got
fist
to
up,
be
man.
more careful.
Yeah, man, for real, man. Make sure you
Man.
don't keep that no glove, no love, man. No glove, no love.
I'm fucking done. Fuck what y'all talking about. I needed a boy. I needed a boy on the roster. I needed a man on the roster. That's what I got. I had a bunch of girls, man.
That's the problem.
I'm
I got
good.
too many boys. I ain't got no girls, man. I had it, man. I had a
Hey,
girl
boys.
18 years ago, but she died at 13 days old. But I never had no girls. I only got boys.
Oh, that's a different kind of money you kicking out for them, bro. Little boys, man. Shit, you give them canned food and a fucking soccer ball or something, and let them in the wilderness. The little girls, boy, they run up.
Now, boys is harder though, man, because the thing about it is, man, you got to think about it. When you're teaching your sons to avoid the same traps that you could have been put in, which is, man, I need you to have dick discipline. I need you to stay away from just busting a nut in any old female. Make sure that she did come from a family that had a mother and a father, so she understands that it's not about the 50% divorce rate that we deal with in this country. You know, that's
I'm gonna give him I'm gonna give him that sweet chin music, nigga. That's what he about to get. Well, I'm gonna tell you something one time, just like I
Now
brought
the
up.
boys is way different, bro. Raising boys and girls is two different ball games.
Two totally different.
You got a G. You got G check him, even though he 2. I ain't got no history in raising men, but he's 2 years old. But you know, I just check him. You know, he can't talk, but he knows what's going on. Just check him.
I'm
I done started over.
I'm gonna tell you, I was raised by my father. I already
See,
got
the
a
girl,
28.
the girl don't leave until she's married. You know what I'm saying?
And the girl, man, if she has a baby early, she's not gonna lose.
The boy can leave whenever he wants.
The girl
You
can't
feel me?
lose her, but the girl can't lose her passport over child support. The girl ain't gonna get her whole paycheck taken, man. I've been work with niggas,
Crazy
man.
as hell if she wants.
Hey, man, I've been at work with niggas that had a paycheck for $1,000 and walked out of came out the break room crying because they only had $50 on their paycheck.
But let's get to the root of it though.
You ain't never
Let's
been
get
in a break room with a brother crying, grown man crying because he came out the break room with a $50 paycheck and he was expecting a rack.
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry for him because you wasn't crying. You wasn't crying when you was busting them nuts, my nigga. You know, shit. The shit real now. I'm real high on accountability because, like I said, it takes two people to fuck.
I'm high on accountability. we ain't talking about accountability. We talking about our own kids and what's the lessons that we got to teach our own kids so that they don't make them same mistakes.
Because most of the women that I meet and I talk to them and that child support thing, that shit from a man, me personally, who raised a child, raised a female in my home, my child, and the money that it cost me to take care of her. I mean, I got fucking 7 racks in her mouth for braces. It's like the level of what you're paying, because people cry to me about the child support shit, and I tell them, I gotta pay $300 a month, I gotta pay $500 a month. I mean, imagine that motherfucker living with you, and you gotta feed them, clothe them, do all that shit. That's chump change, man. It really fucking is.
It's not a thing when you're living in the same household. It's a bigger deal when you're not in the same household.
Yeah, and that's what we go wrong. Now that's the root of the problem, like Buck be talking about. It's having reckless fun, because we all when you're giving them girls them back shots and all that shit, and it's all good and everything's fine, ain't no problem there. But shit, a lot of men, that's the difference. A man can raise and take care of his children. Boys make children and can't take care of them, and that's what a lot of that shit comes to. Because I got cousins that just do it recklessly. 23, 24 years old, got 4 head of kids and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Different girls. And I be telling them, when the child support shit come up, I'll be like, I told you, that's what comes with it, bro. I mean, women want to be taken care of. This new shit that's out here with this independent woman and all that, that's bullshit.
That's all propaganda. That's all propaganda in itself. Because I mean, at the end of the day, even them bras that call themselves independent, man, at the end of the day, their conversation ends up turning into, I want to be taken care of too. Because
that's what they want. A woman wants direction. They want to be taken care of. They want to be led. That's what's in their soul.
Yeah, as much as she claims to be independent, as soon as you get in her household, she's like, "Hey, man, you got to kick in on some bills."
Yeah,
and if you ain't, you got to go.
That's how the game is played. I tell people, if you don't want to play in the game, you better do it like back in the day when you was at the sitting Rikers, man. You better go squeeze one out in the shower and call it a day, bro. A lot of shit come with that sex, bro. A lot of shit come with it, bro. Motherfuckers don't be ready. In the comparison to girls to boys, I'm a C, but I can honestly say for me raising my girls, they're way ahead of my son at that age. You get what I'm saying? The shit he be doing, he's got a death wish. He wants to run. He wants to run into fucking aggressive dogs and all kind of shit. My little girls ain't do that shit. They sat on the couch, played with little dolls and shit. I can say, hey, sit here, don't move. I got something I gotta do in the other room. They go in there, sit there, have a seat. Little boys, they just different. They need a different kind of guidance. You gotta watch dumb motherfuckers to the T. Little girls, they on another level, bro.
My boys was easy for me because I was that same little aggressive boy that was wilding out and doing push-ups and sit-ups and liking to work out and jump off of buildings and shit. So it was just a little version of re-raising myself, basically. The girl is more hard for me. I don't want to have to explain to her about a period and her vagina stinking and all that crazy shit. You go talk to your mom.
Bro, it's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible when you going to pick up tampons and shit. Motherfuckers looking at you at the cash register and shit. Like, motherfucker, it ain't for me, motherfucker.
I don't mind. I'll pick up the tampons just as long as your mama will have the conversation with you. I don't want to have the conversation. Let's let her do that.
Shit. I'm just glad I'm on the other side, man. I'm glad I got a little boy. He can pull his dick out and piss. We ain't got to go find a bathroom everywhere. And shit, man, it's going to be good times for me.
Oh, yeah. Go on right behind the car.
Well, I'm happy to have that little boy, man. I really am. I ain't going to hold you. True to God, man, I ain't no conservative or nothing. I can't legally vote, so I don't give a fuck. Just to let y'all know.
Yeah,
Y'all can hear me?
I ain't never voted, It is what it is. The motherfucker judge me,
Yeah, I ain't voted many times, but I have voted, man, when it was when Obama was in office. I voted that year when Obama came in.
Yo, what'd you say?
Yeah, every black person did. Yeah.
I voted for Obama's ass. I ain't gonna front. I'd be lying and say I didn't vote for Obama.
Yeah, I was fresh out the pen when Obama got elected.
And yeah, the
Yeah.
year Obama got elected, the crazy shit is my son, he kind of looked like Obama. So I dressed him up just like Obama for Halloween, right? And my birthday is the day before election day. Election day is November 4th. I'm November 3rd, right? So they're like, the white people, they're looking at me like, man, you're
Yeah, y'all can't hear me, bro?
yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, I
I
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, oh, oh. I was trying to jump in there for a hot second.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Nah, I was gonna say, what about the ones that 'cause they was talking about child support. I'm gonna say like I've been on child support since I've been fucking with Shorty. She was my girl and still on child support. You know what I'm saying? Taking care of my son still was on child support. They still was garnishing my checks and shit.
That's because
You
she
know what
was
I mean?
probably
So
getting she was getting state assistance.
yeah, but what I'm saying is everybody that get their shit garnished ain't like, oh, I'm not taking care of mine. You get what I'm saying? He was saying how somebody was crying like, oh, then they taking my money. Sometimes that shit hurt.
But
Knowing
you got
that
to
you
go to court though. You got to go to court when them court dates. Most,
listen,
I'm not
but
saying you
listen.
but
I
most
about
do.
to say, yeah. I about to say I done been through the ringer, been through all that shit. You know what I'm saying? My son 21. I just got off a few years ago. I'm paying motherfucking rents right now. And he got a child that I'm taking care of right now in this motherfucking jail. You get what I'm saying? Still paying rent. Like, they don't be want to hear that shit. Because they going to tell you certain shit you supposed to be doing anyway. That's your child. You know what I mean? Because they done told me that type of shit. So it's a lot of motherfuckers dealing, where it's like, you know what I'm saying? You still going to handle yours as a man, but, you know what I mean? Sometimes that's just how it go. You know what I'm saying?
You just got to step the hustle up. I tell a young brother, step your hustle up, man, because it come with it. It's no dodging that fucking bullet because we're in a
Yeah.
society. We're in a society where they're gonna favor them. That's just what it is. They're gonna look at you like you're a physically able man to work, and they look at them like, because they always preach that, oh, I'm the female empowerment shit. But when you go to court, they treat them like they fucking peons. Like, oh, they can't function or work or do anything. You broke into their house and impregnated them and shit. That's how they treat the brothers. But I tell you just like it is. I paid it. I ain't talking about some shit I ain't lived. I had a child out of wedlock, my first daughter, and then I got married and had my other two children. So I paid that shit for 17 fucking years right now. I've been paying that shit. But
Yeah.
I don't let it defeat me, because that's what a lot of brothers do. They let it defeat them mentally. Like, I know brothers that say, fuck it, I'm not gonna work a legit job no more because they got put on papers. I'm gonna do everything underneath the table. But just like this brother alluded to, that money don't go nowhere. You could be 60 years old. When they catch up with your ass, they still want that money. It ain't no way out of that shit. So the best way to preach it is, like we said, the OGs, the fathers, you gotta school these young brothers. No, that shit come with it. It's always a whole bunch of I love yous, and we gonna be together when the sex is good and all that shit. But the minute the shit hit the fan, this is what's going to fucking happen to you. Don't think every woman's legit and gonna be like, I'm not putting you on papers. The minute they go down to that office, because like another brother alluded to on this panel, it's the medical. That medical is what hurts. When that's a big part of that shit. When they go to there and they get that Medicaid to take them kids to the doctor, they're looking for your ass immediately.
A man should be happy to pay that. You know, one thing about it, man. My children, man, I love my kids, man. I talk about them all the time. There ain't no amount of child support that could take away from the amount of joy that they bring me. You feel me? There's none. Although I'm not on child support. You know, I'm an active, father. Even though there's active fathers but I wasn't with that. Like, if I'm, we're not about to do this shit.
That's what I'm saying. But that's the same shit you just said, Thompson. That's what I explained that to my son when he told me a few years ago he had a little shorty pregnant, and I was telling him like, boy, I'm still dealing child support basically for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Boy, you 18, like you bugging. Like, you know how this shit go. And a few years later, him and Shorty not together. Like I said, he incarcerated, so he dealing with it now. Like, you see what I'm saying? On
So what
child
do you think
support,
about
on
the child support law? Do you think there should be a child support law for men or do you think they should just do away
Now,
with the?
of course, because like I said, I was in a relationship with Shorty, and I was really on child support. And after a while, that shit was getting to me because it's like, bro, I'm doing what I'm doing, and actually, because I was one of them dudes, I was taking care of my son, so I'm definitely not about to pay them. Y'all wildin'. And then me and her stopped fucking around, and she was making my life a little. And this when I was young. I'm 40 years old now, so I'm talking about hella years ago. You get what I'm saying? And so then it was to the point where I don't got no job because I wasn't working at the time. Far as I was in the streets more. You get what I mean? So now, I'm doing that, taking care of what I got to take care of, and not paying child support. So they snatch me up every couple months. You feel what I mean? So then where it got to the point where me and her actually beefing, and I'm taking care of him, and I'm telling her like, yo, take this shit off me, man. You bugging, you know what I'm saying? And she didn't. It got to the point where, okay, now I'm just about to pay these crackers. I'm not about to do too much. I'm about to pay these crackers. This is what it's for. All right, I'm about to pay them. To the point where it's like now I'm not even paying these crackers. Whenever they catch me, I'm about to go do these little 7 days. That's how it's starting to come. You get what I mean? But as a man, I knew that shit wasn't correct. You feel what I'm saying? So I started.
I don't believe they should incarcerate. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't believe they should incarcerate nobody. I believe the incarceration is what's wrong. That incarceration is what's wrong. Because you can't lock them. You can't lock me up for not having money.
Bro? What about child support altogether? What about people being more accountable? Listen, if you don't have this child support thing, we don't have women making fucked up decisions, do we? Right?
Yeah, they do.
Listen,
just look at it like a third world country. They don't have child support.
All right, let's go down this rabbit hole. Fuck it. I see Def Chef in the building. I got to go down the rabbit hole with Def Chef in the building. Okay, well, so let's say I have sex with a woman. I really like her, right? And she gets pregnant. And I say, you know what? I really like you. I've been feeling you. I know, we ain't been together for that long, but, I want to keep it. That woman at that point has the right to terminate that baby, right? But if I say, we only been kicking it for like a year, I think this is a little bit early, let's just enjoy each other a little bit more and maybe talk about the baby later on. She can at that point say, fuck me and just have the baby, bro. So it's not my fucking choice at the end of the day, whether if I have the baby or not.
But this is how they're looking at it. They're looking at it because the onus is always going to be on the man. That's the way the society is built. It's always going to be on the man. They're looking at it. You put your dick in there unprotected and you shot up the club. Now, she could lose her life having an abortion. There's plenty of women who went to the backyard, abortionists with the rusty hanger and shit, and didn't make it up out the back room. So they look at it as the onus is on you. That's how, I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's how they're going to look at it in court. You have full control over yourself. You could have went and spent $3 and got a condom. $3.
Oh,
you decide. That's how they're looking. That's how they're gonna look at it, bro. This is how I'm telling you real. Judy Armstrong is the head of child support in South Carolina. She's the head, an old white woman. She's had that position since forever and a day down here. She has to walk around with personal security like she the fucking president. Because of the death threats and shit that she got behind how many men down here. Because you can do a year, all that 7-day shit. I don't know what everybody's state is different, but down here in the South, you fucking old rears and child support, they could lock, and you ain't doing that shit in county jail, my nigga. You going up the road with the killers, the murderers, the rapists. That's where they sending your ass for those rears, and they could give you a whole fucking calendar. That's why she got to walk around.
That's my point, though. Why do a motherfucker like that for some shit where they don't actually know? The
they
history,
just don't put the
basically.
onus. But look at the
You see what
history
I'm
part of
saying?
it in
Because I'm
general.
from New Jersey. I'm down this way now. I'm down. I ain't in South Carolina. I'm in North. So I already know the laws. Everything totally different. But it's just like
It's
we
fucked
know
up. I
we
don't
know
agree
for a
with it.
fact that motherfuckers still have babies and had condoms. We know that. We know them shit pop. We know all
Yeah,
that shit. You get what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but
What about those that signed the birth certificate? They wife done cheated on them. So 2-3 years down the line, they found out the baby not theirs. Being that he's still on that
I
birth certificate, bro, he's still paying child support to that baby 18, bro.
I done
That
sat
type
in the
of shit.
courtrooms, bro. I done sat. Like I said, I don't agree with it, but I done sat in these courtrooms. I done had brothers in front of me. Oh, she cheated on me. She did this. What the judge say? What that got to do with the kid?
That's what I'm saying,
What does
though.
it?
They do a male dirty. If his name on it, you've been taking care of that child for 5 years, man. That's yours. You're gonna take care of him till you're 18, even though they know it ain't yours. Like, come on, bro.
What that got to
That
do
It's the
should
with
be
same.
ass backwards.
that's
It's
not
the
my
same message we're gonna give the kids. The same
let
message
me
we got
answer
to tell our sons. This is what's gonna come with it, homie. I don't care how much you love her, how much she tell you she love you. She gonna do it to you, bro. And I'm gonna tell my son the same shit. I'm gonna look him dead in the eyes because the first little girl with the fat butt that rub his back and tell him that she love him. Hey, look here, bro. You could do all the fucking in the world, but you get her pregnant. This is what's gonna come with it, bro. They ain't gonna
I
change
told
that
him he
shit.
living it.
They ain't gonna
I
change
told
that
him,
shit.
cause I told
They
this
ain't going. They
nigga he
wasn't going to
chilling.
change. They wasn't going to change it since the day they designed projects. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. They make 12-story buildings to put these women in with these kids. It's a fucking business. When's the last time they gonna build a building to put a broke nigga in because you can't pay your bills? They'll do it for them. They'll give them Medicare. They give them food stamps. They give them a place to live. They do all that shit for them. That's how the system is designed. It'll never
You
change.
always got her, though. You always holding her.
Depster.
Hey, this brother who was just talking, I don't know who agree with him and who don't, but he just laid it out like a fucking map. He laid it out like a fucking map, nigga. Right? Here there's bottom lines. Like, we could definitely talk about reversals and the intangibles. That's what we do. We're thinkers. But the bottom line, this is a fucking institution. This is a business, like my man just said. Hey, bro.
Thank you.
They're not letting us come in with our little morality and change that.
They won't. It's too much money involved because anybody who's paid child support, look at your docket ticket. There's a court fee. They're making money off of it. They take a portion of the money that you're supposed to be paying for your child.
Have you niggas ever been the transitional guy, the middleman? Y'all ever been him in a deal?
Yeah.
That's what the middleman never gives a spot up unless he moves up. States the middleman. Like he said, you give it to me, I'm going to give it to her, but I'm going to take a cut. It's a handling fee. It's a processing fee. And look, we got millions of motherfuckers in this program. Right? So you smart ass niggas on Dr. Hood, that's cool. They just listening. Nah, they not changing nothing. As a matter of fact, they trying to figure out a way to up the shit.
Yep.
Whether you could afford it or not. The more money we charge, the more my cut is.
What Dr. Hood said? You got to be more careful. You got to be more careful.
Look, hey, and on the other end,
Wasn't nobody disagreeing, though.
Housing, they getting insurance, they getting food. Yeah, and put this nigga deeply in debt. Look, it's a game. Like, I don't know who said you got to be more careful, but I'm a you got to be more careful. This ain't no lie. These niggas ain't lying.
I tell you, you got to, man. Shit. When you look back to it, 2020 hindsight, nigga, when you look back, you might as well just jerked off in the shower and called it a day. Saved yourself fucking $75,000.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You might as well. You might as well. You might as fucking well. Because unless you prepared to take it ain't no get off the boat. Unless you gonna ride the ride all the way to the end, you better be more careful. Because niggas ain't going to jail behind jerking off. Like, you better go squeeze off, nigga. Call it a day.
What is the price of a young king?
Evidently, from what they saying, because I think the minimum down here that you can pay is $256 a month. It's $256 a month is the minimum. That's the price. That's the price of a young king in their eyes. $256 a month times 18 years, and you pay 2 checks per month. What, $256 a month times 18 years, 52 weeks in a year, right? So you do the math, because evidently they put a number there what a young prince is worth and a young queen is worth. It's right there on paper, because you're gonna pay that shit. So
I can see the excessive shit. Like when we talk about these Scottie Pippins and we talk about all these ridiculous amounts that these women are getting to support kids that it's not logical. Like kids don't need fucking 20,000 a month and 50,000 a month.
but that's what I'm saying though. It wasn't about who agree and who disagree. It's about that.
You said what, Dabster?
Y'all know who that money is for. I understand what they calling it, but we know, like, see where I'm at with it. When we having these conversations, we got to separate the real from the words. We know what they saying, but man, come on, man. When they telling a dude, give her 10 grand a month, you're paying her. Cause we already know most of these situations, she's straight up living off the money, but she's not really putting anything towards the child's future. That's your job. Man, think about this. Think about this.
Oh wow, that just soaked in. Okay, so
in
that's my job. So your job is to just fuck off.
You don't get to defer. You don't get to defer anything. You don't get to look, if you're feeling generous, or if your kid needs school clothes, and you the only one, when you buy all them clothes, you don't get to say, "Here's what I did. I want this to reflect on the CS." No, they gonna say that's a gift.
Do y'all niggas know how much daycare costs? I paid $500 a week for somebody to watch my kid while I was at work.
Yeah.
$500 a week. That's how they are equating this shit. When they hit them niggas with that 10,000 and 20, the rich people, how much money you think they getting in court fees on that 20 racks? It ain't like the normal nigga who gonna take $18 for court fees. Those court fees for those $20,000 checks may be $500-$600. That's how much money they're making off of them.
I'm gonna say they take between 3 and 5% on the transactions.
Every transaction, every payment they're making that covers the salary for 50 people in the courthouse. 60 people in the courthouse, salaries are paid behind that 5%. That's how they looking at this shit. It's all about the dollar and who gets paid in the system and how it's managed. Why would you create a system where we're going to build a building to put all these single mothers in, and then we're going to do pop-up visits? So if there's a man in the house, we're going to put their ass out. That's what the projects is. They do the real projects back in the day. They used to do pop-up visits, knock on your door. My grandfather was a victim of this.
Oh, yeah.
He was home. He took care of his kids. He worked. But if that pop-up visit, he would have to go sit on the bench outside and act like he didn't live there.
Yeah. Nah.
That's the real shit of this.
Yeah.
The system is designed to remove the man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they're not gonna give that woman all that extra shit, and you got this masculine ass motherfucker instilling shit in these kids we don't want them to have. Bitch, we ain't giving you this. You got these dudes showing these youngsters how to be men. Nah, let him do it all. Oh, he's here. If you want me to be his daddy, I'll be his daddy. If you want the daddy to, well, then give me my and they're not giving them much, but when you don't got shit, it's a lot. And some decisions get made in the moment, brothers.
We got piece of shit mothers and we got piece of shit fathers. I know plenty of brothers. They don't fucking see them kids. and they kids. They don't fucking see them. They don't fucking care about them. They act like they don't fucking exist. You know what I mean? So, it's levels to that shit within it. The rabbit hole is deep. Like y'all brothers said, shit goes real deep, man. I just tell it, like I said, the way to prevent it is y'all brothers, man. Think twice before you lay down with them shorties, man, because they'll tell you anything you want to hear while it's good. And when it go bad, they're going to take it to the furthest extent. I already know, bro. I didn't get served with papers until I got married. Think about that shit. All these couple years I was out here giving you this money. The minute I get married, here come the fucking child support papers. Wow, ain't that some shit?
Hey, bro.
You get spiteful individuals.
Oh yeah, well no, that's a business. That's like we just talked about. It's a business.
And I said, and then I told her, I said, I'll pay you more than what they're asking me to give you.
Oh no.
And what she said, I can't take that risk because if I take you off, they're gonna make me jump through hoops to put you back on. So if I decide to change my mind and say, fuck you, I ain't gonna pay you, she's up shit's creek without a paddle. You know what I mean? Shit is real. It's just real. And I can respect it and I understand it. Now, like I said, I'm not talking out my ass. I paid the shit for 17 years and turn around and buy extra shit. But I don't really give a fuck because what I do for a living, I can make 2 racks on a Saturday fucking around. Couple of bones out my pocket ain't gonna make or break me, but it's gonna affect my child. So, you just got to man up on a certain level because you ain't going to change it. That change thing with that, oh, no, that's too big of a business, man.
They need to do away with child support altogether, bro. They need to do away with it. They do, man.
But look, though, okay, they need to, but they're not, right? So, honestly, to really bottom line it, you know how our dad used to teach us on certain shit. It don't matter. You got to bite the bullet. Responsibility doesn't mean you're at fault. Accountability doesn't mean it's your fault.
We got Drea Michelle's out here preying on little NBA dudes half their age, and we all know what's going to happen.
She ain't preying on nobody. Them niggas is suckers. Man. You's a sucker. If you meet a girl with 4 fucking kids,
how you gonna call him a suck?
He's not a young kid. That's the problem that we're gonna have in these conversations. Is one is a motherfucking adult. Because at the end of the day, you could be mentally 20 and you can say we a kid, but the police ain't gonna treat you like no kid. These are the conversations that I'm gonna have with my son. You're not a fucking kid. Nobody's gonna be responsible for you out here. The only people that care about you is the motherfuckers that's in this house with you. When you in the street, they don't give a fuck about you. That little kid shit is why black men sitting in jail, thinking that I'm a kid. No, you're not.
He's a
you're
simp,
grown.
that's for sure.
You're a simp. You sit there with a bitch. You sit there with a bitch with 3-4 kids. She did this shit to 3-4 niggas prior to him. The blueprint is laid. What did she do? She came in there, make that ass clap. That little motherfucker had that money. He slid up in there unprotected. He shot the club up. He's not a victim. Ain't no bitch take my dick in my life. I threw it at him. They didn't take it. So you can't play that game as a fucking kid. I threw dick at that bitch and she got pregnant. That's what happened. But yet again, she couldn't have got pregnant if I ain't fuck her.
The kid. Okay, so I shot up the club. I got her pregnant. I can't keep it. I can't say
he got enough. Now he got enough money to do that. He got enough money. The average black man or the average lower class citizen doesn't have enough money to take a case to court for child custody. It's in the tens of thousands of dollars to do that.
No, I'm talking about
he could. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
When she gets pregnant, I can't say we're keeping this damn baby. She don't have to listen to me. She could go terminate that baby right there. So
that's
it's
true.
not even my choice to have this motherfucker. You talking about
but they're looking at the club,
I didn't have $3 for a condom. What are we talking about here?
But that's the way they're gonna look at it, because she didn't get pregnant by herself. That's how they're looking at it. No matter what, you're the man. The onus is always going to be on you.
But if I say, all right, well, fuck it. We made a mistake, clearly. Can we both agree that we made a mistake? Yes. We made a mistake, right? So can
Man,
we
she's still gonna keep that baby,
could we abort this
especially if you
thing?
got millions, man.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, there's bitches that keep the baby and they piss poor broke with a broke nigga. It's like the money don't
And then
mean nothing on that level.
there's females that let dudes shoot up the club and they think it's a plan B, like it's Marshawn Lynch in a Skittle commercial or something, dog.
You got it. That's why we got to teach the young brothers beware the trap. There's traps everywhere. There's traps to get your money. There's traps to get your life. There's traps. The bitches set traps just like niggas set traps. There's traps out here in life. This is life shit to me. It ain't just focus on kids and child support. It's a life thing. There's traps in life. I fell in traps because I had to sit in a cell. Just like you sat in a cell. You fell into a trap. It was a trap. Y'all niggas got me. But that's how that shit is with this shit, with these women nowadays. It's a trap. We don't promote marriage. We don't promote family. We don't promote none of that shit. What do we promote? Sell drugs, get a bad bitch, trick off of her, because that's what they do. They trick off these bitches. They ain't loving these bitches. I mean, this shit is all a fucking trap. The starter kit for a young black the starter pack for a young black man is a fucking Charger Hellcat, a dope pack, a AR-15, and trick off some bitches. That's the message that they promote to the young black brothers. This is your starter pack. And
don't forget
these young brothers die over the shit.
We gotta have that on when we doing it. The shiesty mask.
Yeah, like that's what they do.
Don't forget
Topper Hill. What up, brother?
What up? What's good with it?
Man, talk to it, man. We talk about Donald Trump. We
Top,
talk about
what's
child
up,
support,
man?
We got some topics today. We talk about Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump a dog? You know what I'm saying? Look, I just want to hear it, man. Come talk to me.
Come on, man. You know I fucks with Trump, right? I'm not a sheep, bro. I'm like the niggas who was rapping about Trump when he was famous. I'm like, hanging out with the nigga and all that. Then when he becomes president, all of a sudden the white folks, the neo-Nazis, because they tricked us. They jumped on the slogan "Make America Great," and then niggas can't follow neo-Nazis, so then all of a sudden they start hating Trump. When the whole time the neo-Nazis don't want us to have shit. So of course they didn't want Donald Trump in office. They don't want to in-source the jobs. Who gonna get those jobs? Us. The Mexicans, look up here right now. There's motherfuckers missing. There's Mexicans up here, right? That shit wasn't happening under Trump. He wouldn't let motherfuckers in. Now that these jobs that are out of town are in town, who is getting them? Niggas was getting jobs, especially here in Washington. I don't know about niggas in California and all them other places, but Trump was helping niggas in Washington, period. Now, like certain people can't see that. So what I'm saying is, I'm not one of them Trump haters, bro. I like the nigga. So I'm not right now saying it's a fucking hoax that bullet was flying by him. You feel me? Hit his ear, and now all of a sudden it's a hoax. You feel me? Because they hate the nigga so much, they don't understand the nigga. That wasn't no hoax, bro. I hope you guys ain't on that hoax saying it's a hoax. They said I didn't even see no fucking teleprompter. The teleprompter hit him. Some motherfuckers said the teleprompter hit him when they got a still shot of the bullet whizzing by him, but the teleprompter hit him. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy. What's that?
All you got to do is replay it. There wasn't no teleprompter by his face. His head was turned to the side. If you replay it, his head was turned to the side. He had a baseball cap on. He had one of the MAGA hats on. So, I mean, the video's out there for everybody to go replay it on Google. You can go right.
And whatever you shoot at that instant going that fast, if it's just a second off, he's dead. A BB gun would have killed that nigga from that far. You feel me? Like, come on, man. Like, something that fast. I mean, I'm no mathematician, but I know some shot that far, that fast, is going through your skin. Nigga, that's going through his brain, bro. He's dead. Period. So ain't nobody gonna hoax or risk that. Ain't nobody risking that. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody risking that shit.
So no hoax, huh?
Fuck no, that wasn't no hoax. That was a
It was a
fucking.
setup. It was a good ass setup.
I
He
believe
almost slipped and fell in it.
I was the one that said it was a hoax. So I'm gonna stand
Come
on it.
on, man.
But
How is it? You think you think somebody's gonna, if they miss a little bit, he's dead? What kind of hoax is that? They ain't gonna put him at risk like that.
No,
That really happened.
that wasn't no goddamn bullet that went by his head. That was probably
But
his face was turned to the side. And what we didn't see was whatever smacked him in the face. The thing about it was
you do see it.
his lip was busted and his ear was shot. Now you got to think about this. You got a face, I got a face, we all got faces. How is something gonna go through your lip and totally miss your teeth, your jawbone? You know what I'm saying? We all got the same facial structure. We're all human beings. Nature knows no color line. All of our faces know the same structure. There's no way something's gonna go through your lip and still miss your jawbone, your teeth.
Dude, did you see the screenshot of the bullet whizzing by, or whatever that was?
I watched the video. I watched the whole thing.
Did you see the when they took the picture? Did you see they got the bullet whizzing by on still photo? Whatever that is,
Check it out. They had somebody right behind. They had a Secret Serviceman right behind him that just so happened to be perfectly aimed at the white boy that they killed that said that was trying to kill him. You ironically had a dude positioned perfectly. They killed the dude that tried to shoot him 8 seconds later. Come on, now.
Yeah, because they seen it and then they put him up. They seen the dude,
and there was a regular. I mean, this is why I'm saying it was a setup. There's a lot of things that went on within there. All you got to do is study it. Go back and rewind it a bunch of times. You're like, wait a minute, it's a regular nigga in the crowd that was like, hey, he's got a gun. A regular person in the crowd before they shot at him. There's a regular person in the crowd that noticed there was a dude on the roof that said, "Hey, he's got a gun."
So you just said it. So then they went and set up the thing. You can't have it both ways. What they gonna do? Cause a mass hysteria? They seen that thing and they set that dude up, and then they got him. Period. You're thinking a conspiracy.
No, me or you could have been that regular dude in the audience. What does a regular motherfucker know about? There's supposed to be somebody on the roof over there.
He looked up and seen somebody on the roof. How hard is that?
That's fine. But you still got a Secret Service dude that's behind him that's perfectly positioned to kill.
And guess what he did? He radioed into the people and they set up the thing, and that's how they got him. So you're right. That happened like that. If it happened like that, but I understand they radioed in. Secret Service. They said, "Hey, we got a problem." They didn't want mayhem. So they went and did it like they do, and they did what they did. But like I said, to where you walking in the mall, you see something, and you radio in, and next thing you know, they're gonna be on your ass.
Oh yeah, I mean, I totally understand it. Your perspective of they don't want to cause because it's just like if your baby fall on the floor and when the mama go crazy and be like, oh my God, the baby fell, the baby starts crying. But when you just be chill, the baby don't cry. You don't want to cause hysteria, so you don't say, oh my God, there's somebody up there with a gun on the roof. But it's a regular dude in the audience that said that, and to me it was just ironic.
And then they whispered like they do, like the Matrix. They on their here for each page, boom, boom, boom. And then they went up there and got that.
Saw him, and
that's why I say it's a setup. That's why I say it's a setup. That's that Malcolm X. You remember the Malcolm X play? Get your hand out my pocket. Everybody turned around, look, and then the shots let off. That's why I say he got set up. I don't think it was a hoax. I think they set him up to kill him.
Well, no,
and he lived.
It was some
dude jumped up. It was a setup.
Yeah, there's still some kind of setup,
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's my whole thing. I don't think it's a hoax. I just think it was a like a blotch murder. They was gonna murder his ass on camera, and by the grace of God, he got up out of that situation. The homeboy wasn't as accurate as the motherfucker who peeled JFK back, because the motherfucker who killed JFK, he got those shots off and had to reload at a moving target. So he was on point.
So basically,
that boy wasn't on point.
Get got. That's what you're saying.
But hold up.
Just like it is in the hood.
Y'all do your research. I've already seen this. I've already seen the research and the footage. Go look the boy up that shot him. He's from Pennsylvania. He went to a famous high school out there where they have a marksman class. He took the marksman class and he failed. So if they did set it up, they purposely set it up with a dude that can't shoot because he took a marksman class in high school and he was a failure.
But if you're in the class, period, yeah, you could have failed, but you in the class though.
That means you can shoot. He got close enough to graze him.
No, I missed.
Hold on.
Excuse me. I'm misquoting. He wasn't in the class. He didn't make the class. Is my point. He didn't make it. You got to make the class. He didn't even make it. I missaid it. You got to. It's like making the high school football team. He didn't make it on the team.
Like I said, they could have got it more qualified, but I think it was somebody they had to kill. It was somebody. It couldn't have been. That's why I say it's a good setup, because you got to think, if it was somebody who was a real sniper, accurate sniper with military training, they're gonna get that shot off and they're gonna get up out of there. I think they set it up for somebody that they could kill. That's just what it was. They wanted him to kill Trump, and then they was gonna kill his ass, and that was gonna be the end of it.
So you think it's somebody leaked? It's an inside job. So you think it's somebody?
Exactly.
But it's still, that don't make it a hoax, though. See, I can see a hoax in the inside.
I agree. I agree with you. It's not a hoax. I believe it was just a fucked up. It was a fucked up setup kill. It's a blotch murder. It's like you going to murder a nigga with a high. It's like you going to murder. It's like you going to murder a nigga with a high point and a jam on you. You get what I'm saying? It's just one of them type of scenarios that happen.
Let me explain something to you about.
Because he's not the president. Technically, he's not the president. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, let me give you some history about Trump real quick. Flames, let me say this. So you know when Kennedy got shot, right? You know when Kennedy had his Kennedy had his funeral, and the little boy who was sitting there in the suit who gave Kennedy the salute, JFK Jr. That's Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump's homeboy, who went missing in the plane, and nobody really know where this plane is at. Who really could be alive or he could be dead. Nobody knows, right? So Donald Trump, that's what he's on. He's on the same shit as Kennedy, right? That's how he got into this. That's how he got into office. That's why they don't want to tell you. You noticed last time when he won the election, what happened? This bullshit ass COVID. Because what was draining the swamp talking about? It was talking about getting the pedophiles out of the government, getting pedophiles out of Hollywood. That's what he was on. And then what happened?
That's why
casualties of that shit is the black people went down. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby. They got Weinstein, but you know they got niggas out that shit, to be honest.
But you gotta look at JFK in his totality too. He fucked with black people. He fucked with the Italians. He was going. That's why I said they set him up to kill his ass. Because he's going against.
I can understand that, but that's don't mean it go home.
He's going against great. But look at the pardon. Look at his fucking pardon list when he was the president.
He pardoned.
Look at his fucking pardon. He pardoned Lil Wayne, Kodak. You know what I mean? This shit is hilarious.
That ain't no
shit is really hilarious.
No racist person gonna pardon them motherfuckers. Hell out of here.
They definitely are not the image of what you would think is a respectful black person, because your boy Kodak Black disrespected Nipsey right after he died. He was already trying to get at Nipsey's woman.
That's wild. Nipsey's woman was a bust down anyway, so who wasn't gonna go do that?
It's disrespectful in the eyes of doing it right in front of public, in front of everybody, regardless if she was a supposed bust down or not.
That's Lil Wayne. That's Lil Wayne's baby mama too. So Nipsey could have been out of pocket for. See, that's just we was talking about the little young Jalen getting that little girl pregnant.
That's not even in the same category. I'm not trying to get at your woman right after you just died, bro.
I don't want nobody else's baby mama if we in the same thing anyway. Niggas got to quit doing that. That's the same. Why not?
In all fairness,
Kodak ain't got no baby mama anyways. But that's the point, though.
Yeah, Kodak ain't got no loyalty to him. He shot his shot. Maybe what if she was feeling a certain way and she wanted, nigga, he just shot his shot in the open. He was letting it know, like, nigga, you see me getting at her.
let's get back to
Come
the
on, man.
child support. Well, let's get back to this child support thing real quick. Out of the 51 states in the country, you only got one state in the United States that is Mississippi, where everybody thinks it's racist. That if you pay child support, you automatically get the right to see your kids. If she don't let you see your kids, you don't pay no child support in Mississippi.
That's
So
what's
Now
up.
that's a good rule. That's a
What's
good
up.
law. That's a good law.
I don't. That's yeah. That's yeah.
a lot of people
That's a
don't know
good
about
fucking
that.
law.
So, out of the whole 51, how many states we got? 51 states?
About 52. But yeah,
52
go
states.
ahead.
Okay. So out of the 52 states we got, Mississippi's the only one, as much as they love to call it racist, they sure ain't racist against men. They ain't sexist against men. That's the only state that if you a man and you pay child support, you get to see your kids automatically, or she don't get no child support. So women down there ain't even capping with you about seeing your kids.
Yeah, because
They
you
should
got
kill
look
child
at
support altogether, man. They should kill it.
Right. I got a stepbrother right now that if he steps in the city of South Central Los Angeles, he's going to jail for 36 months.
It's wrong, man. You got
Well,
dudes paying
that's
child
stupid.
support
Because
for
how can
kids
you
that
make
ain't
money?
even theirs, bro.
How's he?
Hey,
If you put him in prison for 36 months, first of all, when he gets out of prison, he's a felon. How's he gonna get a job to pay that child support that you put him in prison
and
for?
it's going up, and it's going up, right?
Why
While
you
you
sitting
in there not making money,
Right.
it keeps rising. So you're more.
and
Yeah,
y'all forgetting the state is getting paid off of you being an inmate in there. That's the
yeah.
thing. They're making money off of you,
the
but it doesn't
stupidest shit.
benefit your child support, but they're technically making money because you're a number. You're in
Hey,
their system and they're paying to keep you in
I
there.
went through that shit, bro. I ain't gonna front, nigga. I was having jobs, and I was paying my. So I just went and had to go pay my shit, man, because nigga, they was taking my license. They was pulling me over. There was jobs I couldn't get because I didn't have no valid license. So it was a fucking circle to where I just said, man, let me go on and sit up in this D8 like right now. I'm sitting up in here. I gotta get some paperwork for some shit. I'm sitting up in this Department of Social Health Services. You got to get up and go to these places sometimes, man. You feel what I'm saying? Like you got to do the work of handling your business on that level. So go to the fucking child support office and tell them you ain't got no money. Just pay $20, $50 a month.
And they'll work with you too.
Yeah, they'll work with. But if you just sit out and
don't do that.
I ain't gonna say the nigga's name, but if you sit out and just let the shit add up and act like you don't want to work because child support got you, you want to be a bitch ass.
That's
nigga
what they
like
want
that,
you
then-
to do.
Exactly.
That's what they want. You got to understand the game. They want you to be pissed off. They want you to be upset. They want you to be mad. They want you to be pissed off. They want you to say,
nigga.
fuck y'all, I ain't pay y'all, and fuck your life up. That's what they want.
I got up before 9 to go sit in this line so I can get the fuck up out of here, nigga. I gotta handle this shit.
That's
Not because I want to, because I got to. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they ain't doing shit to me. All right, they trying, but I got a lot of plans for these dudes.
Y'all
You know what I'm
y'all
saying?
still pushing like that shit cool though, man.
What's brother
Yeah,
man?
because niggas think coming and standing in line and asking for a nigga. This is what I'm saying. Make America great, right? Now, before it's great that a nigga can come get food stamps, get this, get that, right? Get your benefits. But now that these Mexicans coming in here, you was gonna get 500. Now you're only getting 150. All these illegal aliens. Who the fuck is that hurting? You feel me? These motherfuckers like so. All this shit went up when Trump was in office. You niggas getting benefits now. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about really much, but I'm just giving you a kind of picture. But with all these illegal aliens, that shit goes down. You feel me? That shit goes way down. Like in Kent, you heard about that little thing that they done commandeered. They got the whole little apartment complex, little illegal aliens of just
yeah, they do.
Yeah,
no, they
nigga,
cutting checks for them. They cutting checks for them boys. They cutting checks. Oh, when what was the country that got invaded by what's his name? Russia. I forgot the name of the shit, but Ukraine. Them motherfuckers gave them billions of dollars. Then they import them over here, give them stimulus checks pretty much. Like they're taking full-fledged care of these motherfuckers. Immigrants just like coming in, they're just getting straight monthly checks. And there's people over here that's lived in the United States who ain't getting that shit, bro.
And that
straight up,
all that money could have been going to facilities to house these migrants, and not even in the certain kind of homeless, the homeless that go crazy for really being homeless. Not that they don't have no problem, but they're homeless. Now they're out there 4 days. Now they're losing their mind. Them type of people that need houses and stuff. Not the drug addicts, but the real insane homeless. I don't know how it is, but if you ever went out there and lost your home and stuff, and you had to be out here for 4 or 5 days, you might start talking to yourself too. Them is the cast that we need to take care of. But they got them guys with the drug addicts, blue pill homeless dudes. They won't even separate them cats.
I totally understand where you're coming from because we from the same state. So with that being said, I seen on Cairo 7 News where they was talking about, the 90% of homeless people are just homeless because of blah blah blah. But nah, most of them people that are down there homeless that you see in downtown Seattle are homeless because they are drug addicts. And I seen the news actually come down there with nonprofit agencies and offered and asked them people where they were from. And a lot of them were saying, "Hey man, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I'm from Kansas City. I'm from blah blah blah." And they offered them plane tickets to go back home to where they were from. And they were like, "Nah, because your family don't want to deal with your raggedy ass. You know you bad when your own fucking family don't want to deal with your raggedy ass. I'm talking about your mama, your daddy, your sister, your brothers. Nobody in your fucking family want to deal with your motherfucking ass." And they offer free plane tickets to go back home, and you're like, no.
So all that money could be for helping them.
With the whole thing with the immigrants and the migrants and things, the only thing man, when you study the law, what you learn is that they'll tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse. So because you don't know, like the federal government, the immigrants don't get food stamps the same way we get food stamps. We get food stamps from the state. If you from here and you're a citizen, your food stamps come from the state. Illegal immigrants get their shit from the federal government. The federal government gives them their food stamps. Hence why they get way more than us. You'll see them at the grocery store with 2 grocery baskets because that's the only income they getting, and they getting free housing. The free housing, and you either gotta be retarded, you gotta be as homeboy said one time. He said, "God takes care of the fools and babies." So you got to be damn near retarded.
And you got to come over here and sign that paperwork. You can't cross the border. See, that's what Trump was saying. Trump don't care if you try to sign up and get over here. He gonna help you out. That's because that's the American policy. Because that's basically what America's built on, right? But
no doubt.
But if you just try to sneak over here and then next thing you know you're doing this illegal stuff. You taking little babies over the border to act like they're your family when they're not your family, right? When you're doing all this, because that's what's the thing with the people in the cages was these Guatemalans and Peruvians, they were sinister, bro. They take your kid and try to take them across the border just to say that it ain't even your kid though. So then when they figure out that this ain't your kid, nobody, what do they do then?
Whose baby is it?
Then they got to put the baby. Then they got to put the baby separate from you. Now there was a bunch of those people, right? And I ain't gonna know if this is true. That's where they say Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and them guys was taking them babies and abusing them. But they say there was powers that be, and that's what Trump was blasting a little bit. Like, dang man, and when they get these kids down there, all of a sudden they come missing. You feel what I mean? Like you would have to go talk to people in South America to understand, well, where'd your kids go? You feel what I mean? Like there's probably a gang of people who's missing kids who just want to know where their kids is at that the cartel took and never got back. You feel me? Now he done got deported back without my kids, and they can't say nothing, right?
Y'all talking about the cartel, man. Shit, go even deeper. Go to the Catholic fucking church.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But
that's one of the hugest, most billion-dollar industries is the Catholic Church. And look how many children they violate and do and get away with. Relocate the priest to Rome. Relocate him to over here. Relocate him to over here.
Nigga. Look how many missing people's around here now. You don't see all these missing peoples all of a sudden. You don't hear all that. Is it not? Is it me or is it you guys? I'm in Washington. There's a gang of missing people all of a sudden. Is that coincidences with these illegals coming up in here or what? Is it a coincidence or no?
I mean,
there's a gang of fucking missing people, bro. I see this shit all the time.
and I don't want to be just to give a little pushback. I don't want to be the sour lemon in the bunch. You know what I'm saying? But I'll say this much: ain't nobody in my family missing. But I hear about this shit all the time on TV and shit. That's why
Yeah,
it all
bro.
sound like propaganda, because it's like, nigga.
See,
I hear
it's
about
not
it on TV.
propaganda, nigga. These niggas is.
Hear what I'm saying? Just hear me out real quick. I hear about it on TV, but like I said, ain't nobody in my family missing.
Well, I did say that. I don't know too many people, but you always see it all the time. But I did say that too. And usually the people missing is they drug addicts that they just ran away or something.
Yeah,
But
I mean, the dope fiends. I mean, it's easy to hoax. How hard would it be to coax a dope fiend away from somewhere? Nigga, here, I got some dope here. It's like it's like tricking a monkey with a peanut. Nigga, it's like, putting a piece of food in front of a dog that's hungry. It's gonna come.
or the niggas just in on the binger for 3 days and then they sleep for 2, and then they don't know where they at for 3.
And having them motherfuckers dead in the woods, they just ain't find their bodies and shit too, man. That fentanyl shit, that's a different type of killing behind that type of drug there, bro. Like shit is just different now, bro. Everything's just different. It's no more play drugs. This shit is lay your ass down. You be on the floor blowing snot bubbles and shit, dying.
Or the nigga from Southern Americans like, damn, this is real easy. This motherfucker's walking, and I got his ass.
For example, my partner, one of my partners works for Lehigh, which stands for low income housing. They're the people that house the people that come out of them tiny home villages. Now, when they come out of the tiny home village, they go into these apartments, but they're drug addicts. And in the Lehigh, they have a thing called a low barrier, which means you can get high as you want to get in your apartment or in your tiny home, as long as you don't come out in public getting high. Stay in your house and get high. So they literally, especially like here in Seattle, we just had the All-Star game last summer. We had the Major League Baseball All-Star game was here. So what they ended up doing, because they spent millions of dollars to have the Major League All-Star Baseball game here, they spent millions of dollars to put them people in apartments and in places to live. Because how you gonna get tourism and people to come and watch the All-Star Baseball game? You know how many millions of people come to watch the All-Star game? They're not trying to come and see fucking homeless, tweaked out motherfuckers standing in front of the stadium. And we had thousands of people sleeping around the stadium. So how did they sweep them up? They put them into apartments that they just built.
But that's how the country is always gonna. That's how you run a country, because it's so easy for us to sit here and say this. It should be this way. It should be that way. But until you have to fucking handle these type of issues, where the fuck are you gonna put all these homeless people, these fucking drug addicts? Who's supposed to pay for them? These single mothers and all of this shit. Who's supposed to flip the bill? But that's the onus of running the country, because this is the shit you're gonna encounter. That's what separates us from a third world country where you don't have any food and you just fucking starve to death. That's the difference. That's the way I look at it.
But that ain't the way I look at it, though, because I look at it like this. I don't know how old you are. I grew up in the era when it was a crack era, when black folks was getting locked up 90 going north for smoking crack and smoking drugs. So at that point in time, they wasn't calling it no mental health issue. Now, people who have a drug addiction, it's called a mental health issue. So let's get them.
Yeah, because
let's put them.
Because it was always a sickness.
Why wouldn't you?
That was the key to it. It was always a sickness. I'm 38, by the way.
I'm not saying it wasn't always a sickness, but that's not the point. The point is that why wasn't you putting them crackheads in the 80s in a fucking apartment for free then?
I totally agree with what you're saying. Because like you said, when it was crack, it was still a sickness. Now it's fentanyl and these white children are dying. Now it's a mental illness. Right. But at the same time, it was always a sickness. That was the thing. It was always a sickness. Now they reword different names for shit. But all of those black people, and how many family members can we name that got strung out on rock? Right. Every black person could account your auntie, your uncle, your cousin, everybody. But they were sick. They were never fucking bums and degenerates. They were just sick.
Oh no!
I'm from 30. I'm 38. I remember methadone clinics when heroin was big, because I was around when heroin was still popping before crack came on the scene. So they used to have methadone clinics in Brooklyn. So if you wake up to go to school, I went to PS 11, then PS 56. On your way to school, they used to have the methadone clinic on Fulton Street. So you wake up to go to school, 7 o'clock in the morning. You're walking. There's a fucking line of people around the corner with their little cup in their paperwork, And they don't even let them in the methadone clinic. They walk up to the door, they show the slip, the person drops the 2 pills in their little cup, and they keep it moving. That's what it was back then, to get people off of heroin. So you wean them off of heroin by giving them methadone. That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. It never changed. Like, we keep making it seem like shit's different. It's always been this way. It's always been this way. It's just different. It's a different color on it now.
Jimi Hendrix was doing heroin. Jimi Hendrix was doing heroin years before that shit.
Yeah, he was on acid. He used to put the acid pills by. That's why he used to always rock the bandana. He would put the acid pills underneath the bandana so it would soak into his skin. This is like I said, the drugs have just changed, but the game has never. It's just a different product. But now it's more volatile than anything because this shit is super dangerous. You had people OD on heroin, but heroin became bad when it popped up in Oklahoma, when it started popping up in Nebraska, and all of these white people started ODing. That's when they decided to say, "Oh, we're gonna start giving out football numbers for these fucking heroin charges." Y'all remember that? When everybody got caught with heroin and you was getting these weird ass numbers, 47 years, 33 years, 56 years. That's how they weaned that out of there. We're going to give them hard time. When crack came on the scene, it flourished and made a ton of money. And then what they started doing, Mayor Giuliani got in the office. If you get caught with a sweet and low packet worth of crack, your ass is sitting there for 5 years. That's what they do. Until it becomes a problem, then they nip it in the bud with harsh jail time and prison time. That's what they've done throughout the entire history of the United States of America. You can go back to Prohibition when it was liquor, when they banned liquor and everybody started bootlegging liquor. This is what this country is. It's never changed.
Now, this is where ignorance of the law and you having to stand on business comes into play. Now, I get what you're saying, but this is why I said what I said, everything about the crack thing. Them motherfuckers need to go to jail too, because like my man right below you said, you got what's the last war we had? Afghanistan. We got veterans that were in the Afghanistan war. We got veterans that were in the Iraq war. We got all kind of veterans, long story short, that are homeless. We got all kind of people who were working people who are homeless, but you're putting the drug addicts before them into housing. Now, how are
That's
they
what
getting
that
out?
war was about, going and getting them poppy seeds, protecting them. That's really what it was about.
Now you got these. You claim you love your U.S. veterans so much, but you're putting a motherfucking drug addict in housing before you put a United States veteran that went over and got his arm shot off and his leg shot off before them motherfucking drug addict.
They trying to account for all of these fucking fucked up people and fucked up situations. Because for us to say that we're not a third world country, we got to provide them some sort of service. That's just what it's going to be. Because the day we decide that we're not going to give them that service, we are a third world country.
You're worse than a third world country when you don't take care of your U.S. vets.
They're not going to take care of them. Because, I mean, let's be honest about the U.S. vets thing. Because I got several. My grandfather served in the military.
Man,
look at the Vietnam. You did your peoples did Vietnam.
My dad was.
What would you? And now you think about the Vietnam situation. You send a bunch of pot smoking teenagers across the water to go whip some people's ass in the jungle that grew up over there their whole fucking life. They could walk around them jungles blindfolded and know where they at. You're gonna send a bunch of pot smoking teenagers over there who got strung out on drugs. They done seen shit. They couldn't even provide them the proper military training when they sent them over there because they was getting annihilated. It got so bad we started spraying Agent Orange over the whole jungle. Fuck everybody. We giving everybody cancer. This is the shit that nobody talks about. What happens to all of these fucking people? That's my whole gist. Where's the answer to what are you going to do with all of these fucking people? When those Vietnam vets came back to the United States, people was spitting on them. Spitting on them. Saying you had no business over there fucking with them people. Meanwhile, Joe Blow just joined the military so he could get a discount on his house. That's why he joined. It was because he loved this country. He could get a fucking percentage off his house if he makes it back alive. That's what this shit is. We got to figure out the end means of things. Because we can say we're going to stop doing this, but what happens to those people? What happens to them? Like I said, we can sit here and trip, but at the end of the day, if we don't have any of these services, if you're hungry, you just starve to death. There is no feed the homeless, or you can go someplace for shelter when it's freezing cold outside. These people have to be accounted for, because these are the people that will eat up the society. Because when you say, hey, we're not going to feed y'all motherfuckers no more. Ain't no more free government cheese over here and fucking pears in a can. What happens to these people? They become murderers. They start stealing, raping, killing, because they're at their end means. So you have to do something to pacify them so it doesn't turn into that. Imagine we cut all of these programs out. What do you think these people going to do? They're just going to say, fuck it, we're going to chill here and die. No, they'll be in the rich people's community raping and killing them and taking their shit. That's what they are fearful of. Every big system, any city-based system, country-based system, there's a hierarchy, and that's how they keep control of shit. Trump, how this ties into Trump is he threatens a lot of the shit that they're saying, like the brother alluded to.
But
he's threatening their program.
You forget what country you live in.
Oh, I'm in the dirtiest country in the whole country. We drop atomic bombs on people and act like shit ain't happened.
No.
Straight up. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we've done horrific shit to other people.
We've done that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what everybody has the right to have in their fucking home.
Guns.
Thank you. So who's breaking in your house, raping your what? I wish you would.
But yet
I wish you would break in my motherfucking house.
But that's how you sway politics. You threaten people's freedoms and you make it. That's why the leftists and the right wing. That's why they go back and forth.
These drug addicts. Listen, brother. Most of these drug addicts is about 2 seconds from getting their asses shot off. Anyways, everybody's sick of them. Everybody's ready to shoot the shit out of these motherfuckers. Put them in a grave any fucking way. Ain't nobody finna let them rape shit. Ain't nobody finna let them do nothing. They lucky that they alive.
There's a lot. Everybody ain't a hood star.
To be honest,
everybody ain't a hood star. It sound good. It sound good, brother. But a lot of motherfuckers ain't hood stars. You alluded to a story where a motherfucker got in your school and shot up everybody except who he was supposed to shoot. It sound good until the shit happened. Everybody ain't cut like that. There's some people who can't take life. They can aim a gun at somebody and don't have the heart to pull the trigger. There's a lot of people walking around here like that. Those are the sheep. Those are the fearful people who listen to the shit and then they get nervous and scared and say, oh no, I'm gonna vote this way because this could actually happen or that could actually happen. There's a lot of people in this country that's like that.
There's a lot of people like that, bro, but there's a lot of people that are just on the opposite side too that you're talking about. Don't make it like it's just a lot of niggas that's laying back in the cut because they got families to take care of and they're not trying to risk their family and their family life to fucking go take a penitentiary chance for some fucking homeless bum motherfucker that's walking up and down the street smoking a bunch of fucking drugs. But if he
it's just like that.
My point is, just like if he comes up in their house or in their neighborhood, they'll have no problem with taking them out. Is my point.
But this is the whole thing. This is the whole thing because this is what I was alluding to prior. We could change. The people run the country. If everybody tomorrow said nobody goes to work, we're not doing anything. Or similar to COVID, how they shut the whole world down. If we say, hey, we don't like this, we want you to change it, and everybody decides, hey, we're not going to go to work tomorrow. We're going to stop the whole country. We're going to force the government to do what we need them to do. It could easily be done, but who's going to do it?
They are trying to change it.
What's the fear everybody's going to have? I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose what I have. So they're going to wake up and go. That's how all the change can be simply made. But there's always going to be real motherfuckers and there's always going to be fearful motherfuckers. So until everybody can get on the same page, this is what you get. This is what you get.
One of my favorite bars from KRS-One was he said, "Hey, a motherfucker is they'll only speak on what their paycheck allows them to speak on."
Exactly.
A quote from KRS-One. He said, "Yeah, a motherfucker will only speak as far as his paycheck allows him to speak."
Exactly. And that's the country that we live in. because we have levels of financial stability. You got the rich, you got middle class, and you got the poor. They set it up that way. We could all be business owners and run shit and employ other people and become a real prosperous country, but we'll never do that because that's not the way it's designed to be. It was never designed to be that way. Even back to slavery, you need free labor. That's the way somebody has to bite the bullet and be the slave. That's how his country has always been. That's how it would always be. They just changed it from slavery to the prison system to the lower class. They just change it. But that's how it's always been. I mean, like, it's on paper in front of everybody.
Oh, I read the whole Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is. Until people realize that, because people keep trying to make sense of something that has been fucked up from Jump Street. You couldn't enslave the Native Americans. They knew how to get away.
You know what the 14th Amendment says, right?
Guys, shoot away, brother.
I said, you know what the 14th Amendment says, right?
No, shoot away. Go ahead, speak your piece.
Slavery is still in order when you go to prison and jail.
Yeah, that's why they make you make license plates and because a prison system is one of the most self-sufficient systems there is. Because the inmates cook. The only people who are employed in a prison is the guards. Everybody, they cook for themselves. They make clothing. They make their shoes. Everything. So how are people paying taxes towards prisons when it's self-sufficient? The only money that's being invested is to the COs.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
It's 110% self-sufficient business. That's what prison is. It's another form of slavery. That's why when you get locked up, they always offer you a job. You want to clean up the rec room. You want to clean the kitchen. You want to work over here. You want to work over there. Oh yeah, we'll give you some money. We'll give you some commissary. We'll give you something off your time. That's what it's based off of. That's what the whole thing is. It's horrific and sad to say, but there's traps and games set up to keep people in prison. That's why when we talked about the child support, it's a trap. Either you're going to pay or you'll sit in jail or you spend the rest of your life running and ducking and hiding. And every time a cop pulls behind you and your driver's license is suspended, your heart's in your fucking throat. Like that's no different than the man riding on the horse with the white coat with the bloodhounds chasing your ass through the woods. Now you're just in vehicles and they don't have horses and white hoods. They riding in cop cars. Nothing's changed. It's just a different look on it, bro.
That's crazy. Huh?
That's my 2 cents on it.
I got a smaller Constitution.
Sad times, end of times type shit, man. End of times type shit.
Yeah, I got a smaller one than this. But this is my constitutional law book right here.
Yeah, wicked kennels, they don't even qualify us as human beings. That's the truth. That's the God's honest fucking truth. That's the realest shit I heard all year.
What do you say?
They don't even qualify us as human beings. Go look at a YouTube video and look how they treat Chinese inmates. Them motherfuckers is eating chicken wings and fried rice for lunch. You look at these prison systems down here, you be in them motherfuckers starving to death, knee deep in your own feces.
You're actually exercising in there. I watched a video where they had them dancing, doing yoga. They were actually dancing. In the video I seen, they were dancing to Michael Jackson. Can't Stop Till You Get Enough.
Yeah, because prison ain't prison everywhere. And like this, we got some of the worst prison systems, bro. Look at Khalif Browder.
Somewhere in Asia.
Look at that.
Asian country.
Look at that young brother, Khalif Browder. If y'all brothers ain't researched that, they did a documentary on him. Oh, no, he was a black, little Khalif Browder. Look at that horrific situation he was involved in.
Oh, that was crazy because he didn't do what he did, what they put him in there for. He ended up getting out and committing suicide. And
he was so mentally fucked up from being locked in solitary. Because I've been on Rikers. That's a horrible place to be.
Yes.
And when you're in that motherfucker,
and you're a
you're young,
Yeah.
And you have no choice but to fight in there. So every time you fight, what they do, they lock your ass in solitary. He spent so much time in solitary, he lost his fucking mind. When he got out, he couldn't even fucking function in the real world. He was walking around his bedroom like a caged fucking animal and finally hung himself with the air conditioning cord out the window. So imagine his mother walking up and seeing him hanging out the window by an extension cord outside the house for some shit he ain't even fucking do. But that's how backed up the New York State prison system and jail system is. You can go in there and it'll take forever and a day for you to get processed. You'll sit in that motherfucker for years. They lose docket numbers. There's niggas sitting in there who can't get a court date. That's how backed up and fucked up that system is. All of that, oh yeah, you get to see a judge in a certain amount of time and all of that, nigga, that's a myth, bro. Y'all ass getting lost in that system, bro. You be sitting in there for 8-10 months behind smoking a joint, walking down the sidewalk, bro. And when you finally do get to court, oh, such and such, you was locked up in what time? Oh, time served, bow, and they just let you go. Like that 10 months just was nothing.
Yeah, overdid you, overserved you. Had you
overserved.
That's crazy.
But that's how it's horrible, bro. It's fucking horrible.
Just like right now, bro. I'm in here to handle a little certain process, right? Now, you know how black people always change, they always make up some new rules when you step up to the line. So I got the son now. She crying because I was telling her, I don't need you to verify all that. If you gotta do all that and call people, just give me the paperwork so I can get up out of here and I can send it to you on email. And she start to argue with me because she don't really know the policy. Now the supervisor got to come over there. Guess what she gets to do? She gets the white girl cry. Now I'm the bad guy in this motherfucker, and she don't know how to do her job. Feel me?
Yeah.
I got up here early before now. I got stuff to do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you have to, because with that place where you're at, they will have you in there like you don't have a job or you don't have anything else to do, and you might not even be in there. You might even be in there for government assistance. You might be in there for some child support or whatever. You might be in there to take care of.
I'm in here for that, but it's to check a box to do something else, right? Come on, man.
They'll have you in there all day like you ain't got nothing else to do.
Right.
And they set it up like that on purpose. They want it to be as uncomfortable and stressful as humanly possible, so motherfuckers don't want to come in here and get their shit straight. That's all part of the design of the system. Same way when you go to the DMV. Everybody hates to go to the DMV, but it's structurally set up like that to be an aggravating experience. And by the time they do that, they'll make it so motherfuckers don't want to come in here. That's just what they do, bro. It's all set up that way.
Yeah, but like I said, so this stuff happens to me regularly. I'm old enough. It's not gonna, like, I'm gonna go to jail again. It's not. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna do a crime, but a police officer's gonna pull me to the side and he's gonna handcuff me for something. I'm gonna get off. It's gonna be something, but I know I'm going again. Knock on wood, right? It just is what it is. I just know I've been there so many times for nothing, right? That I'm due to go back for nothing, right? I done talked to some of these people. I came to get information, and I done got she looking at me, judging me, and gonna ask me some dumb question that's irrelevant to what's going on. It's just gonna happen again. You know what I mean? I'm a black male. It's like we don't, we change stuff up. Like we don't get the benefit of the doubt. We get the suspicion. You know what I'm saying? We're suspicious at first, right? And it doesn't matter.
Because they overstand. That's why I try to tell the young brothers, man, overstand, don't understand. Because once you overstand the situation, everything starts to make fucking sense. The realest shit a motherfucker told me was in the supermarket. He said, there's a candy aisle in the supermarket, right? We all been to the supermarket, right? There's a candy aisle there, right? There's a whole aisle full of fucking candy in the supermarket. So why do they put candy bars by the cash register? Because you're standing there waiting. You're standing there waiting online, and you're standing there. What you doing? You're looking around. You see a candy bar there. That's how they think. That's how they think. That's how they think. Ain't that amazing for somebody to sit there and say, hey, we got an aisle for this shit, but we're gonna put it right next to the cash registers as well. Because we're gonna know somebody's gonna be impatient waiting online and they're gonna pick up an additional item before they go to the cash register.
It's just like this job called. I had a job vending. Oh, man, I don't know what happened, but clip strips, right? It's like when you go into Walmart and I had a contract. This is to put the clip strip on. There's a certain word they call it to where you're looking for something and you see this item hanging in front of you that's like that. So you just buy it. It's called like impulse. It's called impulse something. It's like your mind reacts on impulses. So it's an impulse thing, like So
And
I
most
did
people don't even
exactly
know
what
it
you said.
exists.
No, they don't, because they don't. It's something that I didn't know it exists until they told me about it. I had to sit up and watch a thing, and they explain it to you. That's kind of what your brain does. Like you just said, you just explained it, but you just explain it with a definition that makes you not even have to explain this stuff, and then everybody just comes to the definition, so you don't have to say all the words. You know what I mean? Like that's what definition is. It's just a word that basically makes you not have to say a couple sentences to explain it. So I get you. But yeah, man, something to drink. Yeah, like I said, now all of a sudden, bro, I gotta. It's just like when you do something and the police come and you got to get escorted by the police because you know what I mean. Like now, they got another lady at the man. Just hurry up, man, so I can go. Asking me all these dumbass questions like you don't believe my answers. Want me to wait for you to call the next? I'm not waiting. When I call these guys, it's 20 and 30 minutes. I'm not gonna sit in this line while you call them motherfuckers. Then she got mad because I said, well, you didn't present me today. Oh, I need to see. Well, you should have said that before you got on the phone and tried to call them. I told you they weren't gonna answer. You sitting up here acting like I'm lying to you, lady. Then she want to start crying.
You gotta take it with a grain of salt, brother.
No, I'm good, bro. Like I said, I go through this shit so much, bro. Like in life, you know what I mean? It don't hold me back. I just jump the hurdle, hop the fence. That's my attitude. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a woe is me attitude. You know what I mean? Like I tell my niggas, I'm not oppressed, bro. Some people are oppressed. You see what I'm saying? Like they act like woe is me, or you know what I mean? They're doing this to me, they're doing that. That's not me, bro. I know it's gonna happen. I just get over it. I'm gonna get over it. That's it. I'm gonna get my little thing so I can get this little piece of paper so I can take it to the person I need to take it to and get what I need to get. This is, you know what I mean? This is a step in a move that I need to make. That's it. That's all I'm looking at it as. I don't care about, you know what I mean? I don't care about nothing else but handling this little business. But I'm not up here to deal with nobody's bullshit neither. I don't care if you do work here. That don't mean I got to deal with your BS because you servicing me. All right. And that's what they do. They get entitled. They sit behind these windows and think because they're helping you out that they got to. No, the job is the job. Just do your job. 10s of times I've been here, that's never happened. I'm not gonna sit and wait for you to call somebody that don't answer the phone for me. You feel what I mean? They don't answer when I try to call them. So I'm gonna sit and wait for you to call them guys while I'm sitting here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna speak up. That's me. I'm outspoken. You know what I'm saying? I do that.
That's how you gotta be in this world. So, boy,
Yeah.
if you don't say what you got to say, bro, they'll put it on you, bro. You ain't do what you gotta
Right.
do, they gonna put it on you.
She still got a fucking tissue crying. This shit is over. We done had our thing 15 minutes ago. What you crying for? This is your job. This
Oh,
is your
shit.
job. What the hell are you crying for?
Because she's part of the system too.
Yeah,
Underpaid, overworked.
Trying to make me a victim. Next you know, the security gonna come up to me. Next you know, the security gonna come up to me saying, "Man, you know what I mean?" Because she in her feeling. That's some bullshit. No, but this is what happens. This is that Karen shit. This when they call the police on you, motherfuckers get shot. We don't, they don't stop that shit even at the job level, right? Now on the streets is bad. Like this is, you get what I'm saying? That's why I don't fuck with Black Lives Matter because they don't talk about that stuff. They don't talk about the fit the description shit, right? When is that gonna stop? Police can come up to you and say you fit the description. So
And
now
shit,
because
I'm from Brooklyn, bro. You remember? I don't know where you from, but they used to have stop and frisk when I was coming up. They put that law in effect, Mayor Giuliani, so they could just drive up on the sidewalk, search you, run your pockets, turn your book bag
right,
inside out, and if you ain't got nothing, they jump right back in their car and drive off, and it was perfectly legal.
right. That's the same stuff they do, bro. They think it's cool, right? But she crying. I'm just saying, man, that's not right. I didn't do nothing to her. I asked her not to do something. She didn't listen, right? And then she tried to turn it on me. I got stuff to do. I'm sorry, bro. I'll hit you guys later. I'm handling this.
Yeah, man, do your thing, brother, man. Yeah, I guess everybody muted up. Shit, I'm listening to the chat. Yeah, Junker, we had a good ass conversation. Good ass conversation.
Hey, it's cook. Hey, it's always cook time. You know, you never know
You know,
when it's
Buck,
cook time.
it's hard for me to get out with you, Buck. But when I'm with you, bro, I'm with you. It's hard for
Oh
me to
yeah,
get with you, but when I'm with you, I'm with you now.
come on, real dogs know, man. You know, what I'm
You heard
saying?
me,
We know
Thompson?
what's up. You know, it's these lames that need to catch up. Yes, sir. Yes,
Thompson.
sir, man. Yeah, no, we can
Somebody
close it
called my
out.
name. I'm hearing somebody here. I hear somebody call my name. What's going on? I don't know who that is. What's up?
Yeah, nah, this Melee. I ain't want you to think I was motherfucking disagreeing with you about that child support shit, man. So
No,
I ain't.
man, shit. I wish we could abolish a lot of shit, but I just know the system that this is set up to be. We just gotta learn how to work within the confinements of it. You know, it's just no different than a young brother trying to make it out the hood. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? You trying. Do you want it to be a hood? Hell no. I don't want nobody to be poor, living hand to mouth, all type of shit. But we still had to survive within those confinements. You know what I mean? And that's how with the child
Nah,
support thing.
I ain't
I
want
press for the
motherfuckers.
brothers.
I know
I press
I
for
know
the
that, but I
brothers
ain't
to
want
be
motherfuckers to
smart.
get shit misconstrued. Like
Nah, man,
other.
shit. I ain't for no form of enslavement, but I know we got to operate in the confinements of it. So all of us, we always on these platforms. Buck get thousands of views. I get thousands of views. I just try to tell brothers, we may not be able to change it, but we could teach our brothers and sisters how to operate in that confinement and make it out. You know what I mean? And with the young brothers, man, because sex is being pushed on y'all young brothers. I mean, when I was coming up, I remember how the females used to dress compared to how they dress now. This shit is pushed on you hard. You can't look at a YouTube video without somebody clapping their ass. It's just it's the environment that this is turning into. And a lot of young brothers, we fall into the trap. Young sisters too, because we sit here and talk about child support, but let's just keep it 100. What about AIDS? Because to have sex and make a baby, you had to have unprotected sex. So what happens with AIDS and shit?
It's still here.
All of these fucked up venereal diseases that you could get. You know, the shit is deeper than rap. That's all I be saying. You know, your best case scenario is you get a beautiful king, beautiful queen. The worst case scenario is you go to the doctor with a strange cough, and now they telling you got 4 months to live. You know what I mean? How many brothers has that happened to?
Well, the craziest thing to me is, man, you from the East Coast, and being from the East Coast, man, y'all got the Nation of Islam, y'all got 5%ers, y'all got what do they call them, the Moore Science Temple of America. Y'all got every black organization over there. You know, like a lot of that trickled down to the West Coast later on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've been on that information just because of who my family is, and I got family east to west coast,
Knowledge
down all the way
itself.
down south, all the way to down south. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of that knowledge that should be, you know, still circulating on the East Coast, from Malcolm X to Noble Drew Ali to the Nation of Islam, it never. Where's the fathers at that was from from them eras that should be putting this information in their kids? And there's no dick discipline. You know what I'm saying? Because whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim like me, you know what I'm saying? Both books tell you to have discipline, but everybody, man, is scared to even say that they have a discipline that they follow. If you don't have no discipline, you know, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that the difference in a human man is the human man and a dog is a dog will have sex in the middle of a fucking busy street. Humans, we shouldn't be having sex in the middle of a busy street. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your busiest street, Broadway in New York, you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be willing, you know, we could go take our pit bulls on Broadway in New York and they fuck right on Broadway in front of everybody. We shouldn't be willing to do that. That's animalistic. You know what I mean? The difference is animals.
But that's what they're promoting for the society.
Yeah.
Things that are going on now wasn't the same. Like I was listening to Buck cook up about the Folio shit and how there's older brothers that's terrorized by these young brothers. These motherfuckers is running around with switches, throwing 100 rounds at cars and shit. We didn't grow up like that. You motherfuckers got shot, but it was, he got shot 5-6 times. Now, 50 Cent blew my mind when he got shot 9 times. You know what I mean? It was one of those type of situations. But now everything is being pushed to the fucking maximum. The most raunchiest female rapper I ever grew up listening to was Lil' Kim. We was like, oh my God, we can't believe the shit that's coming out of her mouth. Now these bitches is up here talking about bopping and pussy wet and this is what's being promoted.
And beyond
you
all
gotta overstand the situation. That's what they want.
But
they don't want single mothers to stop being single mothers. They don't want families.
Beyond that, you also got to think about that too. That era when Lil' Kim was popping. Who else was popping at that time? Lauryn Hill. So you had a balance. There's no balance now.
No, because music isn't.
You don't have a Lauryn Hill to balance out Sexy Red. Who's the balance with like Lil' Kim's balance was Lauryn Hill. Who's the Lauryn Hill of the Sexy Red era?
Because music is no longer music, and that's what I'll be telling people. Because at one point you actually had to be talented. You had to have a talent. Like, I grew up on Clinton and Washington. That's a block over from where Biggie used to live, the Notorious B.I.G. He been fucking talented. When we used to have block parties, he used to be out there rapping on the mic. He was talented. These new age motherfuckers, you ain't got to be talented. You put on a hypnotic beat and preach death and murder, and that's what can sell. Like that's everything is tainted. There's no honesty and shit no more. It's very few people. That's why we have arguments about character. Because this is the character of people.
You can see that beyond the music too, though. I mean, with Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian is not a rapper. Is Kim Kardashian a rapper?
And they done made women not women anymore. They made it an insult to be feminine.
Is Kim Kardashian a rapper? Is she a rapper?
No, she's a glorified prostitute.
Thank you. But she's not.
How did she become popular? Ray J standing on the bed and she giving top. That's why she became popular. How many young girls did that influence?
But was her daddy not the O.J. Simpson lawyer or attorney?
Yeah, he was. That's not her father. Is that her father? Because one of them ain't his kid. I forgot. I don't know the inner workings of the thing.
That's not been proven by DNA.
Yeah, so he was OJ's defense attorney, though. He was definitely OJ's defense attorney, and that lets you know the agenda, because it wasn't because they was poor. She didn't do that shit because she was poor.
Exactly. And I even heard that. Now I even heard that her mom was in pornography back in the day. Now that I've not done research on somebody.
That's a whole cult-like situation of a mother. Look at the stepdad. This motherfucker was on the Wheaties box.
Right.
He was a fucking Olympic gold medalist. Now he's a whole woman out here. That lets you know how devilish that household was and what they were seeing.
Yeah, no, I just seen it. You know, I don't even look at Facebook no more, but I keep my Facebook just because I got, like I said, I got family from Philadelphia, New York, Waco, Texas, Louisiana, Detroit. I got family all over. My oldest brother's in Oakland, California. I'm in Seattle, Washington. So it's many times I've lost phones and I needed to get in contact with a family member. Thanks God I still got Facebook. So I get on there, boom, boom, boom. Hey, man, I got a new phone. I don't have your number. Let me get it. And they'll shoot me the number. But I don't really get on there to look at shit, man, because I've looked at a video just yesterday and the dude was in a church and he was just sitting in the back of the church and all of a sudden a drag queen came to the front of the church with a bikini and a see-through dress on. And it was nothing but like 20 parents with like 20 different kids up in there. And they were like, and the drag queen was doing a show in a church.
They don't give a fuck. We in the end of times type shit. That's why I be so nervous and I start loading up on more guns and ammo and shit, because I be feeling like, man, this is they've already. It's a movie.
It sounds like a movie because I mean, just the fact that we just glossed over the fact that I just said a goddamn drag queen with a dick and a goddamn bikini and a see-through dress on was in a church doing a show.
Man, I done seen a whole drag queen put hands on a real female because she said something about the motherfucker being in the women's bathroom. Put hands on the girl. A real woman. Put hands on a real woman. A man dressed like a woman put hands and feet on a real woman behind her being on.
I used to have to deal with that shit back in 1999. I was a security guard at Greyhound bus station, and the Greyhound bus station in Seattle was literally 10 blocks away from the gay neighborhood in Seattle. Now, the funny shit about why, a lot of people used to talk shit about Sir Mix-a-Lot being from Seattle and talking about my posse's on Broadway, and everybody would be like, Broadway, oh, that's in New York. Well, there's a Broadway in every city, right? But our Broadway in Seattle is where the homosexuals live at, and the majority of the people on Broadway in Seattle, Washington, if you come here, they are on Broadway. That's where the homosexuals live at. So long story short, they would come down to the Greyhound bus station where I was a security at, and they would have fake titties and a dress on, and they would want to come in the women's bathroom. And I would have to literally stand guard at the women's bathroom door and be like, you ain't going in here. I don't care if you got fake titties on or not.
Man, that's when I was coming up, it was a place called The Village. That's where all the gay people, transgender, everybody resided in The Village in New York. That was one of the biggest places. If you was gay, it was called The Village. And when you go to The Village, it'd be weird shit in The Village. Like all the tattoo parlors was in The Village.
Now, luckily,
this is when I was coming up.
Yeah, luckily I had the support of the management. Since then the Greyhound bus station has moved from where it used to be at here in Seattle. Now it's closer to the football and the baseball stadium where the Seahawks and the Mariners play at. So it's further away. So the gay people, if they come through there, it's not as much as like it was when it was originally where it was at when I worked there. But the management used to support me. As a matter of fact, they would tell me, "Hey, stop them." But now, if we were still over there, I wonder if the security would get the support to keep those fake girls out of the bathroom.
Man, shit, they'll be in there with your daughter trying to use the bathroom. And like I said, I got family members that's gay. They do whatever they do. I know gay people, they do whatever they do. But what you do isn't the law. And that's where the country is falling horribly, dramatically, because they're trying to make the abnormal the norm. Right. And once you start fucking with those type of lines and laws and rules, you get chaos. And that's what it is now. It's chaos. It's chaos. Because now they're so hell-bent on pushing their agenda, they don't even question if the agenda is worth being pushed. It's just we can push a narrative. I don't advocate no homosexual to get murdered, beat on, or killed. They're a human being like anybody else is a fucking human being. Exactly. But what you do in your life, what you do in your life is not the law of my life. And there's nobody who should be able to say that's the law, because that's when they lost me. When y'all started doing the bathroom shit, because I got little girls. I had little girls before I had a little boy.
That's why
it'd be a cold day of hell. It'd be a cold day of hell before I go in the bathroom with my little girl and see some dude in there. Like, that's crazy to me. That really is.
That's where I was going with that. I was going to be like, how many of you that are fathers of little girls would stand for another man going in the bathroom with your daughter? I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory, but just to put it out there, you know what I mean?
But that yet again, we go right back to the politics. You got one side that says that's a large amount of voters. is the homosexuals and the transgenders. They are large, so we gotta pacify them.
Bullshit. And that's you know why it's still called bullshit on that? Because you got to think about the fact that every homosexual in the world came from a heterosexual. They didn't come from some we just started trying to figure out how to make motherfuckers in a petri dish. As of right now, everybody that has been born in this world has been born from a man and a woman of heterosexual couples. So you ain't gonna tell me that motherfucking homosexuals outweigh heterosexual
homos,
because even
homosexuals, they're not even the same.
But even homosexuals came from a heterosexual parents.
Yeah, so but even they aren't the same. Have you ever spoken to an older gay person? Older gay person doesn't they don't co-sign none of this shit.
No, exactly.
That's the hilarious part about this. If you ever met an old homosexual, they look at this shit like it's a 3-ring circus. They're like, I'm not co-signing this bullshit. This is crazy. So it's even that has changed. Because they didn't maneuver like that. It used to be old Stonewall motherfucking homo motherfuckers in New York. These dudes would lift up a car and shit, man. They wasn't feminine acting. Whatever they did in their bedroom was what they did, but you didn't look at them and question their masculinity. They beat the fuck out you, bro. Them old Stonewall homo niggas? Nah, man. This shit here is just, it's so far gone, you can't even bring it back into reality now, man. It's just fucking lost, bro. Niggas is lost. Because a lot of older gay people that wasn't like, my mother's best friend, she was a lesbian since she was like 18, 19 years old, bro. And she was so discreet and she wasn't no flamboyant. It was like, we talking about somebody's sex life. When does that become something that's on Front Street? When does your sex life become who you are? That's in your bedroom. That's where that shit should stay. Shouldn't be on Broad Street. Who the fuck cares what you do in your bedroom?
Exactly.
Why is that on a political platform? Period.
And that's why we got to take this shit back to the ignorance of the law is no excuse, and we have to take it back to the fact that don't let them telling you that the fucking homosexuals outweigh us is false propaganda at the end of the day, because there's no way in the world that homosexuals came from a heterosexual couple and they outweigh heterosexual people in the world. There's no way, first of all. Second of all, you know what I'm saying? What you doing, back to what you just said, what you do in your bedroom needs to stay in your bedroom. We don't, as heterosexuals, go out talking about, hey, let's have a heterosexual pride parade. Why are you out here talking about a gay pride parade? And then, I literally remember my youngest son, who's 19 now, I went to go pick him up when he was 2 years old from his mom. And I was like, hey, I can't take him outside right now because at the time, as I told you, Seattle's Broadway is the gay area. And my son's mom happened to live on Broadway. And the day she called me up there happened to be the gay pride parade day. And I coming down the street and I'm like, what the fuck is this? She was like, hey, can you come get your son? So I'm on the way over there and I get over there and there's literally guys walking down the street butt naked, bouncing their Johnsons in one another's anuses. And I'm like, yo, man, what the fuck is this out on Front Street? Now, I've never been to a gay pride parade in my life. I just happened to walk through the motherfucker on accident a couple times because I had to come pick my kid up. And I was like, I wouldn't have knew nothing about this shit. Of course, I'm not celebrating it. I'm not telling them they can't celebrate it. I ain't got no charge over the shit. But I accidentally walked through the middle of the gay pride parade. And literally the funniest shit about it, I seen 4 dudes that were dressed up like the dudes off of the YMCA video. It's fun to dance at the YMCA. It was one that was dressed like the construction worker, one that was dressed like the Indian chief, and one that was dressed like each character off of that video. And they were literally bouncing their Johnsons off of one another's behinds. And I literally
extra pause. But go ahead, pause.
Yeah. And I had to walk across this because my son's mom's apartment was right across the street from the Jack in the Box where this was happening at.
But I told you that when I brought up that grocery store analogy with the candy bars, there's somebody there factoring these numbers in. This is how it ties into politics. Yeah, they don't outnumber us, but those motherfuckers go out there and vote. That's the kick in the ass, and that's how they look at everything. They don't outnumber anyone, but if all of them get up and go vote, they count. And then who everybody else, because I can't vote, but Buck alluded to, he didn't ever vote. But there's people who don't vote, and you don't count for anything because you don't vote or you can't vote.
Well,
and now the people who are voting, we gotta pacify to this group of people now. And that's why you have such a harsh divide, because it's been Democrats and Republicans going at it since I've been alive, but it never was like this.
FYI, the ACLU fought for all felons to have their voting rights back after 7 years after being out of prison. So once you've been out for 7 years, the ACLU fought for you to have your rights back to vote. So you have the right to vote, but it just takes 5 years. I think it's 5 to 7 years after you've been out of prison. Check the record for each state, though, and that's ACLU law from the AC. I mean, that's something that the ACLU fought for. My aunt.
A lot of brothers don't even know that. Good for you sharing that information.
I'm sharing this information because my auntie did 7 years as a fucking lady that sold 7 kilos, got caught with 7 kilos of cocaine on her. Okay. When she got out, she got her rights back to vote. And then she was like, why you ain't voting? And she was like, boy, if I went to prison for 7 kilos of cocaine, your ass can definitely vote. You ain't got shit on what I didn't fucking went to prison for. And I was like, for real? I was like, well, let me go check on this shit. And I went on and did my research and I was like, well, shit, I got the right back to vote. Cool. Thank you for telling me, AT.
Yeah. I can't tell people what to vote for or who to vote for because I don't believe none of these motherfuckers. I don't believe none of these motherfuckers.
Back to what you said. I don't know if that was you that said that earlier or it was somebody else on the panel that said it earlier, but people got to get back out of that fucking habit. There was a time back in our country's history where we didn't talk about sex and politics in your professional life. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you do in your sexual life or in your political life, that's your private business. One, because it can start an argument, and even your religious life. Because hey, I'm a Muslim. I know if you know what I'm saying. Like to be honest with you, there's more similarities in Christianity and Judaism than there's differences. But to keep the arguments down, because if you know that you're dealing with somebody that's ignorant to the facts that you know, there's no point in sitting up there trying to school them on it. It would be their choice to go and sit down and read the book if they want to read it. If they don't want to read it, I'm not going to sit up here and force the information on you. That's the reason why when they always try to say the Muslims, they come by the sword and try to force Islam on people. BS bullshit. Islam has always been a religion that's been propagated by passing out information and actually just allowing a person to read it themselves. And if they chose to be curious, then hey, we're always giving out free Qurans at the mosque.
But that's why I alluded to, because I was the person who said it. Those conversations should never be held because there is never going to be an end being to that conversation. Because as me as a heterosexual man, and I believe in my religion says that that's against the G code. My religion base, what I believe in says that's not right. That's why that conversation should never be held, because a gay person can never argue with me if it's going to be right, because this is what I believe in. You get what I'm saying? There's never going to be a resolution to that argument when somebody says that's against my religion. So there is not going to be an end all be all. I mean, that's just what it is. So why even spark that conversation? That's why shit goes left out here, because now you got people trying to force a lifestyle, and those people who is against their religion, they have every right to say that's against my religion. Does that mean I hate your fucking guts because you're gay? No, it's against my religion. When I die and I believe in heaven or hell, but you got to believe in both if you believe in one, but I'm going to be judged on that shit. That's what my religion says. So there's nothing you can ever say out your mouth that's going to make me say that that's okay. Because it's against my religion. And that's when the world got fucked up. When we got to a point where everybody just wanted to be the get along gang, and everybody accept everybody for what, that ain't the case, bro. It ain't. That's called a perfect world. That's what we strive to get to. That's what I consider heaven to be. A place where it isn't all of this bullshit. Because I believe we are living in hell. Even though we don't want to acknowledge the shit, I believe this is hell and based off of your actions here is going to depend where you go after this life. And I believe some people are doomed to repeat it. Come right back here as a baby and redo the whole fucking thing over again. That's just what I believe in. That ain't what everybody else is. But, you know, yet again, just a sad state of affairs we living in now in 2024. Because it didn't get better. It got a lot worse.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Buck, you there?
Fuck out here smoking loud blunts and shit. He probably blowing snot bubbles on the computer board and shit right now, bro. Shout out Wicked Kennels and shit. Facts, bro. We in hell already. I tell people, boy, y'all worried about a motherfucker with a pitchfork, a red motherfucker with horns poking out his head in the pitchfork, man. Nah, man. It's gonna be somebody that look like you. It'll be somebody that look like you that'll do you in. That's the type of environment we living in now.
Yeah, because that loud is legal out here, you know what I'm saying? And it's ironic, man. I grew up with Buck, man, but I ran into his page based off of watching your page because I was originally checking out Mr. Davis's yard and stuff, you know, and then I ran into your yard and I was like, okay, I'm gonna check him out too. And I'd watch a lot of your cast, and then I was watching Buck's cast, and I was like, man, that looks something about that seemed familiar. And then something came up to where I was like, oh, hold up, that's out here. And then we had a couple conversations. I was like, oh, okay, we knew what was up then. But it's just it's ironic how things you know rotate the way it do.
Yeah, man. That's one thing about it, man. The networking and shit, it really does pan out, man.
Yeah.
Well, I got put onto a lot of good brothers, man. A lot of good brothers.
Yeah, like minds, man, like minds. And, you know, that's the reason why, you know what I'm saying? We got to just take care of our own families, and everything starts at home. You know, I mean, it's cool to talk about, but at the end of the day, you know, as long as you take care of your own home and your own family, everything else outside of that is, you know, if you can help somebody outside of your family, that's just extra.
Now, I want to piggyback off of what you alluded to earlier, man. Family and discipline, you know, and that's the main thing that I think everything needs to come back to is discipline. You brought it up with sexuality, having discipline. And, you know, like I said, I'm in a position now that I was never in. I wasn't raising a little man. Now I'm in a position where I'm raising a little man, and I'm going to have to teach him discipline and teach him things of that nature, bro, because it's easy to be reckless, bro. And it's real easy to be reckless, but it's hard to be disciplined. People look at me regarding these fucking dogs. My success rate in these dogs is because I'm disciplined. Every single day, I'm going to do what I got to do with these animals. Rain, sleet, hail, snow, I'm going to do what I got to do. That shit goes right back to family. I'm going to take care of my family. I don't care about child support. I don't care about anything. I'm going to do my fucking part. That's it.
Right.
That's discipline. That's fucking discipline. And we got to get back to that and teach our young brothers and sisters, man. This shit is a street dream what they pushing on you. Because I remember when it became that with the music and then MTV and then BET. You remember late night BET when they used to show all the raunchy videos and shit after 12 p.m. and shit? I remember when they pushed this agenda. I remember when the agenda was being pushed.
But the key word that you said in that is that you had to stay up to 12 o'clock. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me better now? Okay, yeah. No,
yeah, I hear you better.
Yeah, the key word in that was you had to stay up until 12 o'clock to see that back then. Now they just show it in the middle of the daytime. Little kids can see it.
Exactly. They don't care. And they know it's an agenda because they know there's going to be, just like the grocery store analogy, there's going to be a percentage of people who's going to pick that candy bar up at the cash register. And they know, just like how they push that agenda on us, they know there's going to be a percentage of girls that think, hey, I can get by tricking my body off and being a whore. And there's going to be a percentage of young black brothers who are going to throw their life away because you want to be a drug dealer. You want to have all the money. You want to have a nice car. You want to ride around and kill your brothers, kill your own blood brothers. They know there's going to be an agenda of kids that's going to follow that. And the percentage validates them doing it. Oh, if we could get 15,000 people in this prison behind this agenda, it's worth it. It's worth it. That's what we don't ask ourselves. The agenda that they push, and all they want is for somebody. Because if we get 5 families, 5 houses, if one of them fall victim to it, it was worth it. It was worth it. And that's sad. That's so fucking sad. But it's the God's honest truth. Because I went through the knucklehead phase. We all did it. Shit. I sat on the milk crate in front of the corner store, watched Biggie and them niggas ride by in Jeeps and shit.
Yeah, now
See Gutter and them niggas selling dope. They got the baddest bitch in the neighborhood in the passenger seat with her hair done with the big bangles in the passenger seat sucking on a lollipop. As a little kid sitting on a milk crate, poor as fuck. That shit looks like heaven. It looks like heaven.
Right.
Until you realize that it's all hell.
Yeah, no doubt. No, because them cats, I mean, now we can look back on it and see the issues and problems and how problematic it was, especially being that everybody's business is out on the streets now. You know what I'm saying? They done made Biggie Smalls life stories and everything to that nature, to where they've talked about how Biggie, thought that Pac was really, whether he was or he wasn't, smashing his woman, came in, and that's eventually how they supposedly broke up, because he supposedly smacked her around for, did you fuck that nigga? Did you fuck him when you went to the West Coast? You know what I'm saying? So everything wasn't as sweet as we thought it was when we was watching, shit.
I was around his story, and to see him sitting up there in front of that corner store with that dirty ass North Face jacket selling rocks, to going to where he ended up going to, and the end of his demise at the end of it all, it's probably one of the saddest stories, because everybody can remember his mom taking the ANC train to go to work every day. Every day she'd get up and go to work. You see her go. You see Miss Wallace go right down there, get on the A train, go work for people for not what she was worth. And to see his story and where he came from, and for it to end the way it ended, it was horrific. It really was.
But also how much propaganda that shit is too, though, because I mean, just like with Biggie and I'm gonna use Lil Wayne too, because Lil Wayne would be the next best example that I actually seen, where he actually kind of explained the situation with him and his mama, and how when he finally made some money, and Lil Wayne was like, man, when I first made my first paycheck, man, my mama told me to keep it. He was like, you do see that it's like 6 zeros here, and she was like, nah, boy, that's your money, you keep it. You know what I'm saying? But like, they wasn't as rich as they propagated themselves to be on television. That what we seen in videos and shit. Now, I mean, you actually got to see the cats out in your neighborhood, but whether you got to see them in your neighborhood or if you only seen them on a video, you still didn't know what was actually in a motherfucker's bank account at the end of the day. So what you seen on TV and what was actually in a person's bank account still didn't really equate to what they should have been getting, or what they, what I'm saying. Hence why now Lil Wayne, he's didn't die, so he's been able probably to put his mother in a better position. But I don't think Miss Wallace is living. Miss Wallace. I think
it's the agenda. Yeah. I think it's the agenda. I look back at that whole situation and look at the agenda. That's the word I'm gonna keep pushing for this whole podcast right here. Agenda.
Did you hear what I said?
The agenda. Yeah, I understand exactly. She ain't struggling. She ain't struggling by any means.
Is she living in a?
But I know she would trade anything to have her son back.
Oh yeah, most definitely. No, but
she would trade all that shit just to hear that nigga walk through the front door and say, "What up, ma?"
Yeah, no doubt. But the video.
But look at the agenda. I want to take this somewhere. I won't cut you up, but I want to take this somewhere else. But look at that agenda that was pushed. The East Coast versus the East Coast versus the West Coast. All of the money that was generated off of that volatile situation. The people who were behind closed doors who monitored this whole thing. Look at the album sales. Look at all the money these niggas is generating going at each other's neck. How can we monopolize off of this? Same thing now with Kendrick and Drake. That's why I don't feed into it, because I done seen all of these movies before. I know how they end.
Yeah.
It doesn't end with a high five. Somebody ends up losing their life, and then they could generate more money off of that person for whoever dies. I was up here talking to Buck a couple months ago, and I know a lot of young brothers, and they asked a question, a legit question to young black brothers. If you could live to be 75 years old, have wife, kids, grandkids, but live a normal life, work a regular job, and this will be your life. You'll live, you'll have family, you'll watch your DNA reproduce itself and keep living, or you could be rich and die at 25. You would be astounded how many people picked, I'd rather be rich and die at 25 than live to be 75 and just have a normal life. That's how fucked up. And when Buck say he's terrorized to these little niggas, I know where that comes from, because you're dealing with a very dangerous individual who thinks like that. They don't give a fuck about their DNA. My children are my DNA. When I'm dead and gone, they're going to live on and continue this.
Right.
They don't even care about that shit. These young motherfuckers, they don't care. That doesn't even cross their mind. That's the times that we're living in. Because I remember taking a life back in the day. That was some serious shit. These motherfuckers now, they'll do it like they popping a Skittle, bro. That's the environment that we're in now. And I'm terrorized for my children. I ain't terrorized for myself because I know how y'all little niggas think. And I'm on that same shit y'all on. Y'all, I'm going to do you before you do me. But the children that we're raising, you got to cultivate them in this kind of situation. Watch what come out your mouth. This motherfucker may have a switch and light your ass up to 30 rounds. He don't give a fuck. I'm terrorized to be a parent right now. This is real shit. And now the onus of a little boy, at least little girls, they got a little bit more common sense. If you could keep the niggas off of them and keep them in school, hopefully they can go on. You can show them the detriments of being a single mother. It's not easy. It's not easy. I come from a single mom household. It's extremely difficult for them. My grandmother had to watch me. My aunt had to watch me while she went to work. She was always struggling.
Hence why I said that the raising a young man is harder. And remember, you heard it here first. Hence why I said it's harder to raise a young man in this day and age than it is to raise a girl. A girl,
because they'll kill your son. They'll kill your son.
Trust me, I'd much rather be raising daughters than sons, because daughters, hey, you ain't got to worry about your daughter coming home in a body bag. You might have to worry about her coming home pregnant, but pregnant is better than body bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Body
yeah,
bag.
little black boys have a hard time becoming grown men. They don't make it that age, man. They really don't. And I look at my son smile and play in the front yard, and my worst fear is like, what's going to happen? God forbid something happen, because I'm going to crash the fuck out behind that little boy. And I just pray I have enough wisdom and wherewithal to teach this little boy, hey, man, don't do it, bro. It's not worth it, because it ain't the same rules to the game. When I was coming up, snitching is cool. Telling on everything is, this is like, you remember Superman as a kid when he went to Bizarro World, the comic books and shit, when everything was just ass backwards in Bizarro World? That's exactly how the fuck I feel walking around this motherfucker now.
What is
up is down and down is up? That was like fucking Superman, like an alternate universe. This nigga, it used to be like a bad Superman that lived in Bizarro fucking world. Like he went over there and everything was the polar opposite of what the real world was.
Was it something on TV?
It was a comic book. I used to be a comic book kid.
Okay.
Nigga used to have,
okay.
yeah, he used to go to Bizarro World and shit, and they'd be the fucked up Superman. He would wear the black suit instead of the blue one. This nigga was evil. He was the good one. Everything was right. Everything is flipped in Bizarro World. And that's exactly what the fuck I feel like now operating in this world that I'm walking around in. Up is down and down is up. There's no rules. There's no women and children. I remember growing up in the hood. You don't bust guns when there's kids and women coming home from school. Street shit happens when the street lights come on at night. That's why your moms told you, hey, when them street lights come on, your fucking ass better be in this house. That's when the shit used to go down. Now, motherfuckers start letting off shots when school getting out. Kids walking around with their book bags. Niggas don't give a fuck. There was no wherewithal or nothing now. It's the wild, wild west in any thing goes. And I tell the older brothers, y'all better be on P's and Q's because I got old cousins that don't think like that. Yo, bro, they not playing with you. That little boy will kill you. He done got 3 bodies already, and summer's not even over. Don't think there's rules to this where you had respect for the older gentleman. Yes, sir. No, sir. That shit's out the door, bro. Ain't nothing right no more. This is the world we living in. I pray that I reach somebody on this podcast just to take that time out, man, and realize that and guide your kids. Because, you know, I'm 38. My life fucking over, man. I got kids I'm raising this shit. Keep it 100 with you. This is what the future is. I do heating and air for the school systems, bro.
Right.
For the school system. I walk around that bitch and I see they got psychologists in the schools, in the white privileged schools. They actually got a whole full staff psychiatrist on staff with the whole chair and everything. So when these people, when they decide to kill shit, they go there, talk to them so they can get some type of psychological analysis on this individual. You go to the hood kids, they sitting in a 90-degree classroom. They can't even get their AC fixed.
Now you live
in
North
real.
Carolina? You in Carolina?
I'm in the South. I'm in the South. South Carolina, bro.
And
that's worse than North Carolina because they behind down here, bro.
Oh yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
I'm wondering if you're still in North Carolina. I mean, if you're still in New York or if you're in Carolina. So I thought you said you was in Carolina. I'm like, is this New York or is this North Carolina?
Man, I grew up in New York. I came down here. I had to get the fuck away because I was turning into damn a PTSD victim. Growing up where I grew up, bro. You just not mentally being right. You growing up around so much violence. I went to more funerals than I went to graduations. My fucking childhood friends and shit. I remember sitting in their house and they mother debating and shit whether to put them in a fucking suit or dress them in street clothes because nobody would recognize the motherfucker in the suit. Like, you know, this is real shit. And I saw that shit coming. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take my grandfather's advice because he looked me in the eye. He said, man, you need to get the fuck from around here because shit's getting bad. And I don't want to, I can't live watching you get killed. And that was the path that I was on, path of destruction. So I relocated and went somewhere else. A lot of brothers stayed and they got killed, murdered, doing horrific jail time sentences behind bullshit. He saved my life. So I take my onus to save another brother's life. That's why I get up here and preach all the time. You don't have to stay where you started at. For all the homies out there, for the umpteenth time, just because you started there, my nigga, doesn't mean you have to end there. Go someplace else if you're going to save your life and your family's life. Go someplace else, bro. You ain't a coward. You ain't a pussy. It's called self-preservation. If you know that's what's going to end up happening to you and you know the movie and how it ends, get up and leave the movie theater, bro. You ain't got to watch the ending, bro. And that's my advice to the young brothers. But you could cook up, bro.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say, man, Mos Def's mama said the world is too big to die in one place. You ain't got to stay in the same place. I mean, I hear it, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, I see it. And geographically, I mean, you got to know the United States geography and know that, I mean, man, there's way too many places in the United States where it's not going. I mean, it goes down everywhere. But I mean, it shouldn't be, you know, that bad. You know what I'm saying? If it's that bad in your neighborhood, you need to move around somewhere else, man. I mean, I get it. The Chicago's, the New Yorks, they're that bad, man. I mean, you say you can move to South Carolina and they're that bad. I mean, shit, move around. Geography, the world is too large to die in an area where they're acting that ignorant and you got that much intelligence to keep living around ignorant motherfuckers. I refuse to live around ignorant motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying? It's just like I didn't live down south in places where I had to get the fuck out of there because it was just too many black people and too much ignorance. Sometimes when we're around our people and too many of our people, man, too much of us don't know how to act, man. When there's just too many of us, man. And like Mos Def's mama said, the world is too large to live and die in one fucking place. You ain't got to stay and die in that one ignorant ass area around a bunch of ignorant motherfuckers, man.
And that's the God's honest truth. Damn motherfuckers ain't never lie when they say that. Because I look at my life now, and my brother stayed. By the grace of God, he was able to get an education, but the path that he was on, he was spared. A lot of brothers ain't fall underneath that flag. So like you said, bro, it's horrific, man, especially the big cities, because these motherfuckers, though, I look at like my cousins that grew up down here, bro. and I go to their house. They had childhoods, bro. They went out in the field and ran around and played and shit. Everything where I come from is artificial. That tree didn't naturally grow there. Somebody put that tree there. Somebody put that street light.
That's the reason why, like, a lot of cats from the East Coast that's from New York to DC, that's like from the big cities, they trip when they come to the West Coast because we got yards, front yards and backyards. I mean, you literally you can be in the inner city and your front yard, and they're changing things now in 2024, but I would say all the way into the 2000s, definitely on the West Coast, you could come to a person's house on the West Coast and they would have enough front yard and backyard that you could have 10 pit bulls in the inner city. You know, now they're starting to try to build shit up like New York, which I'm totally against, because the way they're trying to build our city up, this ain't how I grew up, where nigga got 10-story apartment buildings, and that's short for y'all, but that's tall as fuck for us around here. We're used to everybody got a fucking front yard and a backyard. Like, that's what the biggest culture shock that I noticed for motherfuckers from the East Coast when they would come over here would be like, God damn, y'all got front yard and backyards? Nobody lives in a fucking tall ass skyscraper apartment building? No, nobody lives in tall skyscraper apartment buildings. Everybody lives in a house on the West Coast. At the worst, you'll see a nigga living in a duplex. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't no tall ass. Nobody got a front yard, backyard. You know, you kind of always felt like connected to the earth and still connected to where I, grew up. Niggas could still climb trees, and I'd go in my grandma's backyard. She had cherry trees. Go pick cherries and shit for her, pick apples and pears.
Shit, I know it was real when I got out. When I got off the fucking train, I took the train down here. When I got off the train, the air was different.
Right.
Like, I thought that shit was a myth. When motherfuckers be like, the air different. What the fuck you talking about? The air different? It went from smelling cooked food and body odor to actually smelling fresh air, because that's how Brooklyn smells. It smells like BO and a bunch of different nationalities of food cooking, and I'm being dead real. I'm being dead serious. That's how the fuck it is. It smells like that, and you be there so long, you get accustomed to the smell until you go someplace else different, and like, what the fuck? Like, the air is clean.
You gotta laugh to keep from crying, man, but it ain't funny though. You know what I'm saying? But man, the smell. I don't know how you could be hungry when you smell body odor. You know what I'm saying? If you smell booty, crack, and sausage and corn chips, how the fuck are you hungry?
Shit. God bless the fucking dead. My grandmother, she was raised in the projects, 81 North Portland Avenue, Fort Greene projects. You ain't smell nothing until you got on a fucking project elevator in the middle of summer and you standing in a 1/4 inch of piss, riding up the fucking elevator, standing in piss with no ventilation, bro. The ammonia smell will burn your fucking eyes. Like, that's how people are living.
Hey,
that shit is not no joke. That shit is real, bro.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is I'm not hungry if I smell beer, crack, sausage, and corn feet. Feet. If it smells like,
you just get accustomed to living like that, and you don't think that's what's so sad for these young brothers, because they don't see nothing else. I went over to my homeboy's Dante crib. Me and him went to PS11 together. He said, "Man, you want to play Genesis after school?" I said, "Yeah, man." I'm going over to his house. He lived in the projects and shit. We'll get in his house, man. He said, "You want some cereal?" I said, "Yeah, man, I fuck with it." I gone in the kitchen with him, man. He poured the Fruit Loops out, and like roaches was coming out the box. He picked the motherfucker. I didn't experience that type of poverty where I was picking out roaches out my cereal, bro. He literally flipped them motherfuckers out the bowl, poured the milk up, and I just was like, bro, I can't do it.
Right.
But I didn't experience that type of poverty that he was accustomed to, because he didn't even bat an eye at the shit. Like, nigga, they're running in the Fruit Loops, bro. I couldn't even say nothing. I just told him I'm good, bro. I said, I'm good on that, man. He said, "You sure?" I said, "Yeah, man, but you don't really see the shit till you see the shit." You know what I mean?
And my only thing with that is, nigga, if I had to go through that, by the time I'm an adult, I'm gone.
I don't never even know what happened to Dante. I never kept up with him and shit. I lost contact with him after I went to 56 because he got zoned to another school. Man, but I would love to see if he made it up out of that situation, bro. I would love to know that.
If I was Dante, I would have joined the United States Army as soon as I turned 18.
Yeah, man. But we laugh and trip. But this is how people live. When I say lower class, that shit gets like brushed over. Like this is how people are living. I know a lot of brothers that was putting water in their cereal. Their mom strung out on rocks and shit, so she done fucked the money off, got the food stamps, sold them to somebody. Now they ain't got nothing to eat and shit. I went to school with these motherfuckers. I know why they were so angry. That's why I don't get confused when be like, why are these young bulls so angry and so lost? Just by the grace of God, I probably caught my lifespan, me being 38, from the time I was growing. It was just enough real men still alive to throw a lasso on me and be like, hey, bro. But now there's nobody for these young brothers. And we looking at them like they aliens and shit. But we supposed to be the ones that's trying to school and help them out. That's our responsibility. And that was how it was coming up. But now it's not like that. They're looking for internet to raise them. They're looking at their favorite rapper to raise them. Nobody's going to teach them nothing logical or sense, though, that your life means something, brother. You mean something to somebody.
Right.
That's why I say all the time they hurt. A lot of them walking around lost and hurt. And when you get them to the side, because I got younger cousins, I did dollar days and shit. When they sit down and talk to you what they feel and shit, you realize what it is and why they are the way they are. And it's like we got to stop the cycle. That's why, like, all y'all brothers who got free time and shit, man, do that shit, man. Do the coaching thing like Buck do. Do that shit to help some of these young kids, man, because they need help, man. I know the difference between children raised in a 2-parent home compared to children raised in a 1-parent home. There's a different psychological. My kids don't experience none of the shit that I experience. None of my children can tell you I sat in the house with no lights. None of my kids can say I stepped on crack valves on the way to school. I got robbed by a junkie on the way from school. None of my kids can tell you nothing about that. They walk around and just be as happy looking at shit. I'm walking around like my head on a swivel. I'm looking behind me, around me. They be like, Dad, what's wrong? Why you always be looking around? And I'd be like, I have to bring myself back to reality. They haven't experienced anything.
Yeah,
Everything's been a cultivated, loving household.
You didn't grow up in New York in the projects where motherfuckers are getting robbed by fucking goddamn dope fiends. Dope fiends trying to rob you.
Because dope fiends was the most dangerous motherfuckers when I was growing up. That's why crack was so dangerous. That's why crack was the most horrific, because heroin addicts, they get their drugs early in the morning. I told y'all about the methadone clinic. When I was a kid growing up, all the heroin dealers used to be out there at the crack of dawn. All the heroin addicts come out, they get their methadone, then they go to the heroin dealer, they straight for the day. They're going to lock themselves up in the house and get high and be nodding off all day. When crack came out, that shit was violent, bro. It was violent with crack.
And it's the same all over the country, you know what I'm saying? Because of the reality of it is, I mean, every drug that's in New York is all over the damn country. But the difference is that, heroin, I don't give a fuck where you at in the country. You're gonna go nod off to sleep on that shit wherever you're at in the country. The heroin is gonna have the same effect. And the difference, like I remember Little Boozy, the rapper, just said recently. He said, "Man, bring back crack, man, because these blue pills and this fentanyl got these motherfuckers, these new drug addicts is fucked up." He said, "Man, I remember crackheads would take the engine out your car. They were strong. They could still fix your car. They look. I mean, I had relatives who were crackheads. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I mean, like some crackheads, you couldn't tell that they were crackheads unless they told you, because they were regular people that worked.
Yeah, functioning. They call them functioning addicts.
Yeah, they were functioning addicts. They were literally regular people that had regular jobs. You wouldn't necessarily. Only why you knew was because the motherfucker might ask you for some. Or once they, I mean, there were some that were like, okay, they just, I just discovered this word recently because, man, I seen a guy and dude was like, man, damn, what is that psychological thing, man? There's a point to where, it's called a psychosis. It's called psychosis. So, dude, he didn't went into a psychosis. There's a point to where a person just does drugs and they're functioning addict, and then there's a point to where a person goes into a psychosis where they just don't stop. They can't stop fucking using. They just got to keep every time their high goes down, they got to go get some more. Every time their high comes
That,
down, they go get some more. That's when they're in a cycle.
Because see the different how heroin was. Because see heroin, that's a legit dependency. Because a lot of people don't know you can't quit heroin cold turkey. You can die. You can literally the withdrawals from heroin can make you die.
Yeah,
You
no,
have to be weaned. You have to be weaned off of heroin. Crack was horrible for my community because when they didn't have it, it was a volatile situation. That's when we had in Brooklyn all of those crazy ass murders and shit and motherfuckers like wild murders. That's what crack did. Crack made them when they didn't have it, they became somebody else. A heroin addict, they'll be sick. They'll call you on the phone. Please, man, please just bring me something. I'm so fucking sick. That's how heroin addicts act. When crack addicts don't have it, they start robbing their family members. When the family members get hip to them and start hiding everything, they go to the street. Either they're going to try and get something on credit or they're going to try and rob and kill you. I mean, I lost my little cousin down here. He got smoked by a crackhead over a fake chain. Over a fake corner store cubic zirconian chain. This motherfucker was a quarter-ounce crack dealer. No big money. He barely had enough money to get new sneakers and buy fake jewelry. And he got murdered by a crackhead down here. That's why I said it goes around the country, but it's a different process of the burn factor. When I say the burn factor, when I came down south, crack was old in Brooklyn, but motherfuckers down here was pumping it like it just came out. It was like going in a time machine when I came down here. The way they were slinging hard rock was like ridiculous. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like the girls, you remember when crackheads, where the girls would start smoking crack, but they still look good? That's what they had going on down here in the South Carolina area. They was smoking brick, but they still look good. So you know they just got on the shit. They still had their teeth and they weight and everything, and they dress up nice and go to the club and sell pussy and shit. That's what they was doing down here. It was a slow burn with the crack, man. That crack is a horrible thing. I was standing on the block in Brooklyn when I seen that girl come up with that case of Similac, and my man was getting ready to serve her. I said, "Oh, this is what it really is." She came with the whole case of baby formula and shit, bro. Like that crack is different because, like, you remember Gator? That was that old movie, Mama I Smoked the TV type shit. Yeah, it's like that, bro. It's like that, bro.
You mean PBK?
Oh shit! Mama I smoked the TV. I smoked the good reverence TV.
Hey, he don't look like Gator.
Call me a crackhead.
Right, nah,
I'm a crackhead.
Don't worry about it. I got it.
I mean, that's the reality of the shit, man. I know a fiend, man. I serve plenty of them, bro. I know fiends when I see them. They start itching and scratching and looking all weird and shit. Got their mouth open looking at the camera with that slack jaw yokel look. I know what it is.
That's called psychosis. That's when they didn't got
you can't get over on me, homie.
But see, that's when they went into that state of psychosis where they literally it's a nonstop. Every time they high go down, they got to get high again. You remember in that movie too when mind you, that was back in the beginning of Halle Berry's career, because remember Halle Berry was his girlfriend that was the crackhead.
Yeah, and Samuel L. was a real basehead. Spike Lee hired him as a junkie. He wasn't no actor. I think the first movie he was in was oh man, it was Spike Lee and the Spanish chick that used to be so sexy. That Spanish chick that used to be on In Living Color dancing. I forgot what movie it is, but it was with the pizza. That's what was one of his first castings. He was a legit basehead, bro.
There was two different Spanish chicks that was popping back then. One was Jennifer Lopez, and the other one was
the other one with the big mouth, got the mad annoying voice.
You talking about Rosie Perez?
Rosie Perez, yeah, Rosie Perez. That was Samuel L.'s first movie, I think, was that one that he was in, and he was a legit basehead. like Spike Lee seen him walking down the street and offered him a role and shit. Like that's amazing. His story in general.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's man. He said he came from down south, and he went through a lot of shit. He grew up back in the civil rights era too. His story is deep and long. But back to Halle Berry in that movie, man. You remember she smoked all the rock up, and when she smoked all the rock, he was like, "God damn, bitch, you done smoked all the shit." He said, "Now I gotta go get some more."
Yeah, it was the Taj Mahal. That's when the boys getting lifted at the damn Taj Mahal.
They was in the Taj Mahal getting high, right? But the thing about it, though, my point is that's the state of sight. That is the same thing. It's the equivalent to the blue pills and the fentanyl right now, where they go into a psychosis where they gotta keep getting high. There's a difference in being a functioning addict, and then you have your stage of where you're in a psychosis where you just gotta keep going back and what the fuck are you trying to do? Are you trying? It's like me and my boy.
I ain't trying to butt in, dog, but that's some fucked up shit, man. You called that building the Taj Mahal, dog. Had a bunch of crackheads in there smoking.
That's what they called it.
That's what it was. That's what it was, nigga. Brooklyn was abandoned. That's what the abandoned buildings was in New York. They was crack houses. It would be mad abandoned buildings. They called the shit the Taj. In the movie, they called it the Taj Mahal.
Yeah,
you go into the clouds.
That's Joseph Fever.
Like some type of
Seventh wonder of the world.
You know what I'm saying? Establishment type.
Yeah, no. We smoked it. It's glass dicks and hard white in the Taj Mahal that I'm talking about.
The real Taj Mahal's in India.
Yeah, like the hood version of this shit.
Yeah.
They used to pass out stems on your way in the motherfucker. They give you the glass. You didn't have to buy it. It was a whole that New Jack City type of shit. That was such a accurate movie to how that shit was. Because boy, them motherfuckers would line you up, give you the glass dick when you walk through the door. Them motherfuckers will point you where to go. Oh, that room's packed back there. Go over there, go up the staircase and go to that room in the back over there. You set up with your little glass dick and you sit there and you blow your brains out. And that's exactly what the fuck used to happen. And that crack was a quick high. That's what made it dangerous. You got so high, so motherfucking fast, and then it just wore off. And when it wore off, you was lost and you was looking for another fix. Immediately. It was so fucking addictive. So many brothers and sisters got caught on that shit. And just like any other drug, it used to be at the pool halls. Motherfuckers used to be like, you want to go in the back? They go in the back. Motherfucker, you just a normal person. You experimenting with drugs like any adolescent person or young person would experiment. But boy, it took them. When I mean it took them bad, bro. God, it took them bad, bro. Jesus. It's a horrible fucking drug. It really is.
Yeah, no, that's fucked up, man. Gator. Crackhead. He said, I'm a crackhead, man.
Fucking Gator. But that character translated to so many family members. That character translated to so many.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to shoot him, but
he saved him. He saved his life. He saved him from himself because, shit, man. I know that must have been a heartbreaking scenario to be in, man. And that motherfucker was a legit reverend and pastor. Your son is a full-blown crackhead.
Man,
your mother loves
crack ain't did shit to nobody, man.
Man, it tear you out the frame.
What are doing to these dudes these days? They dropping dead, literally. That crack didn't really do shit.
Man, them motherfuckers got holes in them, bro. I don't know what that fentanyl or whatever that concoction they making up. I forgot what my cousin told me that shit was. But it's a concoction, bro. And the shit they're taking now is actually eating holes in their flesh. You remember when crystal meth became popular and the motherfuckers was just losing their teeth overnight and shit? That shit is eating their flesh. I literally drove past a motherfucking white redneck dude in a wheelchair rolling down the road, and he had shorts on, and he had gaping holes in his calf, bro. You could see the ligaments and shit. What type of shit are you taking to eat your flesh from the inside out? That's what that shit is. They not giving you the full scope on that shit, bro. That shit is horrible, bro. It looks like the flesh-eating virus, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That shit's 10 times worse than crack cocaine.
Oh yeah. The new shit now, crack is horrible.
Gator possibly could have bounced back, from that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Gator had crossed the line though, because that motherfucker told him.
He took the TV.
He took the TV. He took the TV, bro. He took the TV, and he been in there. Don't shortchange that scene, because that scene is a real ass scene. He was in there flipping out on his moms. He was in there about to strong arm rob his moms, and his father walked in and caught him flipping out on his moms when she told him, "I don't have any more money, son. There is no money in here," and he started tearing the house apart. That's when he got popped. It wasn't like he got popped smoking a stem on the front steps. Nah, he was in there. He was about to do something violent to his own mother.
Man, this dude was out here fucking Angela Tucci, man.
Shit, boy.
Tucci.
What the hell does he fucking know about what's going on in the goddamn hood, man?
Shit.
You talking about Wesley Snipes' character?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gator was his brother.
Yeah, he was an engineer. He was getting his money. So shit, he was constantly coming to him like, hey, bro, give me some money so I can go get high and don't have to, I rob mama. What he told him one time, he said, I go rob him. I don't have a problem with robbing somebody. He said, that's what he started doing that dance. He said, I'll do it. I'll do it. I said, God damn, this motherfucker made a whole
Shit,
song. How you gonna do it?
I knew it was real. I knew it was real when motherfuckers started taking it. When motherfuckers started taking their car deck out the car, I knew it was real. That's how bad it got in Brooklyn, where you park your car and you literally took your damn radio out the car with you. You could pop it out and take it with you. Because, bro, it
was a pull-out.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they take the whole deck because, bro, they bust your window and take it.
The whole pull-out,
They pulled the whole joint out the car. My mom's had a Volvo, and she used to take they robbed her one time. And then she came back and said, "Nah, I'm getting the joint that you take out." That's what she had, bro, because that's how bad it was up there, man. Them niggas was robbing.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Them was the days, man. Nowadays, problem's still there, but it's different shit, though.
I can't even imagine what that interview was like.
Yeah, man. Salute everybody, man. S14 USA. Bloodthirst #1. Melvin Brown, what up? Let me see. Charlie the Cane Corso. Is it Cane Corso or Cane Corso? I don't know. J83, salute, brother. Now, we've been in here cooking, man. Look, I ain't gonna hold y'all, we've been in here cooking.
Yes, sir. I see Boy Thompson and drop down.
Let me see. Okay. Pink the Basement, what up? Salute, brother.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to drop my Bluetooth and
DC
shit.
Logan in the building. I see you, brother. Let me see. Paul Harris.
Okay, yeah.
Farm Ray. William Torres. I see you, brother. Everybody, we've been cooking.
This was a hell of a cook-up, boy. I like these kind of cook-ups.
I know we do dogs and shit, but every now and then, man, it's like shit. We got to be able to just have a regular human conversation, man. For real.
Nah, it's much needed. It's much needed.
Me. This Donald Trump dude, he popped up, he put his fists up. I'm like, damn, you a bold motherfucker, bro. Like, after a motherfucker shoot at me, okay, I don't even know where the bullet came from. obviously the goddamn target is on your head. You know,
Literally.
You can
we
say
gonna
what you want to
ball this
say,
big
man. That's
stuff.
what made me feel that way that I felt, man. Because who's popping up and doing all that, man? You almost got, man, somebody tried to take your head off and you popping up like you just the hardest president ever.
With no biscuit, though. He didn't have that president. They don't carry biscuits. Like, if I'm gonna be the president, you gotta let me have my biscuit on me, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care about these guys and how much training these motherfuckers got.
Hey, Wicked Kennels hit it up in the chat. So is he a dog or not? We got to resolve that question that you started this show on. That's the title of your video. Is he a dog?
Is he game?
Yeah, is he
game?
a dog?
Is he game or not? Because he popped up from that bullet to the ear like he was game.
He damn sure did a hell of a courtesy scratch. That's a hell of a courtesy scratch.
That was a courtesy scratch.
That's a hell of a courtesy. I ain't gonna lie. If I was standing on the side of the box, I said, boy, I'll take that motherfucker there, boy.
Hey, I don't think Joe Biden would have popped up like that.
I don't think so either, boy.
Oh, Sleepy
Joe
Joe.
Biden's ass would have had his ass on a grizzy.
He'd have shit himself. He'd have shit himself.
He would have shit his Pampers, huh?
He need a pamper on now.
Man, shit. The way he tripping and falling, it wouldn't shock me if he was wearing Depends for real, bro. Because he's got like coordination. He be falling all the time, bro. What's wrong with your feet and fucking ankles and shit, nigga? Your ligaments and shit, nigga. You stay falling. Why you keep falling? I don't like that shit.
Hey, we're gonna do some
motherfucker
real
got nuclear weapons at his fingertips and shit, and he can't walk in a straight fucking line, man. That's very fucking concerning.
Hence why he need to go, because I mean, I feel like he is definitely uncoordinated and, you know, mentally, just really his mental capacity.
Joe Biden just called Kamala Harris Donald Trump, bro.
Yeah, no, I seen a couple of videos like that where he called he had the Ukrainian president next to him, and he called him Putin. He said, "Y'all got the Ukrainian president. Come on up, Putin." I said, "What the fuck?
What the fuck are we talking about? What?"
He called
Ukrainian. How does that happen?
He called the Ukrainian president.
How does that
Putin.
fucking happen, bro?
Bro, he got the early signs of dementia, bro.
Everybody keeps saying that.
That's the signs of dementia, bro. When you start calling motherfuckers the wrong name and you tripping and falling over nothing and shit, your brain ain't sending the fucking proper electrical signals out to your body and shit, man. That's dementia, man. And he's old as fuck. It ain't like it's his fault. He's old as fuck, man. Shit happens with age. But it's bad when the people see it. They can't hide it. And that's where he's having a problem. He can't hide that shit.
And here's why I can see it so well, because my grandmother's 87 and has dementia, and she functions better than him.
That's scary. That's fucking. This dude has nuclear weapons at his fingertips.
If we're gonna let this motherfucker run the country, might as well let my 87-year-old grandmother run the country. She got dementia too, and she's not falling all over the place.
Man, Donald Trump taught me a great deal. See, Obama told you at the beginning. Obama, see, when he came around, I couldn't just be like, well, that motherfucker was real eloquent and smart and shit. Like,
articulate and
Donald Trump is coming fresh out the trap. They're probably giving him a bunch of notes to go up there and read and shit. Donald Trump's like, man, I don't need that shit. I'm going up here. I'm popping my shit. That's the difference between what I see.
And I feel like
he's never like Barack Obama, when he made his speeches, them motherfuckers was so perfect. Where he just like lit up the world and shit. You know, just like Lion Kings came home or some shit. That's the kind of aura he fucking gave.
He had that everybody loved me aura. Everybody.
He had to be fucking perfect. He had to be perfect. He had to be better than fucking perfect to be in that position. And that's what the slap in the face for me was. You go to a motherfucker who had to be so perfect to a motherfucker who gives zero fucks.
Who doesn't give a shit. He'll grab him on the pussy, right? He doesn't give a fuck about you. You shoot him, he'll hold up his fist. Like, what is that? Was that like the black fist or something? Like what?
That's the cover of the new Rambo movie, nigga. That's the cover of the new Rambo movie.
He said the question is who you voting for.
Hey, and if you
hey, you know what? I might fuck around and vote on you motherfuckers this year.
Look at it. Look at that that blood you got on. You look at that picture you got up there right there. You see he got shot in his lip and it hit his ear. But you see how the blood splatter went around his lip and around his cheek and shit. Like, man, I'm
no, that was from his ear. That shit swizzled from his ear
to his lip.
If I'm guessing, it got him from the backside, and that was the blood that gushed out and it's on his mouth. You see what I'm saying? If I'm doing the forensics, you know,
the orange Power Ranger.
The spatter is going at a forward motion, slightly 90 degrees from his nose.
The fucking orange Power Ranger.
The orange Power Ranger.
They call him orange this Power son Ranger. Of a bitch is a bad motherfucker, boy.
He's a dog. I ain't taking that away from him.
He's a dog.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that, bro. I ain't gonna sit here and hold you. I ain't gonna cap on the internet like I would have. I ain't getting shot and holding no hand up on no power fist or none of that shit. No Black Panther shit. None of that shit, bro. Somebody got to explain to me what the fuck just happened. And my last thought is to be throwing up the Black Power fist, bro. That's crazy.
He throwing up the orange Power fist and ready to scratch.
Yeah, y'all remember Captain Planet? That nigga was up there like, let our powers combine. You remember the African nigga from the fucking Captain Planet?
Yam it.
Oh, shit. Boy, man, I got a story to tell my kids when I get old, boy. Jesus Christ, man. But I'm a tune out on he's a dog. He passed his game test. I give him that. So but people asking me in the chat, yeah, he's a dog. I ain't taking that away from him. That was some gangster shit, bro.
I can't even. Let me see. Oh, there we go. That's how you do it. I'm just now able to see the chat. Okay. The whole time I was like, man, ain't nobody in the chat. What they keep talking about the chat?
Yeah, man. You gotta get tech savvy. I'm still getting in myself, bro. I'll be learning how to fuck around on this shit.
I had to click over to the comments. I was like, okay, you got private chat and then you got comments, you got live, and then you got something else. But it's over in the comments. Okay, now I can see somebody
Nigga says Toupe took one for the team.
Yeah. That was just what I was about to talk about, too. I was like, oh, wow.
Oh, shit. But, yo, Buck, it's always a pleasure, my brother. Let me, I don't know who I'm sharing the panel with, man. Who's the other brother, man? What's your name, bro?
Mr. Inconspicuous.
Mr. Inconspicuous, man. It was a pleasure, man. This was a hell of a conversation, man. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I kind of glad I'm sometimes you get tired of talking about fucking dogs. This was one of those conversations that needed to be
man.
Hey, man, and I love the dogs, man. I love the dogs, but I'm a human being, man. I live in life too. I live in real life. I live with these dogs. You know what I'm saying? When I done these dogs, all that stuff, you know, but man, we live a real life too. We don't just you know, we don't just feed dog food to dogs and don't go to the grocery store and buy food and everything else and have to, you know, watch this stuff. Even if I wasn't even watching this stuff and I still had relatives and cousins that called me, hey, did you see Trump got shot? Mind you, I wasn't watching TV. My TV was off. And people called me and was like, hey, you seen Trump got shot? I was like, what, is he dead? They was like, nah, he got shot. So I had to flip it on and just to catch what happened.
Should salute the Buck, man, because shit, I was about to hit my damn little AC units and shit, and I pulled up my phone and I saw his thumbnail. I said, man, I gotta get on this shit.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. You did.
Man, start your joints a little bit earlier, man, for the East Coast niggas, man. You be hitting me up, man. I know it'd be fucking prime time where you at, nigga. It'd be damn near 11:45 where I'm at, bro. Throw that shit on 2 hours earlier, nigga.
Hell yeah. You know how we do. We gonna get that shit early.
But hey, salute to the chat, man. Salute to y'all brothers and shit. I gotta get to it, man. But y'all have a blessed one and stay safe out here, bro.
Nah, man. Well. Salute, brother. Salute.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, man. Good. Appreciate you for pulling up, Mr. Inconspicuous.
Yeah, appreciate you as well, man. I'm a log out as well, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, now hit me on the back street, man. We're gonna wrap up what we was chopping up the other day.
For sure, for sure. Take it easy.
You already know, brother. Appreciate it. Yes, sir, man. Buck World. Listen, man, hit the like and subscribe. You know what it is. We always got a good show over here. We ain't talking about dogs and we ain't doing this. I figure I'm gonna be doing this type of shit, so I'm gonna give you a warning though. I'm gonna put it in the thumbnail. I'm gonna at least make the thumbnail so you'll know that they talk about this. So if you just here for the dogs, you won't be bombarded with other issues and whatnot. But hey, as long as we can pop out, I think as a supporter, y'all should come through and support the channel, whatever we got going on, and we're gonna definitely bring the heat. Appreciate everybody that called in, pulled up, all my old timers, DLG, Dr. Hood, all the usual suspects, Buck City channel, all of that. I know it's gonna be a eventful day. Make sure everybody stay productive and keep them dogs up out that weather. Salute everybody. Let me see. You know how we do, man. Let's get back to it. Peace.